Play your hand, play your hand. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, counting the stacks, stacking the rags. No fuck, play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand. Play your hand, play your hand.
Good evening and welcome to Champions Poker Live. We have another special Friday Frenzy coming your way right now from Houston, Texas. This is Kyle Miller in the commentary booth, joined by none other than Andrew Voden of Voden Vlogs. What's going on, Andrew?
How's everyone doing? Great to be back in the booth. Really excited for this lineup tonight.
Yeah, and as you can see, some empty chairs, poker players being late as always. Patrick, nice job, man. 969 is the buy-in for Patrick. Very nice number there. Everybody else buying in for 1K. Those seats will get filled and introductions will be made. So here we go. GA, good to see him back. Very aggressive play style. This, I believe, is his third time on Champions Poker Live. When he has it, all of his chips are going to be in the middle. Can't really hate that. Love to see the action. And then what a shirt, what a man. It's James Duke in the 2 seat. I'm really digging that shirt though. And James Duke June, James Duke things are ready. Good to see. And then obviously we will get full ring, but jumping over to Patrick in the 4 seat. He is a consulting exec and likes to play any 2 cards. So expect him to be leading the way on VPIP. Hopefully leading the way where it matters too on cumulative winnings. Always in pink, sometimes in the 5 seat, and always with Craig the Frog, it's Tish Money. Expect him to be the first person to bring up the Nick game. Thanks for the wink, and good luck to you and Craig. Then in the 6 seat, been a while since we've had him here on stream, but always in the room and pleasure to see him play. It's Noah. Noah is arguably like one of the commentators that we're missing. It's a little GTO whiz, so good to see Noah in the lineup. And Gage is back. This will be really interesting to see Gage play 1-3. His stream debut here last time was a bigger game, super action lineup, and he did pretty well with it. So excited to see him here. But what a seed draw with HV on his direct left and then Mo behind. Yeah, this is kind of killer lineup rounding things out. There we go. Mo also rocking pink SpongeBob. Love to see it. Love to see the energy early on. And of course, Joe, one of our best dealers in the box, getting cards out for hand number 1 here. Good seeing some of our regulars in chat as well. Jason Dunbar just answered that question. Who else is in the lineup? Now you see it. Jamie Radford pulling for James Duke. Mod God, Bobby Fillet. Levi, good seeing you in chat as well. Wish you were on the table instead, but early start for Gage here. 2 black aces.
There he is. Just missed the intro.
Sometimes a blessing, sometimes a curse, waking up with like monsters the first hand. People are not going to give you credit, or you're just not going to get much action as people aren't stuck and still getting used to things, getting comfortable. But Patrick does connect with top pair. Thinks he's good here. Bets out. Quick call by Gage. And Duke gets away.
I wonder if he says something weird for that one. It's like 59.
Went check pretty quick there on the turn. Gage out of position decides to lead river here and goes big. Pretty much exactly pot. I believe it's 310 that he put out there.
Yeah, I like the way he played it. I wasn't a fan of the check on the flop, given it was going multi-way, 3 ways, but the way he played it after checking and trapping, you want to go big on the river and get as much value as you can from any big jack, which is exactly what he does, so really like the sizing. I was afraid he was going to keep trying to trap and check the river too, but he does not do that with a really good bet on this river. Hopefully he gets the call off. First hand, it's always one of those spots where you don't want to, you're going to try to make your opponent level themselves into calling because, like, oh, one of those ego things. There's no way he has it first hand and does get the call, so really well played.
First hand. Wow. Wow. That's crazy.
And this 1-3 is match the stack, so that pot being dragged worth 923. Again, 969 was Patrick's buy-in, so optional to him to add on to match the biggest stack. We will see plenty of players do that throughout the night. If you're a regular here, you've seen some of these monster stacks grow each and every Friday. And then we do have our 3-seat, Mr. Dry Guy, joining the table.
Battle of the same hands, but Tish has his suited. I like to call them Asian aces. Flop
Jack
is-
10.
Yeah, not much. I think it's going to be whoever is aggressive, takes it down, which in position should be Tish.
No, I said, you want to bet who's going to be the lowest?
Doesn't have to go big.
I'll look at mine.
I said, I'll be myself.
Patrick does decide to float to the small down bet.
That's easy.
No heart in anyone's hand.
Is
We'll
it?
see if Tish
No,
decides to
you might-
continue.
You might be stuck to can.
Does not.
No, it's just full. And you pay them blind money.
He's doing the side bet on.
Yeah, and you still win the side bet. Give up. I got jack high. That's way good.
Kicker?
He's going to chop it up.
Kicker on a double paired board.
What do you mean you give up?
What? You don't need a kicker.
Tish is waking up.
That's how we know he a fish.
Tish was telling me earlier that one of the employees had his original Craig the Frog, so
What's your kicker?
not sure if that's the original Craig with him or if he had to get a substitute.
That, yeah, substitute. That looks like a substitute for sure.
You angle yourself.
I think the original Craig the Frog was a little bit darker of a green.
That's what I was thinking too.
Could be wrong.
But it is.
Yeah, that looks like the frog that Brandon got me.
12.
I'm excited for this lineup. I've seen James Duke play. I've heard the legends of James Duke, so excited to watch and commentate on his plays. Tish money here with a suited ace GTO 3-bet. HV here mixing it up, getting it in on the button. 8-6 connected suitors. Not the worst hand to do it with when you're in position.
Yeah,
We're going to play a mystery hand with Duke.
this is the type of hand that HV really likes. These suited gappers.
I was out on the floor with him today when he was playing the 1-3. He was watching some poker videos, so I don't know if this is GTO HEV or
Oh yeah,
HV.
this is definitely HV.
Mystery hand.
But he has gone through that phase recently of trying to play more GTO.
It's a pretty good flop for both Tish and HV. Not sure what Duke has. Duke did raise under the gun pre-flop and then called, so could be a lot of ace X's in his hand or pocket pairs. Looks like it might be a pocket pair. Not sure. Regardless, Tish checking this flop. And HV deciding to bet. Very interesting. Turn's a pretty good one for Tish. He should be chopping a lot of ace X's now. I think he's checking to let HV hang himself with a lot of draws. HV does not take the bait. River 4, inconsequential, even though giving Tish 3 pair.
I like those too. I noticed.
I think Tish is debating if he can get value calls from worse hands, and I think he's going to try to target pocket pairs here with his bet.
You inducing?
And HV says, "Are you inducing?" Which
Come on, give me something.
that bet could be doing. HV does not take the bait though and folds, so.
Ace is cool right there. Freaking ace is cool right there. How do you just swap it like that? Oh my god, bro, it's so good.
Duke, you might just need to put them on the same time, but spread them out a little bit, maybe. So don't have them stacked on top of each other. Just sort of put them next to each other. Try putting them next to each other, just in the box together, as a suggestion, maybe. Just show everybody your hand, and then share around. Yes, there we go.
Yeah, just show the camera.
Yeah, let them sweat. Like have the camera. Yeah.
Promise, I'll close my eyes.
They used to have they used to be actual cameras on the table instead of doing the. Yeah.
Or glass, like underneath the cars. Huh? Like the glass.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah. But that was like high end.
That was like
high
old
stakes.
school. High stakes.
Very high production.
Yeah, you
right?
have a camera underneath it.
Before Mo was born.
That's like caveman technology now.
Maybe. Oh, I'm pretty sure the guy that thought that
Doesn't look like a misread, but Gage is mixing it up here in the hijack. Jack 6 offsuit. Duke obviously in the big blind is going to call off with King 10 offsuit.
Yeah, no Nick game, just vibes.
Yeah. Interesting. Good flop for him to continue betting after Duke checks, so.
He does, and he does get it done.
What? Jack 6.
Announces the hand, but you got to show it for people to believe you. Would have been good for him to show that one, mixing it up. Lose your credibility after the aces for the first hand.
Yeah. It only takes like a second or two too. You can put them back together after that.
HV with an actual hand. The ladies.
Yeah, it's always dangerous when HV
Thank you.
does have an actual hand.
Unfortunate that he gets called in 3 spots. Hopefully he can hold on the flop. It's 10-10 Jack, which is not the best, but not the worst, obviously. Multi-weight kind of sucks, that's why he checks it back. A lot of people could have a 10. Turns absolutely terrible now. If only he could see what we see. Unfortunate, because he has a monster compared to all these other hands. Dry guy leading out 35. I don't think that bet's going to do it into 100. HV does make the call. It's one of those things where it's like, if they have it, they have it. River's a great card for HV now, though. King. And he says, "That's me." Your opponent's never going to really ever have a better hand, aside from, obviously, the boats, 10, Jack, Ace 10, King 10, but even then, yeah. The bet does not work. HV has Broadway. Yeah, it would have been super interesting if Dry Guy polarized and just went over bet there. I think HV still has to call, but really bad board for HV, even though he has Broadway on the river.
Yeah, he loves being in position there and just calling down.
Yeah, never really put to the test 35 into 100. It's too small for HV to fold, and then when he hits Broadway, 80 for sure is too small into 170. That's why it would have been super interesting if he just polarizes, if Dry Guy goes like 250 and puts HV to the test, but because HV should never really have a 10 there if he's not betting or raising turn. So.
Yeah, that would have been more of like a crying call. It's early. Stacks are relatively shallow, at least compared to what they will be by the end of the night. So, especially with match of stack.
Yeah, if you're in Houston, you gotta play a little bit. You gotta play a little bit.
People will play sometimes different in a capped game. They're losing their profit line and reset to the cap.
We didn't even agree to play the game.
I gotta say though, double board bomb pots have definitely grown on me.
Yeah. Do you prefer playing with a cap or without the cap?
I think
It's really scary without the cap, I guess.
Oh, I've never played a double board bomb pot with a cap.
It's one of the spots for the viewers to think about. Like, if you have 5 high, it's a great spot to just polarize. If you're gonna bluff with 5 high, go big, because then when you have it with the boats, they're just gonna pay you off.
Yeah, exactly.
You like the joke?
Yeah, end up truly bottom of range, no showdown value.
Right.
You're the 24.
Oh no, I've had 5.
Sometimes nice to mix that in.
Yep.
We haven't even had a round of 6.
Yeah, I think that is a pretty big leak. A lot of people are catching on to the overbets, but they typically only do it when they have it. So it's easy to also overfold to overbets, depending on the player.
Right. And you don't have to bluff often, just enough to where you're capable of doing it. If you show a bluff 1 out of 10 times, you're going to get called those 9 out of 10 times. As long as you're capable of bluffing and a person thinks you can do it, then
Don't get me wrong, you want action.
they will most likely just fold in those spots moving forward
Yeah.
and then call off when you actually have it.
10, 15.
Mo was first in here. GA, not 3-bet bluffing. He does have jacks in the hole. Heads up to the flop.
Has to put the
Mo does catch top pair with backdoor spades, and it's the overpair for GA. GA in position,
I mean, yeah, the action starts
continues.
Going a bit big here, he might be afraid of diamonds. I don't hate this bet. It's just tough for your opponent to call with worse when you go this big, but luckily for GA, Mo does have top pair with some backdoors. And now he even hits more outs with the backdoor spades.
And the board pair, he's got to be feeling pretty good about that as well.
Yeah, GA checking that turn I don't like. If you're going to bet big on the flop, you should still continue for value. You don't have to go big on the turn. But it might allow Mo to hang himself on the river and value on himself, which is exactly what looks like it's happening. The problem with betting here is you're turning your hand into a bluff because you're not going to get called by ace-king, especially by GA if he has ace-king, so you're just kind of value-owning yourself. There's certain players that will call off with ace-king high, but I don't think GA is one of those players, so. Good play from GA by checking and then getting Mo to bet on that river.
Yeah, so a 1K pot being delivered over to the 1 seat.
We call that value owned.
Yeah, and Tish just says value owned. Mo did exactly that, just value owns himself with top pair, where he really just has showdown at that point. There's no turn. There's no reason to turn your hand into bluff, especially against a player like GA, where he'll just fold all his ace highs.
He's joking. Relax. Let him
Unless Mo was specifically targeting a lower pocket pair, then the bet makes sense.
so good. You're like 4-bet squeeze.
You know who I am.
Big trying to let you. I probably.
You said only nuts,
Everybody's
right?
try. If this is a good game, I will probably never not try. You gotta look in his eye. Look at that. Look in his eye.
Three bed looks.
3-bet to 85 from Dry Guy.
Don't forget to
Does have the ace of clubs, Dry Guy.
reduce this full.
How much is it? 200?
Full of threes.
No, you get a mystery. You can draw. Remember last month?
But you didn't show, so you didn't have
My bad.
shit.
My bad.
Oh shit. I forgot.
Gets back to
I'm
HV.
not supposed to call this, but
Offsuit King Queen.
Fucking announce.
I think that was computer HV saying I'm not supposed to call, but then HV
Yeah.
calling.
What's the worst that can happen? You miss a flop.
fold.
Yep, you miss a flop.
Pretty good flop for James Duke. Pair with the wheel draw. Same thing. Dry Guy has a wheel draw. No backdoors really. Duke has backdoor spades. Half size bet. Pretty hefty for 1-3 C bet. Duke I don't think is gonna fold here. Yeah, I watched James Duke play. I haven't had the opportunity to play with him, but from watching him play, I was like, I don't think he's folding in that spot. Turn doesn't really change much at all. If he was beat before, he's still beat. If he's ahead, then he stays ahead. Dry guy looking like he gives up. River 3, super inconsequential. Really good run out for James Duke. James Duke betting now. This is kind of the same spot with the last hand that Mo had. I don't think you're really ever getting called here from Ace King Ace Jack depending on the player. I haven't seen Dry Guy play enough, so maybe he'll call with Ace High. But you're never targeting a worse hand than a pair of deuces, except I guess Ace King Ace Queen Ace Jack specifically. So if James Duke gets Dry Guy to call here, James Duke is definitely a genius and a legend.
Well, I think that's already proven.
Right.
But
That is
just add this to the
add
accolades.
it to the resume. Yeah. Dry Guy's definitely tanking. I think he's trying to figure out what bluffs Duke has here. There really aren't that many except a weird 5x holding, which there shouldn't really be many of, as Dry Guy did 3-bet and Duke called it 3-bet.
St. Patrick, you're the arbiter.
I think there's too many hands that you lose to that Rays call it 3-bet, so yeah. Good fold.
Ace 10 suited.
Great bet from Duke, targeting exactly Ace Jack. Almost got the call.
Like every time KGB ate the cookie, he had the nuts. So
Joe,
you grab the chocolate
this is my favorite
and put the
one.
reverse nut on it.
Mo, you're under the gun.
You're gonna have to see.
Hey, do you guys wait? You guys want to start a game?
Sure, let's go.
Let's put it right now for Tish. Right now.
Thank you.
Being under the gun.
We want to start it under the gun.
How much we? What's
And the Nick game begins.
20,
Let's do 120 in the middle.
Green chip.
No, let's do.
green chip.
My vote is
20?
Yeah,
160.
that's 20 per
160 in the
an opponent.
middle.
Okay,
Yeah.
160 in the middle.
20
Splash pot if you
yeah.
lose.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
We'll just do one splash.
20.
Instead of paying everyone a net penalty,
we just do a quarter in the middle. That's easy. Yeah, 175. Okay, 160 is cool. I'm cool with whatever you want to do.
20 ahead sounds good. Let's play. 160.
yeah,
Sure.
it's 20 per opponent.
Yeah, and we're just gonna make it a splash pot in the middle.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
The fair referee warning from Joe. Just reminding people.
He will suck at those cards like a vacuum.
Thank you, Joe. We appreciate the warning.
Yeah, with a little smirk on his face when he does.
So in order to get rid of the red knit button in front of
About it before.
each player, they have to show down winning hand.
like, well, yeah, but if they're crazy, they're already crazy.
That's why they also will have yellow dots next to their names in the graphics.
I love how people immediately get out of line. Patrick
Yeah.
limping the 9-4 offsuit and then Tish raising. I will say I would probably do the same thing as Patrick and play 9-4 or 10-3, but if you're going to play hands like that, just go ahead and open right away. Don't just limp because you're never really going to win that way and you're just going to get smacked by reverse implied odds. So take the Tish money route, raise your bad hands like that if you're going to try to get rid of your nit button.
Nah, I just wonder what I'm missing out on.
Bro.
Man, I missed the memo.
I want to shoot.
Last player to show down a winning hand will lose the game and pay the nit tax. All the players agreed. It's 20 per head. It's me 160, dead money in the middle in the form of a splash pot.
Yeah, what is it? What is
They will have a chance to win their own money back.
30% or is that hot?
Usually like 20%. Yeah.
Good seeing my Cora. Join us in chat. My day has been great. Hope your day's been good too. Now we get to finish things off with some really fun 1-3 action here.
No, with the first playable hand of the night. With the nit game on, is a great spot to have, and on the button. 3 bets 150 does not become so great now that Gage wakes up with aces. He no longer has his nit button as he won, showing the king jack last hand. It's a pretty sick spot. If he had the nit button, it might be a bit better where he gets value, but without the nit button, the game becomes a bit different. You have to think about it. He's 4 betting into 3 other people with 2 people left to act. No nit button. There's no reason for him to go crazy. So We'll see if Noah can find the fold here, piece it together. I've been playing with Noah a lot this past week, asking him spots, getting his input. Great fold, Noah. Noah's definitely, like you said at the beginning of the intro, kind of a GTO wizard. Not sure if he's, you know, actually a GTO wizard, but he definitely thinks a lot through his spots.
Well studied. So expect him to move up this leaderboard as the night continues. Gage and GA, the first two leaders of the night. 693 for Gage, 518 for GA. Duke and Tish also in the green. Every other player in the red. Mo, Patrick, and Dry Guy all down the most, 400 or more.
I got a little over 1,500.
It's early.
I'm gonna add on 400, Joe.
Just an orbit plus a hand so far.
I think the even sicker spot is that Gage didn't have to show his aces there.
Yeah.
So Noah will just have to keep wondering until an hour from now.
Yeah, always coming at you live with delay. Protect the integrity of the game, sorry.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. If you're gonna play a hand like Queen 9, where it's not a crazy great hand, it's a good hand. Don't get me wrong, but it's not crazy good. You definitely want to be more aggressive with the nit game if you're trying to just get rid of this nit tax. Does 3-bet Gage playing some defense with 7-6, flops a gutter ball. Everyone else, not so much of anything at all. Patrick, I think once you take that betting lead pre-flop with the 3-bet, the King X, Ace X is always in your range. Just you should continue on these boards. If you're trying to get rid of your nit button,
You're 1,000 behind
this is one of those spots. You also have good backdoors. A club is great for you. A 10 or jack is good for you, obviously, for more equity. Just a spot you want to lead. Don't give Gage in position the opportunity to take a stab at it like this. But he proves me wrong and does something even better. Check raising. I like this. You have good fold equity because you don't have much behind. It really makes it look like you're going to get the rest in. Gage is forced to fold now. Really like that move. I like how he played that, given that he didn't c-bet. Just go for it. Check raise. If they have a King X, it still puts him in a bad spot.
That is value, 160 jam value.
Yeah, that was a pretty good raise.
I put that's you put enough in. It's
got
like
the
I gotta
best hand,
try
right?
it.
He's raised for value right there because you
Raised
know
for
he had the
value.
best hand. What are you talking about? Yeah, when I was the
A
best hand.
backdoor queen high club draw. Please show some respect.
Backdoor queen high.
You have to get all the fucking backdoors. That's an awesome
His
bluff.
9 or his
Awesome
queen
bluff.
might be good. You don't know that.
What?
His 9 or queen might be good on the turn.
I can't 3-bet pre-flop and then like put no action there and expect to win the pot, right?
I really wish you were c-betting because I was raising, like in position.
Yeah, that's why I had to check. I'm like, if I check,
And he's
you
never
knew
folded.
that I knew.
7 high is no good.
Interesting how that Patrick doesn't have the nit button and decides to just limp 69 offsuit. Tish money 3-betting.
Good job,
Not
Paul.
too big. Queen 10 offsuit.
Stay with C5.
Sorry, Patrick raising the 69 to 10 bucks.
After the first hour,
And don't like this flat from GA multi-way with the nit button. Because then you see a flop that's ace, ace 10. Yeah, your jacks might be good a lot of the time, but multi-way, anyone can have an ace, obviously. Tish might bet here, given that he does have a 10. And it's obviously a lot harder for people to have trips. I think GA might have to float. Does in fact call.
Brandon come with the whole package.
Seeing if Dry Guy now likes to call with his 10 as well. He has backdoor diamonds.
Package like 100 of them. Oh.
There's not many turns you like though, calling with his 10 here, except diamonds or another ace or 10. Patrick gets out of the way with the 69. 3 ways to the turn. Inconsequential 9. GA checks once again. I'm assuming dry guy checks. Tish now with a decision. Just checks. Yeah. Multi-way with 3 people. It's too easy for someone to have an ace. And I think he just believes he has showdown at this point, so he's going to take it.
Checks again.
Told you I was gonna play that hand tonight.
Is one card count as a high hand? Like, say if you just have an ace? Or it have to be 2 cards?
Have to be 2 cards, right?
I think it might have to be 2
So it have to be a pocket pair.
No, you know, like ace
No,
full
you
of
can't
jacks.
be like
Could be
Ace
ace,
jack.
ace
Yeah.
10,
Okay.
it could be ace 9.
But it have to
play,
play, it
yeah.
have to be 2 cards.
Two cards
to play
play.
both
Okay.
cards.
Yeah, I think it does have to be 2.
Thank you. Cool. You need a card now.
That's crazy. If somebody won with aces full.
Oh, straights are better, okay. But I'm talking about like that case, like if somebody just have an ace, is that,
And they got the high hand, sixes full of 10.
If you have an ace 10 or ace 9, that counts.
okay.
Yeah.
Just a single ace, no count, right?
Single ace, that's
Okay, so I'll have to table my hand.
Nines full of, nines full of 10s.
I folded quad 9s right there.
Patrick with queens now.
And he doesn't like
First in, but immediately gets 3-bet.
Did you have PLR challenge with somebody today?
Small 3-bet to 45.
What is this sign?
Big one coming.
4-bet incoming.
He doesn't like me.
I hope that's not the sizing. That's too big.
About tree
I
fitty.
fold.
About tree fitty.
Tree, fitty, a tree and a fitty.
I don't got a show, I don't got a button, right?
Yeah, get in. Good job.
Yeah, with that, I think Patrick was just hoping to get the rest of his chips in early. Even pre-flop, if somebody really had something to go with, they could have checked his stack and
More like,
put his chips at risk, but
this was more like.
Right, the sizing's just too big because
This was like
if he's putting that money in, it obviously means he wants to get the rest in. He's only going to get called or jammed on by better a lot of the time.
I was gonna call.
And if he makes it smaller, like 150,
That was a 4-bet, buddy.
Yeah, not to
he can get
Okay.
Tish to either
Three bets. I'm like, I'm not
rip.
not getting a discount on the
Like if you're trying to get your money in with queens anyways, Tish can rip for you with worse or obviously with better. So if you're calling off anyways with the jam with queens, just let the other person do it. If you make it bigger, you're just giving them a way out with a lot of the hands that like Tish had, like ace 10 suited.
folding out worse and only getting called or jammed on by better.
Right, exactly. So
First hand here.
a smaller bet allows one Tish to just flat there too. If you're scared, obviously with ace high, king high flops, then yeah, the raise is fine. But sometimes it's better, you know, to just take your $150 loss if that ace high, king high flop comes. Just you want them to get in bad in the long run, right? Calling 150 with a much worse hand. So
Did you just go all in?
No, I said 40.
Oh, excuse me.
Duke, pocket fives,
Leading out for
Leading
dry
out.
guy.
yeah.
Top pair on a paired board. Turns flush draw.
It was the right
Pretty
line.
good
I
turn
followed
card for
exactly
dry
as
guy
it
to
is.
not fold. I like Gage mixing up with these hands in, even though he doesn't have the button anymore. He's trying to play defense.
No bet.
no say no bet.
No top hand, no bet, guys.
River brings that club in. Bet from Duke will not work.
That's the mentality.
Does bet 40.
No set, no bet. No
Very
top hand, no
small.
bet, right?
Yeah, that's usually what I do.
Kind of a weird
You got the
spot
same
for
ring?
dry guy.
What? You got the same one?
I like the sizing from Duke. It just works as a block bet.
I don't drink whiskey.
Couple cocktails in, UIL's over.
Oh yeah.
You guys got the medals?
We just can. We got the trophies.
You got the
bro.
trophies, bro? Wow.
Trapezoid
Dry guy raising.
Trapezoids? I've been putting trapezoids on PowerPoint slides all week, bro. Purple trapezoids and shit like that. Good hand.
$40 block bet super interesting because if Duke actually has a hand, like a boat, and Dry Guy decides to raise, Duke can just re-rip it. Obviously, that's not what happening, just hypotheticals, but
Why there's no ace?
Dry Guy should, in theory, kind of be just flatting there some of the times. And people are going to be like, oh, Andrew, you're so nitty, but you should be raising your flush when it gets there. But at the same time, if that $40 bet is there to induce, you're just getting burnt a lot of the time by raising. So it's a super cool $40 block bet where a lot of those flushes shouldn't be raising unless you really have an ace-high flush and you're trying to get worse flushes to call. But a lot of the time, if you have a boat
What?
and you're just inducing them to raise, you're just going to burn them, and it's going to be the best value jam ever.
Oh my god.
Unfortunately, though, Duke just had pocket fives, so. Love the idea, though. Duke now mixing it up. Queen, Jack suited, 3-betting. 120. Pretty large sizing. Dry Guy just flatting the small blind. I'd prefer a 4-bet with this hand. Not just because it's a GTO ace-x suited, but because you're in the small blind. When you're out of position like this, you don't want to just flat be out of position. So you definitely want to be 4-bet or folding. HV here calling to set mine, and I think Mo's going to have to do the same thing. He might be thinking about reverse implied odds, which is the only problem, so he might fold in this spot. But it's a great spot to just call and set mine. These 1-3 games are so deep. He does, in fact, fold. Yeah, worst case scenario would be like Jack 8 deuce flop where he just gets coolered by HV, so don't mind the fold. Flop is ace queen 10, and this is why I was saying it's better to 4-bet fold ace deuce, because now that you hit top pair, you're not exactly sure where you're at.
HV 1.0.
Yes, you flop top pair, but your kicker's not the best. You'd rather thin out the field even more with a big 4-bet. If you could take it down pre-flop, it's even better, so.
Yeah, and then if you did 4-bet pre, you can represent a much stronger ace than your actual holding.
Right. But Duke c-betting 150, Dry Guy going to 400 here.
Now he chooses to represent, and so far it is going to work out for him.
It's going to work out, but this is the thing we were talking about a hand or two ago, where you're raising out bluffs and you're only getting called by better. The aggression works, but if we think about this analytically, it's not the greatest raise, but Dry Guy does scoop a nice $460 pot going his way, so when you win chips, you can't really be mad at that.
You like the 6 right hand? Love it.
I love this.
I love it.
It's HV 1.0.
I thought it was very entertaining.
HV 1.0, buddy.
Make that a shirt.
69 never die. Call down 3 street, bro. It's like his flop size doesn't make any sense to me.
Call down for me next time.
Oh hell no.
I want to try it to make my flop size make sense against you.
Because like, why he pep pot on the flop when it's dry ass flop? You know?
What do you have?
No, it's a hand history that I
You covered?
showed these 2 guys. Yeah, I covered and then.
Look at that look. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? There's no way. Thank you. Thank you.
6 raises to 100.
That's one of yours, Joe.
Clearly.
So I was telling him, these 2 guys, the hand I play Wednesday.
Yeah, I know.
Wednesday.
Maybe.
Wednesday. Somewhere
Yeah,
Wednesday or Tuesday.
Something, yeah.
I had 6 9
100. 100.
6 9 suited. I opened in the
Oh,
hijack.
3-bet, yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah,
And then
fine.
button 3 bets. I make it 25. The button is 3-bet 100. Not 100. What was it?
Dude, you're such
20, and he 3-bet 65.
Look, everyone's got frogs, everyone's got SpongeBob's and pink.
I was like, all right, I'm gonna outplay this guy with 6 9 suited.
Dry Guy connecting.
Flops like queen,
2 overcards for Noah.
and then he bet pot on the flop.
Dry Guy hand.
Very suspicious.
Just
So I call.
best hand getting better here on the turn.
I said to Eddie,
5, 6.
5, 5,
And
6,
flush gets there again for Dry Guy.
in the backdoor space.
With the SpongeBob.
Not really living up to his name.
And now he bet 180.
Just in general, like,
I would have like 3.
We're sizing.
Well, I mean,
So
I go
call
with
again.
my wife.
Yeah.
River was 7. Break it.
No, I'm just kidding. Like, I,
You go all in.
listen,
7.
guys, I don't look, so here's the thing. My
like
skin is
over
pink,
5.
so I don't look as good in
Basically.
pink as most people.
My
I look
skin is
naked.
pink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, you're right. So you're
I'm
an
like-
outlier. Maybe
I think
you're in really good shape.
The only hand I missed that when he do this is like queen full.
Well, you can see it on Noah's face.
I was,
Maybe 18.
Line doesn't really make sense to him,
But he's not the type to do that with his
but the King Queen, not a bluff catch candidate that he wants to put it in with.
and I end up calling it out. It was the dog. It was a good call. It was a punt. I know it was the punt. And this guy is like, every street is what the fuck. Sorry, Joe. Can't do it. You know. Step HV is on a 7.0 now. It's not 7.0. It's not 1.0 anymore.
the 4 days of poker coach.
dial it down 110 is 6.9.
I try not to add on today. This is it, guys.
Not adding.
Nice try.
Nice.
Okay. Button is. Yeah, wide range, right? Could be anything.
Position.
Alright.
I mean, it's hard not to see a flop for $9. You know what I mean?
I've never not seen a for $9. I don't think I've ever not seen a flop.
It's hard not to see. It's hard not to.
I raised one of these. Why are we not playing this game? I think. Never mind. I don't know if my pair is good or my flush draw is good or both, but nice hand. Probably neither. I don't know
Seven
why.
deuce
we
game?
really
Seven
play
deuce.
this.
Yeah.
Of?
That's why
with
you
a heart?
asked that.
Of
Yeah.
hearts?
Seven deuce of hearts,
Oh,
getting
nice
it
hand.
done.
Nice hand, nice hand. I was dead.
Appreciate
I had a 4-high
Gage
flush
playing
draw
one of my
and a
favorites.
4-6.
What?
Live 6 or live 10?
I had
Oh,
6-4 with
6-4
the 4
opposite.
hearts. Yeah.
My
It was the
six
butt.
10.
It was the butt.
Ooh, feeling frisky, huh?
6-4 is really strong on the button.
Really good.
Folds to you on the button,
I like it.
6-4, 1 heart.
All right, open
I'm
50.
opening. If it folds to you on the button, you should open 100% of hand. Honestly, if you
Think
fold,
so?
folds to you at any
I
point
think
in
it's
1-3. I mean, besides
Yeah.
here, if it
Yeah,
folds to
dude,
you, you
the
should be
face.
opening. Like, you can just outplay so many people.
Like that guy?
No, definitely not. Not in his.
Or at least
Gotta be
flat.
10,
Or at least flat.
we
already did No, I'm with you. At least play.
Uh-oh. Strike.
What is it? What is going on here?
10.
And he just called it.
This hand is already weird, guys.
No way you're gonna open.
Weirder.
it.
Let's make
Oh
it
my
weirder.
goodness.
Let's go to 20. Make it go to 30. Noah's 100. Noah, you look good with a frog on your stack, bro. Thank you so much.
This is the hand I want to play.
Noah, 3 bets out of the small blind to 100.
You know? I'm glad we didn't let Tish. Look at these guys.
And these guys just having fun with it at this point.
Point, it would have been a 5 bet.
It was straddle, limp,
Discount.
raise to 20,
You don't want to add on?
call,
Man,
raise
that's
to
one of
100,
those guys, bro.
4 bet to 200. So we do get heads up between the blinds here. King Jack versus Ace Queen. Neither player flopping a pair. Noah does pick up gut shot outs. And likely just going to check call here. Only has 507 back though, so knows he's committed at this point. SPR already asking for all of his chips.
Enough to think about.
I think Gage's sizing is really good, even though it's kind of big. It makes Noah think, because Noah doesn't really have any fold equity, if he decides to re-jam, then he has to assume that Gage is calling off, but he does do so, which is what Gage says. He doesn't think he can fold just because of the price.
I got king high. I won.
It's not 517, just 4 or something.
Man, I fucked up, dude. I had Jack 8 of hearts. Can you believe that?
Oh, okay.
Pulling Jack 8 to a 5-bet.
Oh, my hand was good.
Right up here? Oh, yeah.
I wonder if it was a you think, I think, you think spot, because the sizing is really good to where if you have a marginal hand, you have to think that your jam fold equity, like as a bluff, doesn't really work out.
Not like earlier.
But the problem is if Gage has any sort of hand at all, he has to call off.
Lost 6, picked up 4. No, I believe you have 1. Right? At least, yeah, exactly. Anytime you're losing out. That's simple math. There's a lot of the family. Great. You're losing out, so we'll pick them up too. Okay, no, I'm so sorry, guys. Thank you.
Patrick is losing all the chips already.
I was trying to do that.
Table. Making a mess.
Baccarat, right?
Oh, that was good.
It's rarely seen on this side a little bit, but a little bit. Some sort of though. I picked ace queen. 2000, good defense, bro. Good defense. Yeah. I'm covered with this. Okay. Are you kidding me, this guy? Defense. Should we up the attacks every 30 minutes? Like, we could do. I could go like first one's 160, the second one 180, third one 200. Like, what's the name? No, I know what you mean. It takes longer. People like playing nitty. Like, it takes 30 minutes for like the name to end. Like, we make it more expensive. So like, people who are incentivized. Like,
Let's not do that, but
he's like, I like where you're going with it. 35?
I like that idea.
All right. I can't tell if it's a bet in the dark is gonna work or check in the dark. I think I'm gonna do a bet in the dark. Small bet. Like your style.
alright, so Jack.
What? Bink. There we go. Here comes the hammer. How many clubs or how many people? 4 of us. What are... Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I won't do that again. No, do whatever you want. I mean, he's gonna fall for it here, so there it is. Hold the action, guys. You want me to hold the action? We're in trouble. Queen of clubs, Jack of hearts. Oh, it's the reading there. Thank you so much.
Do apologize. It almost looks like somebody hit the fast forward or something like that on there, and we've lost some of our graphics, but stick with us. Do have the team restoring all functions for us. Expect to be normalized here.
Queen of clubs, Jack of hearts, 4 of spades. Alright, so 7 bets 10, 9 calls 10, 2 folds, 4 calls 10.
Same hand?
Yeah.
In a dark bet, it kind of messed everything.
At least we get to play some mystery poker. Jack, Queen, Jack 4, 6. Oh, and I guess it's over. 10-8. Good bluff from Tish. Gutter ball. Bets, I think it was half pot or so on the turn. 150 into 300 or something. 150, maybe 150 or 200, so 3/4 bet pot.
You want to keep it
Good sizing.
It's more fun to just be able to
I
rip.
should stick with my. I should stick with my.
Guess the strategy, guys. Let him commit. I guarantee you.
Bankroll, no.
Oh, you just
I
want
know
to.
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, you just want to.
He's
Go
gonna
smash pot.
He's
Not
in
telling
the
my
Nick game
strategy,
lab.
bro.
Nick game lab.
Don't tell him that, dude.
Yeah.
Mo doesn't know about that. He just Mo loves to
I
reload
just
his mid
realized
game.
now.
Yeah.
Mo can't handle one hand or two without, like, if he gets half his stack in, he'll be like, all right, he'll sit there, he'll get the next hand, and then he'll fold that next hand and stack on right there before the second one comes, right?
I also can't help myself ever, so I always add on to the Nick game.
One raises to 60. You said you add on for the mid game or after the mid game? 60?
Yeah, GA just making it huge
That's alright. That's only a 20x.
under the gun. And HV brings it up just 20x open.
Yeah.
Alright.
You have a button, right?
No, he doesn't.
Oh. Nice hand.
Oh, so whose button is that? That's James?
That's
Oh,
James.
shit.
Yeah.
You want to do a round of straddles? Round of straddles?
Sure, let's do it.
Mandatory, everybody mandatory 6.
Alright, let's go.
That's what I vote.
We
Let's
have
go.
4 players with knit bun still, and we're doing a round of straddles.
I'm a straddle from.
They want to do a round of live 6. Do like 10 rounds.
Yeah, see where the night takes us.
Next time, let me know. I mean, I would have done.
Oh, I see.
Got you, got you.
Take the game, double it, and give it to the next person. Last round.
Like those TikToks. One bottle of Tito's, doubling.
Dry guy opening with ace 9 offsuit, 35.
Classic college thing.
Doesn't have a knit bun,
By the end,
so
it's like a case of
very
Tito's.
interesting decision to do it.
Set you up for the entire
Mo, pocket 6s and small line, easy call.
Imagine being a freshman and then like getting a case of Tito's.
James Duke with the knit bun in the straddle decides to call with ace 8 offsuit.
I see. Just want to see a chip flop. I
Get a
see.
case of Tito's given to you.
It's so funny though, because I got all these
King
drinks,
7-7, Mo still in the lead.
Tito's, dude,
Checks
last
through.
time I drank shit like UV blue and like Fireball.
Fireball.
Burnett,
People-
man.
Fireball and
Y'all
Tito's like
weren't
the
on the
same thing.
Burnett's.
To
Or
dry
like,
guy
have
who
they,
c-bet
like,
65.
Remember
Cheap,
the
cheap
bottles?
vodka.
Okay.
Vodka?
Flavor.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't know.
I was like,
I
no,
like
man,
the
chill
Tito's
on the
much.
brunettes
To
too.
easily just be betting his position,
Vodka's a popular one.
which we see he
Yeah,
is.
it's like flavor, it's like flavored
I
vodka.
can't.
I think Mo might be thinking about raising here.
Oh, well,
This is one of those spots where it's actually a good check raise because
Anybody ever have that? That is.
this is
quite
like to just
literally
call,
the
but
worst.
it's a spot where your hand's not that great, so you can turn it into a bluff. And if they have a king, obviously you will figure out very quickly that you're no good. But
Like a 1.7.
Puck's the call, ace on the turn. Now his hand is definitely no good.
What is a 1.75?
Checks.
7 or 8 ball.
Thought you're an engineer, bro. Look at engineer you, bro. Hey, you're not the metric system. What is this? Who goes to
Dry guy now getting there and decides to check back.
Can I get 1.7?
And Mo gets there. This is a great spot.
A 1 and 3.
You're just going to get so much value from ace X hands that think they're going to chop on a paired board.
Yeah.
Give me the handle. Give me the.
I would really like Mo to go polar here, but I think he's just going 3/4.
Like 1 and 3/4
Oh, wait, or
of a
third
liter.
Karkov. I thought you were gonna say a Karkov. If you had like.
And it's going to be a quick call. He's just going to think he's chopping with all the X's.
No, what a river rat. I thought the ace was hit you square between the eyes.
His boat, dude. Mo his boat, dude. Motor boat.
If you're going to bluff with the ace high on the flop, you should probably continue when it gets there on the turn. Mo won't see the river, but he lets him get there and loses because of it.
Yeah, and here we see an early look at VPIP. How often players are voluntarily putting money into the pot. Gage leading the way, playing 3/4 of hands dealt to him. Patrick not too far behind that. Very active night, and Gage with that high of a VPIP, you gotta respect the 1.2 in profit so far. 750 for GA. Everybody else in the red.
Whoops. You flush or? You try to trap you? A little trap you on the turn too?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you want to trap me?
Trying to trap you. You try to trap you. Look what happens.
Do appreciate everybody sticking around and spending their time here with us tonight. Again, do apologize on some of those technical issues we've had so far, but hopefully, gonna knock on wood, no more issues the rest of the night. We just see great action, great hands to follow.
Oh, here's your chance.
Please,
Oh, my bad.
just fold.
HV with a real hand.
HV asking for them to fold.
Yeah. Just wants to get rid of the nip button.
I don't know if I even want this responsibility, guys.
Also wants to
Takes it anyway.
get at least one color like that.
Patrick playing defense for the team,
To the moment here.
but way behind with the worst 10, and HV hits the ace on the flop. 40, downsizing, love the bet. Patrick cannot call here, sadly enough, though. Does, in fact, call. What was I thinking or saying? King high. Now drawing dead on the turn to the
No
deuce.
longer worried about my kicker problem.
Well, you keep running all the damn hands every time I'm in. I can get rid of my nip button go to you.
150.
Maybe a quick fold.
7 high. Oh, what? They just give it to you?
You should have fun.
Keep the button for that,
HV
bro.
definitely made $40 more than he should have in that spot, but and gets rid of his nip button.
I told you guys, today, only the nuts, guys. If I bet, I have it.
Might as well be top.
If I check, just bluff at it.
Close to the nuts.
He's like, yes.
Yes.
I was pretty close to dead on the flop. Oh, that's true.
Strudel. Excuse me, strudel.
Toaster strudel.
Pardon your French.
Wow. Never see a hand this beautiful.
Call.
in my life.
I believe it's Noah and James Duke with the nip button left. Noah raising to $20 with King 10 offsuit. James Duke getting out of the way with the 9-6. Gage, however, playing defense for James Duke with the 7-5 offsuit and a dry guy in the big blind. With pocket queens, should be an easy 3-bet.
Using God.
Chooses to go to 85, it looks like. Patrick also waking up with the hand.
What if I hear
Does elect to fold ace-jack offsuit.
And have bet.
You guys are still aligned?
Just know that you always draw a deck.
Noah quickly folding to the 3-bet. Gage, however, continuing with his 75% VPIP, playing with the 7-5 offsuit. Flop, however, 3-3 jack. Great flop for queens.
Apologies, sir.
I was hoping
Dry guy likes to check, trying to let his opponent catch up.
He knows that this guy right here
Ace on the
is
turn.
Nick, I'm in a box.
Now delayed c-betting.
Quite literally is.
Very weird choice to delay c-bet on this ace.
Oh.
Folds.
I don't know. I felt like doing a raise there, but then I
You know what we should do? We should do like a one
That's 7 high.
bun.
I was like thinking about it.
That's like the whole stream. If you really want to see
Here's
that
the
hand,
bad
flip
bet.
the
But if you
bun.
follow-
I'm ahead.
I like that.
A raise there would have worked.
Oh, you get a one-time?
Yeah, one time
Everybody
like.
gets a
Oh,
one-time?
one-time show.
Yeah, like.
Oh, okay.
I like
If
that.
somebody bluffed you in the big hand, you're like, I want to see that hand. But I fold.
I'd be down with that if we weren't playing the
Not
Nick game
anymore.
because we show so many hands with the Nick
I
game.
see.
Yeah.
Like, I would never show you motherfuckers otherwise. You know what I mean? Like, you know?
Too many sharks in this pool.
I'd never show y'all.
Pretty interesting concept there.
I would have never showed him that.
Good suggestion, in my
I can show
opinion.
like all I want because I hardly ever play with y'all, so it's like, yeah, you never know. You know, I'm gambling today.
Yeah, no, I.
James, I was gonna literally call just about anything.
Excuse me?
I was gonna call just about anything from you.
Well, I bet you would.
Sometimes you'll see some of those kind of like gimmicky things on some of the content creator streams.
Just so you know, he says.
Just so you know.
HV suggesting that
And you said I was giving you a hard time about the Nick game.
players can have a button or something they can toss in to
And the TCH, yeah.
use one time per stream to see their opponent's cards after the hand is complete, obviously.
Just play with this. Weekend is. And
Heads up on the ace-9-5 rainbow, and the continued aggression by Dry Guy takes it down.
after 7 p.m., bro.
I haven't been
Like
for a little
little
bit.
table.
Heating up and not giving his cards back.
But they so fast.
Loves what's getting dealt to him so far.
Yesterday, it was a 5-5, 5-5, 10 on this board, and the other board is 9-8, 4 in bomb pot, double board bomb pot. And the guy check rate was 5 deuce 3.
You're good. I don't want to pressure anybody into anything they don't want.
It's good policy to have.
Cage looking for additional straddles.
I played a lot. All of it.
9 raises to 40. 1 fold. 2 folds.
$40. Correct.
No, I just meant in general.
What?
I just meant in general.
Honestly, what did you say though?
I wasn't even. I didn't.
It's not good to not pressure.
I said it's a good policy to have.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, okay, that's good. Now it makes sense. I heard the in college thing, and then I was like, but then now it makes a lot more sense. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't think I can fold. No ace.
7 calls 40. Heads up.
Good luck all in.
Did you say no ace or noise?
Check.
Noise.
7.
Did you hear Yanni or Laurel?
It's the most interesting flop we can get with these two hands. Engage with the flush draw, Mo with bottom pair.
Yeah. I'm thinking.
Mo c-betting 35 and getting a quick call from Gage.
That's probably what I
Turn, Mo drawing dead now. Gage with the flush and redraw to the straight flush.
Trying like 2 different frequencies.
Mo correctly assessing the situation to check.
Hear Yanni, but some people could hear you, Laurel. But I think if you like read any of the words, you hear that.
Yeah.
Did they reverse it?
What do you mean?
The audio.
Oh, I have no
The
clue.
message was backwards.
I like a small bet here.
Have you heard the one, there's a meme going
I like to go
around,
That
60.
was one of those things. You remember the blue dress and the gold dress?
Good sizing.
Lobsters in motion.
You don't want to check back to Mo because Mo has a lot of hands. I would just check back. So you definitely want to try to squeeze as much value, which is exactly the little animation of milking the cow that he is doing.
And that's what you hear, no matter what, and
You know it's a good bet when you're making a person tank with second to bottom pair.
I had an amazing.
Mo correctly though, folding. I think Gage just showed the 3 of hearts. Oh no, 10 of hearts. Pretty good card to show.
Should check. I almost checked. It's so fun to raise that one.
Very, very good card to have.
Gage
I had a plethora of
showing that 75% VPIP or higher can be profitable.
I had 10-3 though.
10-3.
You can build a house with bricks.
Probably
that's
good.
for sure.
Keiko place.
What?
Kick the play. I'm so done.
20.
Bro.
Duke heads up in the mid game, waking with pocket queens. Just have to hope that they hold at this point, or that Noah doesn't wake up with a hand that can play back. Noah, however,
He's making it perfect.
electing to play the heads up game with 10-5 offsuit. Gage also playing some defense too with Jack 4 offsuit.
I should have just got out of the way. I should have just let y'all battle it out. It was over.
3 ways.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Jack 7, 6.
Check.
Gage might be doing a bit more defense than he wants to in this spot. Duke overbetting the pot.
150, little mini cookies.
Min click from Gage. He'll quickly find out that his top pair is not good.
You
If you
want
want
me
to get rid of
to?
it,
Here we are.
you might have to really.
Duke not having enough behind this raise obviously doesn't work. I think he's thinking if he wants to just rip it,
But I want to see.
or if he wants to let Gage hang himself. Doesn't like to just call the 150.
That's 500, about 600 behind.
Cool. I'm all in.
Turn bringing some outs,
Good
and
hand.
Cage calling, going all in, and Duke calling very quickly.
Or, what a good turn for you.
It was, right? I wasn't shoving anything else.
Yeah.
I was giving it. Turn
What a
the.
dream turn.
Whatever you like to do.
Don't go.
Duke
like to
closing
do.
his eyes.
Rip it off.
Good luck.
He said, "Rip it on King River is good for James Duke." Double up, knit button ridden of,
Why do I have to turn a 5 there?
and now Noah has to pay the knit tax, 160 to the splash
Well,
pot.
I was wondering, and then the 5 came.
And with that, we see Gage move down the leaderboard, 450, move profit for him so far, and GA now taking the lead, 750 for him. Duke now up there as well, 600 in the green. Dry guy, small profit. Noah down big, down a buy-in, and like you said, losing that knit game So 160 dead money. It's his money that's out there. Everybody can fight over it, including him.
Chance of fun? I don't know.
Yeah.
Going to be
He
interesting to
was straddle
see,
Oh, okay.
especially
straddle.
double straddle
24
on.
straddle or-
Action starting in the 1 seat.
Having here would kind of conceal it a
How
little
that
bit.
dead
Well, I
money
thought you had
out
a good
there
hand, but I
adjusts
just can't fold
opening
after the fact
sizes
that I
and
Well,
the
yeah,
action
well,
on
yeah,
this
yeah.
hand.
I have a plethora of them.
Absolutely. I didn't like it much. When I
What, 11?
Oh,
Up and
you're
out.
going 60 in the middle.
So the straddle is to $12.
Oh,
Yeah, top 13
out.
Open ender.
Just 10.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
You can hit a jack or
10,
a 5
14.
also.
13, 13, 13.
yeah.
Only one queen in the hole this time for Duke.
2 jack.
Gets
three,
out of the
four,
way.
and every other thing is 4. 13.
Suited king 10,
I doubt it.
limps in.
I doubt it. He might shove the turn. You have to call it off too.
Right, king 10 easily could have raised things up and tried to buy the button.
Instead, we see Patrick go up with it. Big sizing, not the biggest stack. 69, great sizing from Patrick with 9-7 offsuit.
He's keeping it consistent. Bought in today for 969.
No, it's
Saw him
just-
play 6-9 earlier. It's 9-7 now.
Everyone's trying to get some of this dead money in the middle. HV with a great spot to 3-bet and does exactly so. 300. Bad timing though, as Mo wakes up with the actual nuts, pocket aces. I don't think anyone's gonna think Mo's trying to steal the spot. Yeah, when he jams. But it's just a beautiful spot to wake up with.
There's
So
so
much
much
dead
dead
money
money,
in
yeah.
the middle. Yep.
I didn't want to commit.
Looks like Patrick's ready to gamble with it. Just grabbing all those chips, but is Dry Guy really a non-believer here? Limped in for 12, just calling the straddle.
I was trying to see what time it was.
I think the first 3-bet is something you
Yeah.
could not believe, but then once Mo specifically 4-bet jams, he has a monster. I think he's definitely capped at just like ace jack at the worst, but even then it'd be super light. So I think it's always ace king or 10s are better. Patrick thinking about gambling. His stack size isn't that big for what's out there, but does fold.
Full 2. I had the short stack. It wasn't good. I just had a short enough stack to gamble.
HV, hopefully not leveling himself into call, thinking that Mo's stealing. It does look super steely, theft-wise, like robbery, just because HV 3-bets to 300. It's such a good spot. There's almost 500 dead in the middle.
Yeah, they're both in the straddle.
Right.
This really is a 6 spot.
Nice hand, Mo.
Nice. What do we do?
Oh, calls off.
Rip it!
His diamonds are mostly dead, given what we saw from the other hands.
I have pocket
Does he
kings.
not snap it off?
No shit.
Oh, shit.
I would hope so. I sure fucking hope so.
I think Mo just said
no
king's
good?
no good.
Five.
I would have.
You have aces?
7-9, I would have beat
What the hell you wake up with aces right here?
Yeah, this will be
know.
sick if HV hits
I
it.
already know.
He has 3 outs, live outs that we can see. Not dead yet. Still a sweat.
Okay.
No good though. Yeah,
You wake up with aces on his straddle. It's so sick.
just a spot on the straddle, splash pot.
Rewarded.
That is some run good. HV just leveling himself into thinking that Mo could be squeezing all that dead money. It's almost $600 dead.
Yeah.
So
If any player were to do that, it would be HV or Mo.
Right.
So Mo getting rewarded huge in that spot.
Flip that.
How much did Mo have?
You hear HV
500.
going for chips and wanting to match the stack now.
this is the 1-3 that we love to see
I'm
in
not sure.
Texas.
How much you have, Mo?
You can only match a stack 1-3 in Texas. You're not going to be able to find these 1-3 deep
Thought it
games
was 2Ks.
in
Yeah.
Cali, Vegas,
Yeah, he's
Florida.
No, you're the 6.
I didn't see the 500. My bad.
2-3 days ago, I was playing 1-3 here at Champions out on the
Damn,
floor,
dude, Ace is on a,
and
what
three
is
of
that
us had
thing?
like 5K stacks. I think the shortest stack was
That was amazing.
200, but after that $200 short stack, the next shortest stack was $2,000, I believe. So the 1-3 games here are super deep and great.
He might have had one king.
GA
though.
here
I-
opening
yeah.
up
Might have been
huge.
one king.
Once again, $60.
And a co-
Or something like
It's 10x the straddle 136.
He has to snap.
Scariest hand of poker.
I know,
You
I
would just
king
have to
10 of
snap.
diamonds, so.
If he has ace, king, ace, queen.
Yeah, and he showed it last time that he opened
So I was like, I don't
large
really
like this.
King six
He had
suited.
pocket tens,
Yeah, well, I had
so
trash.
likely to
Doesn't
just
matter.
fold back
Yeah, I
around
know.
to him.
Yeah.
Can you bring it
No,
back, please?
Yeah,
Black.
Yeah, I had 300 behind. I should have gambled, but 7-9 off.
Oh.
I'm not folding to. I'm actually
No, I'm
putting it
adding
in on
three
his
more.
4-bet.
3300.
The 300 when Mo goes in, I was just like,
Buy back to 33.
Yeah, you gotta be 200.
this doesn't. Yeah. I know. Better odds.
7-9 off is a pretty shit hand.
It's pretty well. I mean, there's also power of the short stack. You just rip it in and gamble.
Should be.
Oh,
Should
yeah.
be.
You know.
Short sack power.
But I don't know, man. Mo was very seriously in the lead there, and that was pretty clear.
It's true.
I don't know if this man can be sucked out on. Oh.
He was pretty seriously in the lead.
I wouldn't have tanked on 7-9 unless I knew I was supposed to call that for $300. There's no raise here?
No raise.
Patrick
There it is.
confused by no raise, so does it himself with ace wheel offsuit.
We've made our round. I'm gonna take a break.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Sounds
Action gauge, 3 betting, 6 high suited. Gonna go heads up to the flop here.
Yep. I prefer a short stack,
Gauge getting rewarded. Flops his flush draw.
Okay, let's do it.
Wow.
Ace
Patrick putting it all in
What are you gonna do?
in a quick call.
up to you. I'm cool either way, once or twice. Maybe.
100 big
Go
one.
once.
100 big one.
Small pot, so if you want to go once over that, I just have
Thank
ace
you.
high, so.
I have a
You're
100 big
ahead.
one.
Way ahead.
12 shadow.
I don't know about way ahead, but like I have 6 high right now.
Okay, alright.
Pretty close to a flip here.
There's not a splash.
Gauge looking to pair up or find a spade along the way.
Oh, I'm
I
way
got
behind.
spades, though. No, you got spades. That's not that
Way behind. You got the 3.
That 3's no good. He's drawn to a 6 or spades. Does not see a spade on the first of 2 cards.
70.
There you go.
Goes for the prepay. And the prepay does not work out for him. Usually people try to do that prepay almost like putting on the backpack and stand-up equity in a tournament.
I feel like I stuck
You
down.
say all in.
Yeah.
Try to get a little equity swinging your way in a superstitious
I think
way.
Patrick owes you $300.
But Patrick does get the double up with ace high.
Mo's not greedy like you, dude. Hey, he got aces. He's just so grateful he got aces and he got HV's donkey.
Gonna have a dealer change and look at our $2 million main event. Kicking things off April 24th. This Texas Poker Open will end on May 5th. It's the first time the PokerGo Tour has been outside of Aria and the PokerGo studio. They're coming right here to Houston Champions Club. You can win your way in. It's a $3,300 buy-in to that $2 million main event, or buy into our step satellite. Step 1, $75. Win your way into step 2, which you can also buy your way into for $550. There you have some dates and times on screen for those satellites. This Sunday, we have Super Satellite Sunday. 20 seats guaranteed from the Step 1 satellite and 10 seats guaranteed to the main event for the Step 2 satellite. That's this Sunday at Champions. Also this Sunday,
Mo's?
our 3-day kickoff of PokerGo Cash Festival. So this will be the last time we're streaming from Champions Poker Live, this YouTube channel, for the next couple weeks. So follow the action, tune into the action. We'll be streaming on Poker Go. 3 days of cash, followed by every single day of that series will be a final or featured table over on the Poker Go YouTube channel. So definitely tune in to that.
Like most
You
of
have
the
to
tables
straddle
doing it,
twice.
you probably
Yeah.
just want to do it.
You can straddle twice though if you want to. Away from the table.
Outside of the main event, there's some great PLO action and high rollers. Other buy-ins include 5300s and 10 threes.
Yeah, I like your style.
Lowest buy-in event is the 400 deep stack to kick things off. Then it's the 3300 main and 5300 for some of those side events. Back to the action at hand, hand number 29. Gonna go 3 players to the flop here. Leo spread in that one. It's top 2 for Dry Guy.
Yes, please. And a Diet Coke.
Gut shot for HV.
Thank you.
And backdoor clubs for Mo. Sick river here. $338 before Dry Guy puts more chips out there in the middle. Just making sure he has the nuts down there. Dry Guy almost flipping it over for showdown, expecting just a call. Realizes he gets raised and has to think this one over now. Does HV really have a 5 here? Not only that, it's 5-6. But Dry Guy thinking, does he really just call down and hit it right in the guts on the river?
Can you spread the top? Thank you.
Dry Guy missing, or I think understanding that he realizes he missed a bet on the turn. When you flop aces up like that, you should just be continuing on the turn. You're trying to get value from worse ace X's. You get called by ace king, ace queen, ace 10 a lot of the time. If ace jack is there, so be it. But you get value from so many hands that you should just be betting the turn. And then you also bet out hands like this that get there on the river, and you
Does
base him
pay
off.
off.
Wow, nice hand.
I'm embarrassed.
See, you need to add on.
I'm
I was
embarrassed.
helping
HV
you.
1.0 right there, guys.
I'm embarrassed, bro.
Did you wait? What was the turn action again?
Check.
Wow.
Sorry, that Mo making me do that. Put me on tilt. Put me on tilt.
Wow.
One hand, back to even.
Alright. I'll put all of it back in the bed.
I'm gonna put his 3 out. Now you can
Shit, my bad.
Thank you very much.
shoot down 4.
That's a step real.
That's the second time. So you have to add on and win.
Yeah.
It's just a play.
C3.
We were so deep, I would have folded. We have like 1,000 big blind deep.
When you have 6, 5, raises, 20.
Tish, a suited ace, first in for 20.
7, call 20. 8 folds.
Gage was dealt 2 cards, so he's in there as well. Gotta love the high V pip.
So, you know.
Does have the power of position for the rest of the hand if he sticks around. 6s out of the straddle. Bumps it up. Gonna have to just take this one down pre. No resistance there. Almost looks like a little bit of a tilt squeeze, but actually had a hand to go with as well.
I don't hate the 3-bet squeeze there. You're getting down a lot of dead money. The only problem is if you get raised there, you have to fold, and then you just end up dumping some dead money back. But
Oh, is it a...
not the worst raise.
So you're good. Float it. That's what I was saying. Just float. Just
Oh,
float.
y'all can do sleeper steiners though?
Just float it.
Is that what that means to do this? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
you can
sleeper
call it
straddle.
sleeper. You can
Where
call
like if the hand, the seat before you folds, you automatically have a straddle.
Yeah, it's whatever.
Can you do that or no?
I mean,
Can you do that again or no?
it does.
It's only if he's not here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah, it's yeah. They're allowing it because of that.
And in College Station we do it a lot, where like you can straddle like that.
25. 8 fold. 25. Seat 9. Raise. Make it 85. Seat 1 and 2 fold. Seat 3 fold. Seat 5 fold. Seat 7 raise.
Oops.
6-5. That's a good hand to do that with.
It is,
That's a
right?
real good hand to do that with.
I'm stuck now. So I have to-
Gage, not afraid to put in the 4-bet with nice little suited connector. 6 high. Takes it down pre.
I was thinking about it, but I chose to not.
Is that a new way of communicating?
Communicate.
English only.
English on
English
the
only.
table, guys.
Sounds like an English horn.
Seat 5 raise.
See, don't you wish you straddled now?
Seat 6 and 7.
Oh,
Seat 8 fold.
double straddle. If it could do that.
Seat 9 fold. Seat 1 fold.
Actually, no.
Tish with another ace 9
I like
against
it with just where it is.
a
right?
different ace 9. Both of them suited. Flop obviously gonna come black here. See what backdoors come in, otherwise these players will chop it up. Neither player with a free roll.
You know you would have missed because the next one's a win.
First to stab wins, but 34 out there, likely to still go check, check. Don't see GA being the one to bet his hand in position here.
Like, see,
Board double paired. Both players got to be feeling good. So it is Tish reaching for chips. And a quick call.
oh, see, like,
Y'all play that trash?
heart, it would've came. It would've been
You
like
play that trash?
Value that.
Sure.
Sick value bet.
I was going for value. I'm mid-ass.
Push him.
Ass. What?
Push him. When they back, we can start another again.
Yeah. I need to go too. I just
Me
want
as
to
well.
go when there's like 5 people gone.
We play heads up. Everybody take a break on that.
Some 1-3 heads up for the viewers. Just what they want to see.
Where Bobby Filet at?
That is true. He's getting all the heads up action though.
I came one day,
Bobby.
he was playing heads up with some guy. 5'10".
It has been 0 streams since HV has talked about Bobby Filet.
Some Bobby and some other dude.
Bobby will be back
200 big one.
and back to his usual shenanigans.
Not bad.
The open challenge for heads up play.
Oh, even online too.
There's my 1 for next.
Some nice hands being folded away from the table. Mo with the 6s and 8-6 for Gage. Just hopes and dreams on this Broadway flop.
Ollie.
You think you're cool now because you stacked me, huh?
I was helping you.
How are you helping me with aces?
Helping you to add on so that you can win.
If I never add on, I never play 6 slots.
Yeah, you never played that, see?
He's
I
trying
was
to get
helping
you to
you.
fold. That's why he shoved, right? You're like,
Yeah,
How
I
do you
was
wake up?
protecting
How
you.
do you wake
I know,
up with
honestly.
aces when I have freaking ace too? It's so sick. I hope you were having like kings or queens or jacks. So I have live.
A lot of outs.
well, like, how did you wake up when it's like the 160 in the middle? That's why I don't know. I don't know how much I like the splash, but I like more of like an actual tags.
6, 7, 8 raises.
But then it's like, I don't know. I feel like who gets the next hand, you know what I mean?
Kings now for GA. See what sizing he goes with. 75 to go, following HV's open to 20.
Pretty sick spot.
Yeah. Dry guy with aces covering the red kings of GA. And whenever GA has a hand to go with, you see him go big and go aggressive. So these chips will definitely be finding the middle very soon.
Sizing's a bit too big. It's not the craziest, but when you go bigger like this, there's not many hands behind that are going to call. So you could always just click it super small, like 150 to 200. All those other hands should fold out, and you're still going to get action from that 3-better. When you go this big,
Both players in between us.
hands like 10s, jacks, even queens will be very suspicious, and they might not even
That's your game.
re-raise. They're just going to call. But luckily enough for a dry guy, and GA has kings. Does rip it, dry guy's going to snap off. Be a cooler situation.
Twice or just one?
I don't think we could have beat him with all 8 cards.
Maybe,
that-
PLO, we
two
could've.
boards if we
PLO,
do.
You get 2 cards, you're good.
Looks like it's going to be 2 full boards.
Most people who like have money in College Station. Yeah, you probably would have had trouble here. Like, I'm not a good PLO. Like, I'm not a good holder either. But, like, felt like you had it's like all game selection. Like, wasn't that the best game to get it?
Running hot in the weirdest ways.
Usually PLO. Usually how that works sometimes. You know?
Ain't that life though?
I appreciate that, but
Yeah.
running
Hold
hot
them so
in weird
soft.
ways.
Isn't it great to be able to appreciate it, even if it's not necessarily the ways you had hoped to run it on, you know?
Cooler everywhere.
Did you have the same hand?
No, I had 6-3 a club.
Really?
Not even like a sweat.
Diamond's already covered by the aces, so nothing good there.
I had
Yep.
ace 3.
Aces hold.
It was only 100 big blind.
Gonna see a second board.
Yeah,
Nice of dry guy to allow for 2 full boards. See if GA can catch a black king along the way.
When you say 100K,
7 deuce gets there.
Are you in like a high roll?
Kings do not.
Because I played $1 million tournament before.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. Yeah, that's like, yeah, my bad. But yeah, I think it was like 5.
One shot with 1 live out. King of clubs dead in the deck.
Somebody 4 flushed or somebody.
And
Yeah.
aces will
That's
scoop
gonna
it.
happen like once a decade.
I know, right? I was like, it's gonna hurt really bad.
Nice double up there for dry guy. Leo's gonna get that official countdown for us, and we're gonna look at some numbers here. Dry guy unstuck, now up roughly 680. Mo still in front, 730. And at nearly 600 for Duke, back at the table now. Noah throwing the party so far, down 1100, and GA, after losing that flip, 593 in the hole. Patrick, Gage, Tish, and HV, small losses so far, and plenty of play left. We're just an hour and a half in to a 5-hour stream.
I have another one coming.
Actually?
Serious.
Regular streaming for us, cash streams, Tuesday through Friday.
I can't even think right.
But we've got a bunch of special streams coming
I
up
not turn off this when I go to the restroom.
on Poker Go.
That would have been bad.
Gonna take a short
Usually
break
I remember,
from
but-
Champions Poker Live and do some streaming on Poker Go's YouTube channel.
I'm getting a
I
strawberry.
believe we'll be back
Smoky Manhattan.
first week of May on Champions Poker Live. So catch us on the Poker Go YouTube channel starting this Sunday. We've got some high stakes cash action Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday.
Get a Kentucky Mule.
Really excited to
Ginger beer and wine.
see plenty of big
I'm
names,
just gonna move this out of his way a little bit.
poker Hall of Famers, Hall of Fame nominees, bracelet winners. It's gonna just be amazing here at Champions for the next 2.5 weeks.
Sorry, I didn't want to do it. I know you were asking about it. In the middle of the hand.
Starting the knit game.
Yeah.
The
160 again, or we go to 180?
Auto shadow the whole knit game? Yeah. Nah. But I'm going to, but like, whatever.
Let's just make it optional.
Some of the names I can share
Alright, let's just do 160.
that we'll be playing here.
Keep it the same. Keep it the same.
Phil
Yeah,
Hellmuth,
that's
of
fine.
course.
I think that's.
Also have Lucky Chewy making his return, as well as Victoria Livshitz.
I mean, it's fun, you know.
Also,
but I'm
Poker
ready to
Mama,
hold it.
Maria Ho,
I'm with you, dude.
Josh Aryeh.
Here for the entertainment, building my brand.
Did I say Arden Show yet?
Tiddlywinks, bro.
Let's capitalize Arden Show. Emphasize
But
that.
there's a
I'm so excited for next week.
If the river's red, another river.
You don't have
Interesting
to have
timing for you to say that you're excited.
Yeah. There's gonna be a bunch of stars,
Oh my
and
Let's go.
But it certainly
yeah,
keeps it out.
looking forward
Yeah, and,
to nerding out and geeking out to some of
well,
them.
I absolutely.
I have a
know.
picture with Phil Hellmuth and a signed book from him, or autographed book. Last time he was here.
We're getting at least one, if not two, of the Foxens.
Yeah, they're crushers. The both of them. I would not want to be on a table with them in cash or a tournament.
Yeah. Yeah.
10xer?
Interesting suggestion in chat by Bobby Fillet. Suggestion for Wild Wednesday's sideline chat interview with the chip leader halfway through the stream. We do have the capability to do so. I'll actually be working the camera throughout
Whatever you got down there smells.
the Texas Poker Open here with a sideline reporter from Poker Go. So we do have the capabilities to do it. We're going to be working on testing that out and executing that throughout the next 2.5 weeks. So that might be something we can incorporate in the near future.
You just don't get it.
Bobby's asking about that?
Yep.
I don't know if Bobby should be asking.
Good
Is,
luck.
is
He
he
said good luck.
usually the top winner? Just kidding, Bobby. Hope you're good back in Jersey. Gauge 3 betting to 250. Ace Queen 10. I feel like he should be c-bet down betting this flop. It's such a good board for him when you're the 3 better. When you check there, it just looks really weak. Unless you're trapping like aces, of course.
And pretty sick turn card. Gives Mo 2 pair, but any
It's a-
jack
Yeah.
has the nuts.
Delayed c-bet, down bet now. It really is just like very polarized to where it's a jack or nothing. In this case, it's nothing. Mo has to call, obviously, for that little, that sizing with 2 pair. So many better other hands you beat aside from literally just ace king or jacks. Gauge now. Do you rip it here? You don't really have a good hand to be bluffing with, but at the same time it's a great board for you to just rip it as long as the other person does not have a jack.
Yeah, and that's really the only sizing you can go with. 807 in the middle, 577 back. And that's the only amount that's really going to put Mo to the test with Mo's specific holding. Does
Gives
elect
up,
to save
though.
some chips.
I think Mo just has showdown value at this point. I'd be very surprised if he rips it.
Yeah, it's really just too much hand to think that you need to turn this hand into a bluff.
Yeah, there's too many hands that beat King Queen that when you're ripping, you're getting snap called off by. There's not many hands that you get value from.
Mo wanted to.
Does
so bad.
check,
He's got
so.
two pair. He was worried about. Yeah, he's got two pair. He's worried about the jack, obviously. Nice check though, Mo. I mean.
I thought you were stronger than that.
I mean, strong. That's pretty strong. But yeah, I did also think he had ace queen. Thought he had ace queen.
Patrick doing the analysis for me, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about it. get Patrick in the booth.
The cousin.
Patrick, sometimes our third commentator from the Phil.
Brandon over there. Just shove does not get it done.
And doing
And that's
his-
our commentator.
Doing his best James Duke impersonation.
Yeah.
Can't get one.
You want a frog?
I'm ready to make jacks in my hand.
Patrick, you do.
Unless I have exactly
I appreciate
fucking
that,
dice.
but yeah.
The only thing you're losing to, I could like,
You wanted one
honestly, I was thinking like, man, you think you can give me credit for ace queen?
I'm not folding anyway.
No, I mean,
I'm not folding
honestly,
anymore.
like now that I've seen Noah with a frog on his stack, I'm like, there's no way I can compete.
Noah, have you named your frog?
No, he hasn't.
It's Noah Jr. Clearly.
Noah's a good frog name too. Frog named Noah.
How about Ribbit? That'd be a good frog.
I got a frog lives in my backyard.
It's just a good name in general.
Cool, dude.
Yeah, it comes out at night. Been chilling for like a year. I gotta like every time I see it, like, oh shit, I almost stepped on that guy. Flat. All right, it's flat. Here we go. Spice it up. Spice it up. Cut off.
Yeah, a bunch of questionable hands getting to the mix because of the nit game. And Mo, once again, no nit button, has pocket aces in the straddle. How good can you run sometimes? Simple 3-bet to 150, gets everyone to fold, except Gage. Gage, however, doesn't have big enough of a stack to do anything, so doesn't like to get out of the way. Doesn't have to show it.
Just D'ing up.
Always
on the
great.
whole table.
Owning our souls. My face is about to look like that soon. He keeps doing that.
I'm about to. If you're stacking.
I just need to add on first. I might.
We all might.
None of us want to. Oh, man. 20.
James Duke with the Queen 10 offsuit, raising up to 20. Patrick with pocket fives, flatting. Tish money, pocket eights, flatting. Noah with pocket tens, raising. Looks like 100.
You and me both. You and me both.
Says 200 actually. It's pretty large sizing.
What? 100?
100 is the bet, not 200. So I think it's a graphic error. Yeah, I didn't think Noah would go that big. Yeah, we have 100 calls, 100 call, 100 call. So the pot is not right now. We have a lot of people set mining.
No
And
discount, sir.
James Duke with the Queen High mining, top pair mining.
What's that? Pizza?
410 in the pot, and James Duke gets there with top pair.
Oh, shit.
If you're going to call a 3-bet with Queen 10 offsuit, you can't really hate it when you flop top pair, even if your kicker's not the best. So he should be relatively comfortable and okay with getting some money in the spot. Terrible flop for everyone else, of course.
$250?
In the form of a question?
250.
Well, I was asking what's
Too much
her
fun
name?
for me. Nice hand.
The
Nice
peel
hand.
lady.
Winner.
Eat a banana.
Wiener?
Nice hand. Nice
Wiener?
hand.
Oh, I'm not
Almost
gonna
didn't
forget.
show us.
I almost did.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
Thank goodness I'm being deliberate.
Shows the Queen 10 offsuit, gets rid of his nit bun. Nice hand, James Duke. And he gets a little frog as well.
Wow, box of frogs.
Wait, make sure it works.
Yeah, and I
Well,
am
come on,
told
next
that
weekend.
the graphics team
Oh.
did catch that,
Yeah,
and so
you
they
got-
did fix it up
you
a
gotta
little bit
get going.
afterwards.
You're
So
clogging up the hole.
stack
Oh, well, let's
sizes
see
and
the
winnings, all that from this point on will be fixed up to account for that.
I think I can
Not an extra $400 for James Duke.
But I love it.
You're missing one.
Maybe we can make the knit button as a frog.
Yeah.
That'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's like gaining frogs.
But
Last
I
one
think,
who
I think
doesn't.
it shouldn't be like you lose the frog, you get the frog.
You get the frog, yeah.
That's
Try guy
yeah.
limping in
Everybody
there.
start out with frogs.
So we
and
lost
then you get all
the one who
frogs.
doesn't get the frog.
Suited Jack
It's gonna call
limping
the
in
frog
as
game.
well.
Yeah, to the viewers at home, if you ever decide to play the Nate game, play it like Tish
Oh,
Money.
yeah.
When you have these suited connected, not even connected, when you have these suited hands or questionable hands, you want to take the more aggressive line. Gage is doing just that with 7 deuce offsuit.
That's all right.
Everybody's getting
And now Dry Guy calling with the Queen 8 suited. I'd rather be raising and betting these types of hands than calling them, but what do I know? Both these callers,
what do they
these
say,
players just like to call, and Tish Money gets out of the way.
flattery is a sincerest form of compliment or something like that.
Flop. Deuce, 4,
Imitation
6,
is the
Gage.
sincerest form of flattery.
Absolute nuts right here. It's going to check him and he's going to c-bet. Should do the trick. No one has any really backdoors except backdoor hearts from Dry Guy. Would have been interesting if Tish was in this one with second pair.
Bad pitch.
I can't,
If you were the 3-bet aggressor and you flop equity, it's always a good idea to continue, especially in the net game.
And Gage continuing for 150.
And this is why I like being the aggressor pre-flop, if you're Dry Guy or Patrick, because now you're in a spot where, do you really want to bluff with these types of hands? Probably not. It's also a spot where you're just trying to cooler someone and just flop the absolute nuts in a way. Dry Guy electing to call. Really hoping for some help on the turn. Gage questioning what type of hands he could be calling with. Probably makes Gage a bit uneasy. Turn 4. Obviously, Tish Money would have been very happy with this run out. Dry Guy checking. Gage has a bit of showdowns, but could also jam in this spot.
Really. I'm all in, I guess.
Says he thinks opponent flop the set and jams. Folds.
How's the head?
Gets to show the 7 deuce. And that's why it's better to take the aggressive route in this spot, especially in the Nate game. Your decisions become relatively easier. You don't have to think as much. Not to say you don't have to think at all.
Every time.
But
I will never understand.
calling with Queen 8, Jack 9, hands like that where there's just a lot of reverse implied odds, or you're just flopping. You're hoping to cooler someone on a flop that's like all hearts, or like you flopped a nut straight. Things like that. It's better just be the aggressor where you have a lot more options in your arsenal, let's put it that way. You have a lot more ways to navigate post-flop as the aggressor rather than being more passive and hoping that you just flop it.
Ace 5
After I went to break,
You're too good.
Ace 5 suited or something, huh? I don't know. Just trying to get rid of my nib button.
thank you, Lee. I appreciate all the help on it.
I mean, I was playing 2 nitty. I didn't want to hand him the wise.
Suited Jack 10 for Patrick.
I like it. Easy raise. Unfortunately, though, Tish Money with an actual hand, ace king, 3-bet. Great sizing. Not too big.
4 was such a good card.
Gets everyone else behind, and then is probably going to get the initial raiser in. I, however, love the Jack 10, so
I forgot to turn it
I
off.
might be rooting
Came
for
back
it.
from break.
King 5. Jack 10 is not going to be winning this hand.
I feel like 5-4 is never folding.
I guess never is pretty harsh. There's a 2% chance that he catches up.
Yeah.
Tish doesn't have to go big. Easy down bet in this spot. Unfortunately, though, Patrick doesn't really have anything at all. No backdoors except the straight draw, so easy fold. Tish deciding if he wants to show it.
What?
Never mind.
Oops.
Doesn't show it.
Oops.
Continues to hold the nit one.
Oh, you're on a show? Let's go.
Well, you still have the chance to grab it. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, I like that. He takes the option to not show. Probably means he has it, but it allows his hand to be much more disguised.
Nuts. Maybe.
Yeah, that's the only problem. If you don't show, it's most likely the nuts. Because you're okay with showing a bluff, obviously, to get rid of your nit one, but...
You get Tish to forget to show them.
Yeah, you'll always remember when it's a bluff.
You need a drink, Tish?
Sure.
I can provide you with a drink. What would you like?
Kentucky ginger.
Kentucky ginger.
Kentucky. He wants a Kentucky mule.
Kentucky mule.
He wants a Kentucky mule.
It's like a Moscow.
HV raising. Question on my hand, love it. 10-4 suited.
What is that, tequila? Oh,
Great for the game.
Great for
Especially
the
the
game.
net game.
I love it. GA calling on the button with ace rag. Dry guy with ace jack suited. I'm assuming a 3-bet's coming here. And it's probably going to go fold, fold, fold.
I misclicked every single street that hand.
I'm thinking 100 is a great sizing.
Every single sizing.
I only saw one street, bro.
3 flops.
Likes to go 90.
Did you re-raise or you just open?
I don't remember.
I don't either.
Patrick with the dirty diaper. Fold.
I opened and he 3-bet right up.
Okay.
HV now. Electing to call.
I had Jack 10 suited.
So,
Like, I don't think you,
obviously, we can say this is a terrible call. The reason I like it is because, yeah, there's reverse implied odds if your hearts come, and someone might have better hearts, but a lot of the time you can just cooler someone. Super disguised way, like 10-4. Obviously, this is not the flop, but if he hits something like 10-4, no one's ever going to see it coming, and he gets paid. Unfortunately, though, flop is queen 9-4. Surprisingly enough, GA also called on the button with a6 offsuit. I think after losing the pot against Dry Guy, he might be willing to mix it up and get a bit more loose.
Or I was like, yeah, I started thinking
Dry Guy betting 130
if one caller comes on
into 270.
I'm like way too happy to just get in with whatever I have with you because it's like.
I like the bet,
6-3,
sizing.
Like, I'm not calling. Like if you make it 250, if you have like, I don't know.
Multi-way, I like the bet sizing. A bit under,
stoked to jam ace high on that flop.
a bet, about half-size pot. HV electing to call, obviously, with the pair. It's hard to hit a pair and hold them. You can't always assume your opponent has it, so it's a great float. You have a bunch of backdoors that you love. Turn, jack, king, hearts are just great cards.
Now I'm gonna start.
In this sense, king of hearts peels a turn, which is great.
Relax, bro. It's a family fucking show, dude.
Family friendly.
Family fucking.
You could assume your
Family friendly.
jack straight out is good. Your hearts are good. A 4 or a 10 are also probably good for you.
Give me the one stream you
Obviously, a 10 in this spot is not good for him, but a lot of the time, there's just so many great turn cards for 10-4 hearts here. And I think HV understands that when he called the bet pre-flop. Dry Guy going 235 now, a bit smaller. It's not the best sizing now. I liked his sizing on the flop, half pot. But on the turn, when you make it this small, it's really weak.
Yeah, well, I watch the stream some, but I mean, I just
HV making the call. So much equity.
Yes.
River brings the 8 of spades now. This is where poker becomes fun. Does Dry Guy go for it? And can HV call? And if Dry Guy doesn't go for it, can HV just take showdown? Dry Guy elects to go for it.
I'll have it. I'll have
1,000 in the pot. What sizing did he choose? 350. This is so small. I think HV can either cry call here or you can induce HV to just jam.
Just tell Paula what we want.
The sizings were just way, way, way too small. Turn and river. This is a great sizing if you have the nuts like Jack 10 in the spot and you induce your opponent to just rip it or something, raise. But with this exact holding, 350 is too small. You need to be polarizing your range when you have ace high if you're going to go for it. If you're going to go for a bluff, make it big. There's 1,000 in the pot. You could make it 800 to 1,200. 1,500 is good too, obviously. The bigger the better. You really put your opponent to the test.
I can't remember what they said they wanted. Kentucky something.
Kentucky
And then with the nit game, HV has even more reason to call.
What did you get, Noah? Same thing?
Then I overtook your.
HV is definitely not the person you want to be bluffing especially when he has a lot of money in front of him.
Yeah.
And if you are gonna bluff, you just have to pull the trigger and go for it. You can't.
I would not want to
You
play.
can't go 1/3 pot here.
Jack Daniels and water.
Oh, he gets through.
Jack Daniels and crushed ice. It melts down.
Gets rid of his nit one.
The nuts. Nice hand.
Very surprised for HV to fold that spot.
Wow. Oh, good hand.
That guy got hurt. Thank you.
It's all right. Well,
The 350 does feel like value. The problem with the sizing is what value hands do that. Real quick, we'll look at the pre-flop raise percentages. Gage, 45%. Was leading VPIP, leading PFR, most aggressive player on the table. Definitely mixing it up, making it super fun for everyone. GA at the bottom, but 15% pre-flop raise is actually pretty high for the most part. Cumulative winnings, Mo, Duke, Dry Guy, all above 1K. Everyone else throwing the party.
Games I'd like to play. I play mostly tournaments on them.
Oh yeah, I won't play cash online.
Going back just real quick, when you think of value sizings that go 350 into 1,000, the only hand that should really be doing that is King Queen, targeting worse Queen X's obviously or King X's. But if you think about it, there really should be any other Queen X that goes 350 for value. Just there's too many hands that beat you. So surprised HV didn't make the call there, given that the sizing was so small and he already called the turn for 235.
They're not going to win. They have unfair information.
This hand, HV opening to $25 and GA 3-betting quickly to 125.
Yeah.
Also a great sizing.
But no,
I've been criticizing GA's sizes opening a lot tonight, but don't hate the 125. HV's very prone to call, and he's going to get rewarded King 3-3. HV top pair, good kicker. GA going 225. Either he knows his customer very well, or he's just being GA, because this sizing is kind of really big. If you're targeting a king, it's just perfect, but a lot of the time you're just betting all worse hands out. Luckily for GA, HV has King Jack and
It's probably the worst card.
Yeah.
Worst card for HV there.
HV might be losing stacks in this one. If not stacks, he's losing a fat chunk. GA now going smaller, 350. I actually like the sizing a lot. You're going to get all of the King X's to call, and you're going to keep a lot of those other pocket pairs in.
And it's not that I don't trust,
HV
like,
obviously
the algorithm or the
makes a
shuffling.
call. Shaking his head, I think he knows that a lot of the time he's chopping or
There's
beat,
technology out there
which
that
sucks.
just provides an unfair advantage.
Wow.
Weird river.
Which is
Like the weekly one for
I think HV might be able to actually get away from this one.
No, I was.
Well, if he thought he caught up with Ace King on the turn, now that Ace King does beat him,
Yeah. He shows the king. I think it's an easy fold now, so unfortunately GA loses money because of that river.
That's disgusting.
And he's going to be able to see it too. He knows that river saves him money, and I think he knows. He makes a kind of grimacy face, so super good for HV
yeah,
to see that one.
a lot of players paying whatever amount on that river, thinking the player's just trying to get them off of a chop of some sort.
Turns out that was an emergency shoot, bro. That 3 opened like an emergency shoot right before you went splat. For $1,000, bro. Saved you $1,000, man.
And there it is, commentator 3. Great analysis
Sometimes
by
you run
Patrick.
good in the ways you didn't expect.
Run good in the way you run bad.
I will say,
I'm getting cooler
I think HV's just calling a lot more hands now, given that he's lost a few here and there. And after being shown that bluff by Dry Guy, I think he's definitely going to loosen up a bit. I think a lot of people would hesitate and think about GA's 3-betting range. Because even though I did say I like the 120 sizing from GA's not really 3-betting too wide of a range. So he has to think that he's either chopping with Ace King or is just really beat by, you know, kings or aces. As unfortunate as it is. Duke now waking up with the aces, just going around the table.
It's you right there.
Absolutely.
Show's on and he makes it 35.
It wasn't until the end of the last
Dry Guy looking at some paint cards. I think he's going to call.
hour we played.
Yeah, pretty much.
Would be a very bad time to 3-bet.
It's okay. It's a good river.
I'll never argue.
I guess I talk it into existence. King Queen offsuit is not the worst on the button to 3-bet. Just very unfortunate that Duke has the hand that he has.
Let's see if I have pocket kings in the hand I lose.
Oh yeah.
No, I wasn't looking. I was trying to see if you
Where's my knit button?
That's what I was looking. That's what I was looking for.
I don't even have a knit button.
Duke not having a knit bun, but
Imagine if I have kings with it. I would lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you
yes, James Duke, your aces are down there.
Have you ever got rid of your knit button?
Asking Dry Guy if he got rid of his knit bun too.
300.
I love the sizing. Not too big. Keep your customer in there.
I paid off aces with King Jack as well. First hand of the night.
And Dry Guy looked like he is going to make the call.
Well, you
Cuts out the calling chips, but not in there yet. Wondering if he's thinking of making another move. It would be very ill-timed to do so against James Duke. Just calls. The question now is, will there be a king or queen on the flop? And there is.
I'm all in.
King 8-7, Duke jamming. I hate the jam, James Duke. I mean, you put Dry Guy to the test. This is one of the people that might call you off, but I don't know, Kyle. Have you seen James Duke show bluffs like this before? Is it possible that James Duke has a worse king or a worse hand than aces here?
Usually he is calling off with worse, not necessarily jamming it in with worse. But still a tough spot. Dry Guy, I think, has maybe played with Duke only once before, if that. So it will be interesting to see what he decides to do here with this.
One problem with this is Duke's talking too much, too relaxed. If there's ever time to pick up on live tells, now's the time. I'm not sure if Dry Guy's one to pick up on live tells. Or
if you pulled it out of your phone, that'd be.
That's different, but he could even bring a base.
when you're 3-betting king queen offsuit on the button and then you call the 4-bet from Duke, you're probably one of the players that's more likely to call off in this spot. So I guess Duke targeted the perfect person.
He's king of diamonds, don't you?
Queen? You got queen?
No, you don't. Queen.
Ace? Where's it at?
Aces would be sick, back-to-back hands.
I think Duke understands that he might be talking too much and he wants to call, so Duke does stop talking. Question now is, will Dry Guy put in the call?
You know, there's almost a rule against all this riffling that's going on right
This 1-3
Y'all see that April
plays
Fool's
so
joke?
big.
Yeah, no more chip rip.
I think when people have a lot of chips in front of them, they're more likely to call 3-bets, 4-bets much lighter just because there's so many chips.
All over the place, man.
The problem is you have to really think about these spots before you get in them. You shouldn't be calling the 4-bet with king queen offsuit, especially if someone doesn't have the nit bun. You just put yourself in these really bad spots where now you're put to the test and you have to make just tough decisions. Should be a snap fold, given that you lose to ace king.
Announced.
The only bluffs you beat in this spot are
Not the best one.
king jack diamonds, queen jack diamonds, things like that. You don't really beat anything else. Does queens jam in this spot when they actually get to look at the flop? He's not jamming blind. He saw the flop and then snap jam. Yeah, almost wants to call it but can't. Free $300 going to Duke's way.
No, they're gonna have to see that.
Yeah, never gonna have to see it until an hour later, Duke.
Wait, did you have your nip button?
Thank you.
No.
I think if Duke goes small,
That's me. I would have been.
150, he gets the first call on the flop, has to fade a king queen, gets more money on the turn, possibly all of it on the river.
1,000 ways to play this round. Now,
I'm glad you
But
didn't.
$300 profit is $300 profit.
Aces. Ace king.
Ace king, yeah.
I had king queen, so
You had king queen, aces or aces.
what'd you have? King queen?
I'm gonna say aces.
King queen? Well, you had that king queen.
It was either aces.
Obviously, if you
I had
had,
king.
obviously, if you had pocket,
it was just not worth it for 1,400.
if you had pocket kings, you would have called me. And so once
Top set.
Once you didn't call right away
slow roll,
with pocket
you just
king,
must
I
be
had,
slow roll.
young man, I had pocket aces. You'll see
Yeah.
it on the tape.
That's great.
Oh my gosh, I would have gambled so hard.
We
if I
would have
saw
felt
that flop.
silly paying it off. I've been there before. We've all been there before. We've all paid that one off. Those yours chips or his? I'm just trying to get
These are
a count
still
on your
mine.
stacks.
These are still mine. I'm still trying to.
Wanted to see if
Walk,
I
walk,
shouldn't
walk,
have called
walk.
300 pre with king queen off.
Well,
but
since you did that,
On you,
I
James.
thought maybe you did have.
I thought you had your nip button.
I needed you to limp and I played a big pot.
Jam is on you.
Oh, it's on me again? Oh, good God.
Again?
20.
Oh my word. This guy.
Sit one out.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I shouldn't have been. Maybe I should have tried, but
You almost got a call.
It was just like, well, I thought so. Sometimes when you do that, people will call you because
That's
they
what I
just think
did
you're
down
full
that
of-
way.
Well, because you
I would
just
have
think-
put.
they just think you're full of shit. you
Huge
know.
flop.
Oh my God.
Yeah, yeah.
You would you
Can't
you
fold
would have
that.
called your
$1,000.
Yeah, again.
You can't
I'm
fold
not
that.
folding. I'm not folding for $1,000.
No.
Yeah, I'm gambling. I know I'm behind, but I'm just gambling.
1,400 to me on the other hand with
I just
Well, you don't have
got
much
money over here. I'm gonna.
Like,
I have nothing.
I'd rather have king three of diamonds than king queen.
Gotta see it.
I'm literally drawing to a
One
king.
card. Just one. Just
Maybe,
one.
yeah.
Because one of those kings is a diamond, so
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah. The more likely hand was ace king or aces because I'd remove with a king queen.
Ace king.
Yeah, was the only.
What feels great about putting every dollar in right now? That hand. What's the only
I mean,
like
the only
non-nutted
bluff you
hand
have.
that feels great about putting the whole thing in? Ace king of diamonds.
Ace king of diamonds. Honestly, ace king of spades.
I had
Better.
I had.
I'd have been
Just
very
mentally.
sad if I lost this
On
thing
that
game.
flop, you mean?
No, no.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you mean on the flop?
I
Oh,
got
put
that.
that in.
I didn't even notice that.
Either. Oh,
I should.
Two diamonds on
Man, I should have. Y'all should have been.
Yeah, ace
The
king of diamonds.
non-mega
over here.
hit. Like I'm not talking about.
No, I had
Yeah,
ace
ace king of diamonds.
Yeah,
else did you
I actually,
Well,
I actually
nine, 10 of diamonds.
forgot that you had to
Open-ended
dip,
straight flush.
but I'm not gonna pick a weed.
Yeah,
Really.
seven of diamonds.
Once the mine's gone, I'm not gonna pick a weed.
Oh,
That'd
yeah.
be real dangerous for me.
Now, if I've got it, I'll fucking do anything.
Yeah.
But,
I mean,
once that mine's
but I
gone,
mean,
I try to
9,
play
10 of
poker.
diamonds, you can at least like,
Let it work out.
you can snap it off and say, I'm open-ended straight flush. Like, it is what it is. I'm paying the money. I'm seeing the cards.
What do you say?
It is.
We're talking about how sweet it is to flop an open and then straight flush draw.
Yeah, you
Open
gotta
is
go. You
sweeter.
have to call down.
Is
It's
it
about
sweeter to
the-
flop top pair in the nut flush draw
Even
or to
if
flop
the guy has a set,
Let you
you're
have it. I won't even
like
look.
6. You're like a 40
Thank you.
savvy, so like you.
I
call
doubt
lunch anyway.
Let you have it.
Okay, at this point, we need to do something like that, so I can get mine over here a little closer too.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm trying to give you room when you're ready.
You're gonna burn that the whole time?
But I keep wanting to grab that Coke there. Sorry.
Tish on the button. Suited ace wheel. But king 5 out of the straddle, 3-betting at 125.
Okay, you're not in the hand anymore.
Gonna be heads up to the flop here.
You're Zach.
But-
This is what I was talking about. I love if you have a marginal hand like this with HV, you just want to be aggressive with it. You're either going to just lose the money that you bet, or
That's when I was.
you're going to be able to take it down. In this spot, obviously he loses the money that he bets, but
Zach.
a lot more of the time, you're going to be able to just
James?
take it down. And if it goes post flop, you have a lot better range advantage just because you're more aggressive pre-flop. So you have a lot more maneuverability post flop depending on what the flop is, obviously. But
Yeah, I've played. I think this is
you can just play a lot more freely. Let's put it that way.
Was that back when the 1-3 was on Thursday? Okay, well, yeah, this probably might have been before I even.
Especially in the nit game, you should never be just like flatting hands like that or calling. You want to be as aggressive as possible to try to get rid of your nit button if you're going to play those hands. If you're not going to play those hands to win them, then just fold them. You don't even have to worry about it. But if you're going to try to get rid of your nit button playing those hands,
this lineup is unreal.
Okay.
pump your foot on the gas.
Added on before this game.
Oh,
I put one chip in really quickly before the raising. Dripping red. Starts to infect my brain.
no, this is a fun game. I'm just bored the hell out of this. even when I'm losing. More fun when
See?
even more fun when you're winning there.
Trust me, money's gonna get in there.
My chips are always, if my chips are on the table, I've never,
On the table.
I have never liked those chips in my life.
That's what they know me.
This is so sick. Unfortunately, Noah with the best hand, pocket eights, has to get out of the way.
Yeah.
Gauge
so
3
I
bet
worked down in,
and
Texas
HV 4 betting
So I,
with the Dan Fout 7-4. I love it. Dan's gonna love that one. Clip it.
oh my god.
Very nice.
HV's aggression finally gets through. Just as I was talking about it,
1.0 all day.
I mean, that's
he does it,
do it now,
and it gets
but-
through.
Yeah.
But
I
Love
like
it.
when you come from
Take notes.
across the country or
HV,
something.
HV.
Well,
No,
everybody just comes from a long way.
no. Yeah, it's just, yeah.
Mm.
Being a little late, as
Oh,
always.
whatever. I just was wondering what you did.
But yeah, I live like right next to the space station. So a mile and a half away from there.
So you play spades with HP a lot?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Spades guy, huh?
Yeah.
You and HP cool, or you guys?
Yeah.
Not now. Not right now, apparently.
With both of us at the table.
You know, HV has a lot of bitter enemies, though. They come from all over the country.
Yeah.
They do. They do come from all over the country. And target him. They study his every move.
I wonder who.
I'm surprised HV is playing on stream then if he has so many enemies across the country.
What's his name? Bobby.
Dry guy, flatting, limping, coming with ace-10 offsuit. Patrick,
I
doing the
almost
same.
check raise you all
Noah
in.
raising with 6-5 suited to 40.
Bro, I was so close to go all in that hand.
I bet it like I had it the entire way. So
I know, that's why when I go all in, it's going to look very strong if you even have a strong hand.
Unfortunately, Noah just can't catch a break. People waking up with hands I can 3-bet. 225. Pretty good sizing just because there's so many people behind. A little formula if you people want to become more GTO is you just do 3x the last bet plus whatever's behind. In this case it would have been a bit about 160, but 225 is fine as well just because there's so many people behind. You don't want to let other people in. Gets a full, a lot of dead money. $96 going his way.
The food. The food's fabulous.
Oh God.
These people that run this, they've been the same.
7-4 is a string.
Unfortunate, Noah's actually getting hands that he can be raising with, and then people are just waking up with better to 3-bet.
It's
A few times they haven't been better, but he can't ever continue with a lot of the hand holdings that he has. So
Build like a star.
Get in my garden.
Yeah, they put the
and it's like its own establishment.
You are.
Like it's
Out of all these characters,
like the
I'm looking at
other
it, yeah,
places
I get
it's a
it.
part
Who
of
do
a
you think would be
building
the
or
biggest
it's in a parking
or a
lot. You know.
strip center.
Yeah.
Or out of all the SpongeBob main characters, who do you think would be the biggest net?
Biggest need?
Squidward? Yeah, I think Squidward would be the biggest net.
But yeah, this will be the play. It's already.
Clearly.
No, Mr. Krabs.
You think so?
It's already growing.
He's pretty tight with money, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It's between those two. Who do you think
But
would
he
be the
put it
least-
in with aces.
Patrick raising $20 with pocket fours. Noah 3-betting
Yeah,
Sure.
Patrick.
Patrick for
60 with
sure.
king 4. I like
Patrick
it.
would be the loose guy.
Like I said,
Playing the big game.
when you have very marginal hands like this, you want to be the aggressor. Especially in the situation with the Nick game, if you're trying to get rid of that bun.
Coming from all that money,
Just
but
be
not
aggressive.
working, like not working.
Unfortunately, though,
So it's like
Patrick
literally
ripping it.
I think SpongeBob is like that sneaky shark. Like
Yeah.
he's in it. Like
Guy is kind of funny.
Sorry, not ripping it. Choosing the sizing of
Charming.
369.
exactly what he's doing.
True to Patrick's
He made
ways.
everyone burgers.
Oh,
coming,
shit.
grabbing
Yeah,
patties.
Noah looking at his hand.
Wow. Chip in
This
the
might
chair.
be heads up in the Nick game.
Good luck all in.
You gotta have some bluff equity behind.
Good God.
I just almost ripped in for his last 1600.
We got 1600 more?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, yeah.
But he's never folded. He can 2 pairs. So.
Just for you viewers at home, for Noah to come up correctly that he has 30% is very sick. And you can tell he's a good player because of that. He's not just throwing out some random statistical number.
Oh.
I think he's taking into
I'm not going to call it.
consideration the Nick game, obviously, but
Turns counterfeit outs.
yep. And there it goes.
No counterfeit, just pairs the king at the end.
And Noah gets rid of his knit bun. I think Noah should be rewarded that pot just because he correctly assessed the entire situation with percentages. Nice hand, Noah.
I might actually.
I'll look at the leaderboard now. After that one, Noah climbing a little bit closer to even. Patrick climbing downwards. Now stuck nearly 1100. HV stuck 1250. Gage and Tish, small losers so far. Duke and Mo, the big winners so far here tonight. 1.4 for Duke, 1.2 for Mo. Small win for GA, and Dry Guy has had a pretty swingy session so far, but currently 726 in the green. Pretty interesting night, and nice to have some great analysis and breakdowns by Andrew here in booth.
I thought you were going way off.
Thanks for having me for sure.
Checking my phone.
I love this lineup. I've been playing with Noah the past week. It's always great to see HV and Dylan and Mo in the lineup, and then a bunch of new faces as well. So, of course, GA back in. James Duke, obviously a regular, and then a few new faces to me, but not new faces to the stream. Some of these guys playing with each other out on the champions floor and in some other rooms, of course, but no more knit game, but this one is splash pot, I'm pretty sure. Noah opening up to $30, 160 dead in the middle.
Every splash pot.
HV calling a pocket sixes. Mo waking up with the hand. He was the previous winner of the splash pot with the aces. Now 3-betting to 200 with ace king suited. Patrick having to get out of the way. Tish Money having to get out of the way. Noah having to get out of the way and forgetting that was a splash pot. I assume that's why he made it 30. I think he obviously makes it a lot bigger with king jack suited if he realized that it was a splash pot. HV calling $200.
The reddest one I got. Just for you.
Thank you.
Mo flopping top with backdoor diamonds. HV checks, Mo c-bets. HV calls, turn, improves him even better, 2-pair. He didn't need it.
Yeah.
HV floating.
Run out there tomorrow.
Like I said, it's hard to make a pair in this game, so HV has to keep him honest by calling the 200. That's kind of a big sizing from Mo, to be honest, on the flop, but I think he's trying to just take it down. Now, though, going huge, 1200, polarizing. This is what we talk about, polarizing. You want to do this with all your bluffs and then all your nut hands.
When does it start?
Takes it down.
$1,000 short of their guarantee. Yeah, I think it's noon. What did you say, noon?
Not saying you have to do it with your bluffs a lot, just if you mix it in there every once in 10 hands, give or take, it makes you a lot stronger of a player.
I haven't actually played anywhere else except here since this place opened. I haven't played anywhere else except here since this place opened. Well, because you got everything you need. I got everything I need here.
Great promotional and marketing value from James Duke. Not paid for at all. He says he hasn't played anywhere else except here since its opening. Got everything you need here. Hotel, food.
But yeah, no, this place.
Great service. Great clean restrooms.
Places do well.
And of course, great action.
The whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Buc-ee's restrooms, but
that is true. Yeah.
It's hard to
Undefeated.
beat Buc-ee's when it comes to restrooms
Right.
and number of gas pumps.
Oh, and then
0 gas pumps at Champions, by the way.
I will say security here is a lot better than Buc-ee's. Security here is probably top notch within like across all the rooms in Texas. Yeah, Champion security is best person patrolling, you know, the surrounding area. They'll walk you to your car and make sure you get home safe, or into your car safe rather. Not get home safe, but. Patrick with queens here, 3-betting to 155, getting called in 2 spots by, surprisingly, King Deuce from GA on the button and Dry Guy 8-6 suited. Wow, what an action flop. Top set, open-ended, flush draw. GA, not much of anything at all, but we're not going to talk about his hand. We're going to talk about the 2 main ones. 60-40% with top set is insane. Continues 105. It's a great sizing. GA might have a hand read incorrectly. I'm surprised he'd be calling 105 with King Deuce on the button. Wonder if it's something like King 10, King Jack. Dry Guy now. I wonder if he's thinking about check raising. This is a super great spot to check raise. Unfortunately though, Patrick has obviously top set. In this spot, when you check raise, you have a lot of draws, but you also have a lot of sets of 7s and 9s, even 2 pairs.
Yeah, we see those chips getting cut out for the check raise.
And it's super sick because Patrick isn't that deep. So when Dry Guy raises here, Patrick's most likely going to jam and get called off a lot of the time by Dry Guy. I'll be surprised if Dry Guy doesn't call off here. You have so much equity, even though you have 8 high. Just given this flop, this is the dream flop for not hitting a pair with 8-6 suited.
Yeah, it would be different if you had 1 draw, but this is a really sick combo draw. Also different if it was flush draw plus gut shot, but open-ended. And this sizing that he comes with, he has to get the rest of his chips in as soon as Patrick does.
Counting his chips, making sure he makes the correct decision. I think flatting is 1 too strong. You let your opponent get there with the draws too. And yeah, snap call. Yeah, 60-40. This is a pretty sick flip for having literally queens on a queen high board.
Whatever you want.
That's I fucking like a new game or
One time, Patrick says, Max Payne.
which is just a new idea.
Yeah, anytime Patrick is stuck, prefers going once.
Someone said, do you want a side bet on this one? This is pretty sick. Allows for twice
I know you're.
after seeing the hands.
I won't say it publicly.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, Patrick
Okay, all right, Dr. Tell.
ahead, but needing to fade a lot.
No, I'm just interested.
First board. Or do you want to do it on
1 turn, 1 river, and then we do it again.
The suspense is always crazy on streams because you just have to wait for production to give it the okay.
It feels so long when you're sitting in the seats that they're sitting in.
Music history and music theory and
6 and 3. 1 run out for the queens. Safe. 2 more cards to come.
So Patrick getting at least his own money back. Might get that full double though if he can hold on the second board. And how about a club immediately?
But it's
Still
not.
could
Yep.
pair the board.
Yep. 23% still. A decent jump. And there it is, quads.
Wow.
Better than a paired board.
No, but I never.
Well, it's still a paired. No.
2 pair, 2 pair.
Yeah.
What a sick hand. You can't really fault Dry Guy.
Yeah. Got it in good.
Yeah.
Couldn't get there on the first one, and hard to beat. Queens full of queens.
Leaderboard switching up. Mo still at the top. Duke falling right behind. Patrick now flipping up to a winner. The rest in red. Still a lot of poker to be played tonight, though, and a lot of deep 1-3. A lot of Nick games probably going to be put on as well.
Yeah, I'll give 40% is enough to, you know. I like to gamble.
Well, 40 is just
Maybe
not
that
bad. Not great. I would have the 60s at.
Wait, Patrick had more, right?
Swingy.
No, I got it.
I mean, you had enough to kind of go with it.
Oh, the way this game plays, it's swingy.
So he needs a few more.
8, 11, so I have 300 free spins. 1,011.
It's just too easy to get in huge pots in this game, man.
Oh yeah.
Not hand. Thank you.
Which is what makes it fun for me. Yeah, I mean,
Are you guys down to just keep the nickname rolling?
Yeah.
you see me looking like I want to stop?
Great hand from Patrick. Nice for him to pick a big one. He's been mixing it
Oh,
up.
what? The
That is a
nickname?
good thing when you do mix up marginal hands and then you get a hand like that. You're getting paid off so much at the time. Obviously, Dry Guy had a hand in that spot where he had to call off, but
As long as I'm not the
there's spots where you have, big hands like that and you're going to get called off lighter just because of the other hands that you're playing. Anyways, like I said, a lot of poker to be played tonight with the Nick game coming back on immediately. These players are fiends for the action, and we in the booth as well as the audience are here for it.
The problem is if I put the 12 on, I got the 24 on. Like,
Yeah, that's the thing.
if I knew, like, honestly, like, if I knew he wasn't going to put the 24 on, I would.
You're like, I'm over there.
Yeah, I was like,
let's run it twice.
Straight I didn't mean straight flush, though. Straight.
Either way.
No,
yeah,
not
either way.
Basically.
You see
It
what I'm saying?
helps everybody
When I
else.
put the
But
12
you're
on,
putting 12 in to get an extra $24.
Honestly, when I
of that
turn the
money.
6 there, I pick up.
Helps the whole table, but it does help
Well,
a little bit.
No, I don't pick up.
if I knew the 24 wasn't going on, I'd put the 12 on.
All right, if you want to put the 12 on, I won't put the 24 on.
Okay.
He's a calling station.
Flat.
At least then I got hope,
Gage opening up 35, Duke calling.
Yeah.
With
Every
the
now
ace
and then
king
I run
offsuit.
into that.
Of course, I'd love
but
a
I still
3-bet
don't
here,
change
especially
my
on the button,
play.
but
Check raise there on the flop.
he elects to just call, maybe disguising his hand. Tish Money also calling with the same hand as Gage. It's a great flop for the two of them. Jack 9 deuce. Not really any backdoors or front, like backdoor hearts, but no other backdoors aside from that. Open-ended from both Tish and Gage. Great flop for Gage to continue betting on 75. Tish should be calling here. 75 into 110 is on the larger side, but I like it when you have this much equity. You put pressure on a lot of hands, and when you get there on the turn or river, you can get paid a lot bigger just because he blows the pot so much. Brick turn 3.
Especially when I check.
Tish checking.
105, 105. That makes
Gage
600
electing to continue.
650-ish in the
I like the sizing that he's going with 180.
comes from, and then 475 plus that.
Not stepping on the brakes whatsoever. Pumping on the gas. Going big. Not too big, just very value-y.
Yep.
Doesn't look like draws for the most part. Tish Money wondering if he can get more money on the river with implied odds if he calls here. The only problem is Gage is pretty short. If Tish makes a call here, the pot's going to be around 600, leaving Gage 460 on the river. You don't really have too much of a bluff on the river if you just call here. If you do get there, though, you most likely will get paid off by a Jack X hand.
I don't know why.
Tish
Just more.
deciding what the best option is. Electing to just call.
Said yes to $100 for sure.
I just want to see all the money go in the middle for them to chop it. King or 8. 5 of hearts. I'm actually super interested in this spot too because now we get to see if Tish elects to bet and does go for it. I love it. Love it.
Mo, how many chips?
Get rid of the nit button. Gage obviously lying, saying I was ahead. Yeah, ahead with the betting lead. I love it.
First guy out of the Nick game, dude.
Whoa!
It's so sick because
Yeah, how many?
I think Tish in his head says any heart I bluff.
Yeah.
He has a 10 of hearts, which obviously we don't really care about blockers because they're a myth, but for what it's worth, you have the 10 of hearts, you have a heart, you can represent some hearts, especially when you go check call. The rip looks so strong as hearts, so love the move, love the decision to just call and then barrel on any heart river. The decision obviously changes if the heart doesn't come on the river, so I'm interested to see. I would have been interested to see what happens. I assume Tish checks and Gage might check as well, or he might go for the bluff. But who knows? Nice hand from Tish. That was, love it, love it.
Yeah, that's really the only scary type of card you can represent on that type of river.
Yeah, and I think Tish, just when you structure these, I like to make them like storyboards, right? When you play poker, you're trying to convey a story. So on the turn, Tish is tanking, but I think he's tanking to decide like, what are good rivers I can make a move on? Can I make a move on the river? should I be jamming with the equity that I have here open-ended, or should I just be making a move by check calling and then jamming all hearts? So you have to really figure out what's the story I'm trying to convey. I check called flop. If I check call turn, what are my options on the river? If I raise turn here, what are the hands that I'm representing? So just love the thought process. And maybe Tish was thinking differently, but that's how I kind of see how Tish thought it out, and I love it. And then in this spot, the nit game is on. So even though there's not a little yellow dot next to their name, Noah has his nit button. Tish does not. Tish, $40 calling with ace jack offsuit. Noah 3-betting to 200 with king 4 suited on the straddle. Tish, I think, considering, is Noah capable of doing this with the nit button? Shows it. Love it.
King 4 worked out
love
last time, so
this
works out again.
Action. I love this nit game action. Kind of sad that some of these really strong players are losing their nit buttons because I don't think they're going to be making the same moves, but we still have a lot of nit game to go. Gage still has his nit button. HV still has his nit button. So this would still be a very sick,
Maybe he's got king 4
skew
diamonds.
set of hands.
The plan was maybe Noah's got king 4 diamonds and I can get him to fold. It would have worked.
He's getting 5 to 4 on a call.
I had a plan, but I changed it based off of something.
You know,
Oh
he's
man,
got a
I
tell
gave
on
off the
you.
towel. I gave off the towel.
He was like, this fucking guy's got king 4.
I gave off the towel.
I think the king
Shit.
was gonna fucking
I
smash.
accidentally gave off the strong
shit,
towel when
man.
I was.
I folded king 7.
That's not even
I'm really
what it was.
That's a good
about
thing,
it, but
because he doesn't have
not
it.
really.
So, when you didn't call my, would I talk too much? Or you just,
It's a raise. I love it.
Never
I
calling
You're on the
that.
button. You have an
Without
ace.
the nuts, I'm never calling that.
okay, okay.
I would say don't
Yeah,
raise
you-
these
it
ace
was-
rag
I was just more
offsuit
so
hands, but you have the nit
Upset with
game
not
button and you're on the button. It's a great hand to raise in position.
Perfect every hand.
Gage calls in the straddle for $20. Flop is ace jack 5. Perfect. Top pair, second pair,
What's that tail?
going at it.
Yeah, what is
Easy
it?
C bet from Patrick. Easy call from Gage.
It was nothing
Turns a 4,
Okay.
inconsequential. Gage checks again. I think it's going to go bet call once
In my
again.
mind saying, please fold, please fold. What's taking so
Patrick
long? Why
going
is it
50.
taking so long? Did I just get trapped?
calling
God
the
damn
50.
it, Tish, just fold.
Pretty standard
You
action.
must have heard it. I was saying it
River
under my
5.
breath.
Should be check, bet, call. Or it could go check, check. I don't mind a check back from Patrick. You have a good showdown. You're chopping against all the aces, so doesn't like to take his showdown value. Take it down. I wouldn't mind a small bet there because you can definitely target some weird jack X's. Of course, you're only scared of being check raised by a 5, of course. So there's merit to checking
I
back, of
folded-
course.
I folded. He had two unders to me, and I folded one time.
I don't want to say. I'm embarrassed.
You folded ace jack that time, huh? You flatted me with ace jack and then folded it?
Man, Patrick is
You
just
struggle with ace
the
jack.
third
Sometimes you
commentator.
play it, like,
Soul reads
all the way
Dylan's
through the range.
hand
Sometimes you're like,
and the spot.
HV
But I
got me
still
with the
agree, it's
7-4. He
not
had
a-
2 unders.
Put
At
Patrick in the
eights.
booth. I'll go out there.
At 8s. What is it, 8s? Yeah.
We all struggle with ace jack.
Andrew really wants to
Folding
see.
you.
I was thinking about ripping ace 10 over.
He knows
Yeah, I was
Amar
gonna
is
call.
watching.
I was gonna
Was
snap.
it ace jack both times or was the other one times?
Oh, in the king 4 hand? I wasn't gonna snap that one. Oh, I was gonna
GA with the
snap.
kings. Let's see what sizing. If he goes over
Yeah, he can
100,
4 bets,
no,
he can
okay.
have he can have air, but
250.
guessing and guessing seems bad.
No raise, no nothing.
Guessing.
I think he's
seems
just a $6 straddle and he goes
Then you did like 4.
25x.
That was that hand. I just want to calculate how many times that is first. 10, 30, 40,
You got the
I
blades
can't
again?
get, I
You got the
can't
blades
get by.
again?
50x.
The kings, okay. Okay, sorry.
Nice one.
You know, the other aces.
One way to do it. Don't get rid of the knit button. Yeah, that really does it kind of.
You've earned the action. HV's earned some action too.
I love Patrick.
When you
I think we
say,
need to get
"I'm
him in the
definitely
booth,
three-betting,"
get him a
then
drink,
three-bet,
and get him in
then
the booth
four-bet,
because,
it's like, I've never
yeah,
just
not those
guessed
aces, but the other
like
aces.
stuff.
So very soul read.
Does.
Patrick's
You're
just been on it
four-bet
today.
everything, 'cause, yeah.
Not everything.
Gets rewarded with his top set after soul reading like 3 people's hands. He's just on it.
Oh, there's a lot of that 7-4 is not a bad hand. Like that's a good bluff hand.
You're gonna make them very happy.
Like 7 deuce is a bad hand. 7-4 suited, like
7-4 is for the stream.
You get jacks for 10s to limp a lot. You flop some
$40.
overcards, you plow.
Not a crazy sizing with the $6 Shrouder under the gun. Noah going to be calling with the better king and suited. Gage with the king 4. Electing to just call. I don't really like the call in the small blind. I don't think it would be crazy to do in position, but in the small blind you want to be definitely being the aggressor. Surprised Gage specifically is the person that flats. I think he's been pretty aggressive all night, and I think it would have been a really good spot for him to 3-bet. Checks through on the ace-high flop, given that they all have a king. Noah going small 40 into 129. Doesn't have to go big. And all of them folding. Noah taking down. Noah does not have the knit button for the record, so that yellow dot by his name is inconsequential.
Nut, no pair.
And Noah says it, nut, no pair. That was actually the nuts between those 3 players.
Got a nice table over there. Nice and
Yeah, let's just go
What
wild.
you got going on back there, buddy? Is it worth? Is it worth looking?
Go wild.
Coming for it though.
I don't mind if you look. I just don't want Tish giving me reads off my table. You know what kind of things, beverages I'm consuming.
You know what my last one means?
Thanks, Give me a button.
You know what Tish means?
No, German.
Right, it's German.
Table.
You're absolutely right. It means table.
Looks like the 1-6-12 is on as Dry Guy just calls $12 with ace-10 offsuit. Noah popping it up to $50 with pocket 9s. Gage ripping it. This is what I was talking about. I would have preferred him to do this with king 4 offsuit in the small blind. When a player like Noah opens to $50,
I'm the money table.
especially with the stack side that Gage has, I feel like a lot of the time Noah's going to be calling off. So it's not the best scenario to be 3-bet jamming. Would have preferred him to 3-bet jam the last hand with in the small blind. But it is what it is. Ace high. Not a crazy 3-bet. Just because Noah's the pre-flop aggressor, I question it. Dry Guy now put to the test with ace-10 offsuit. Obviously the better ace, but behind Noah's raise. It will be interesting to see if Dry Guy decides to flat this and what Noah does after.
Maybe in a little bit.
One more.
Yeah, definitely one more.
What time?
Correctly though,
Before the end.
folds out.
Before the end.
No asking if there's any bigger chips. No.
Just got it. I got 9.
Just 9s is good right now, Noah. 70%, 30%.
The other one, you meant the other one.
And really good spot for Noah since he's covering that kicker of Gage as well.
Yeah. 3 outs, assuming that you don't know any of those are outs. But 8 on the flop gives 2 more additional outs. Turn insignificant.
Does.
Actually, sorry, wheel
Yeah.
wheel draw. Does change. 9, however.
I had 8.
Best hand getting that much better.
Yep.
Engage with the quick reload.
Yeah, I
you're
don't hate
always
the
scheming.
jam from Gage. I'm just surprised he didn't do it on the hand previous.
Yeah. So 1676 for Mo up top, 1384 for Duke, Patrick 580 and 233 for Tish. Everybody else stuck and looking to turn things around. Plenty of nits in the nit game still, so that game will continue to drive action. Yeah, we see that from time to time when people do get short stacked and have a hand to go with during the nit game versus adding on in a match the stack like this. They decide to just pick a hand and put their chips in. Less risk that way, and then reload exactly like Gage has done. Late position, he gets in there, raising to 15 with the 9 deuce.
I will say I like it. So, like I said, if you're going to play the nit game and these hands, be aggressive with them. HV, however, wakes up with an actual hand, King Jack offsuit, 3-bets to 50 on the button. GA also getting in there. Playing some defense for the rest of the group with King 9 offsuit. Checks to HV, easy C-bet, 16 to 150. Should be quick fold. and he'll get to show this one and get rid of his nit button. Oh, wait. Gage.
There you go.
Thinking some devious things by floating here with really no backdoors.
Building the mountain.
Looking to bluff future streets, I'm assuming.
No, you see, you go over.
However, the 10 on the turn gives HV more outs. If he wasn't comfortable with his king high, he's a lot more comfortable to bluff at it now on the turn.
I gotta be careful.
I like to take his equity and just check.
I gotta be real.
River deuce and Gage gets there. Sir, you're going to be able to get rid of your nit button. For you are not a nit.
Let's go, River.
Let's go, River.
HV's sick.
Yeah, I think HV checks turn because he thinks that only a queen X is calling him, or a heart draw. So I don't hate the check. I think, though, when you turn equity like that, you should continue barreling. And I think HV's understanding of that. I just think that he really put Gage on a queen there, so decided that he's not going to be able to get a queen off their hand. Just likes to check and take his equity.
I'm glad there's no.
Gage, nice hand though. You get rid of your nit button for playing a non-nit hand.
Yes, yes.
I've been listening to a lot
You
of
played it exactly like
But,
you
yeah,
should have
those are just-
and took it down.
Yeah, and Gage obviously not afraid to VPIP in this game.
Top of my nit button. That was so lucky right there.
Back in March when he made his stream debut here at Champions, he was playing 5-10-20. Playing with a really tough lineup as well, so this game a little bit smaller than what he's used to. So he's definitely here to gamble and give some action.
So why I talk about some of the things?
Looks like he's eating some pretty good steak from Chef Connie too.
We're just
I
vibing.
think it's just.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, that's just icing on the cake to them is the food down here, worth the trip.
Oh, yeah.
I'll watch you guys play.
Gage, also known as Gig'em Gage, but I believe his hometown's actually Austin. Spending a lot of time in College Station currently.
Kind of ironic.
I like it when we're gonna be.
Duke with pocket deuces.
There's a great-
Sadly, one of his deuces is
great
dead.
video.
I love how Gage
of
just
an
continues
F1
to play
driver
defense after he's gotten rid of his
singing
nit button.
Smooth Criminal.
7-8-9 flop.
And his
HV has
team
hearts.
radios in. He says you have to stop.
Dry guy
singing
with a
Smooth
pair.
Criminal. It's
HV with hearts
copyrighted.
and open-ended, sorry.
They're gonna
Even
give
more
you
equity.
a set like
65 or 70, sorry, into 100. It's a great bet.
they're gonna give
There's so
you
much
like
equity, you
penalty,
don't
a
mind
5-second
just getting the
penalty
money
if you
in.
Keep singing copyrighted songs, and he goes, "This is unacceptable." He's Spanish. He says,
Dry guy,
"This
not a
is
believer."
Unacceptable. Unacceptable. And
Like I
then
said,
they go, well,
it's hard
that's
to make
just
a
the
pair
way
and
it is."
hold
He
'em.
starts singing
Yep.
again, and the next
Pair
thing you hear over
with
the radio
gut
is,
shot outs.
"That's a 5-second penalty."
A 6 would be brutal.
Well, that's kind of what I was asking a while ago.
Heart, however, gets
I-
HV there.
seriously,
Not
I'm
going to have to
getting
do
in
too
trouble if
much
I use-
sweating
That's what
in this
reminded
one.
me of it. Is what's your question? It's a
Question
very
is how
funny
much
video.
value do you go
But that's
for?
why we can't have.
What can you
music
target?
tracks on the strings and stuff because of the copyright.
What called you on the
Looks
flop?
like they could pay
There's
A
non-
cap or S cap or whatever.
There's non-copyrighted.
He already
music
went
out there.
somewhat big, given it was multi-win on the flop. I would love a smaller
don't know
bet, but that's
how
because we
later
can see the
music-
I don't know
cards,
how good any of it is.
I think he might go
I
bigger.
can't vouch for how good any of it is. but-
Which is
I won't Blink 182.
what he does.
I won't,
Pot size bet.
Blink 182.
More, sorry, over pot size bet.
You said Cage the Elephant.
Unfortunately, HV cannot see the cards like we can.
Nice. I know one song by
He
Cage
goes
the
for a
Elephant.
pretty
I bet you
Which one?
can
beep
guess
bop,
what-
beep boop, computer
probably,
GTO size
oh,
No
bet.
rest for the wicked. I think that
I think he was just ready to get rid of that nit button.
But that's not
Didn't
my
want to see
favorite.
4 to a flush beat him on the
have
river.
listened to a
Yeah,
lot of
that's
Brothers.
true.
And just
But
happy
that
to
was
take
the-
it down at that
was
point in
the
time.
song. There was a video
That
game
is
that was
true.
the
It's also one of those
intro
things
song.
where
Just blew it
when
up. It was a
momentum's
really good
not
song.
going your way,
The
currently
original
not going
Borderlands.
HV's way,
Borderlands.
Oh, I love
you're
Cage. That's
kind
all
of just
the thing
happy
they go.
dragging a pot in
Yeah, a lot
and
of their
getting
music doesn't
things
sound like
going
that
in the
song.
right direction.
Oh, the rest
I think so
A
too.
lot of their music
If
doesn't
he's
sound
up,
like that song.
he's playing that
I like
hand
their lyrics,
probably
too.
differently
I love-
than
they sing
as
about,
played right
you know,
there.
like, you know, with that,
Possibly. I
you
think
know,
what he was
whatever
specifically
reason,
targeting that spot is
that
two
kind of
pairs.
sentiment. I like
8-7,
that
8-6.
lyric.
Unfortunately,
Yeah, I'm holding.
His
I
opponent
got
had
a
neither of
big
those
thing.
holdings.
Hold on. I got a big decision.
Yeah, he's
I got a
hoping
big
that
decision
on a
right here. Hold on, guys. Let me
Board
tank like I'm in a
connected like that,
tournament.
there's going to be some
Hold
more
on,
suited
it's not on you
connectors that
yet.
make 2 pair.
right, when your opponent calls 70 to 100 on the flop, you would
Illusion.
put them on a stronger hand than what obviously we saw. So, unfortunate that his sizing's just too big.
He's always scheming. Sometimes you gotta scheme.
He did
But
think about it.
obviously, we'd be all very profitable if we could see the whole cards
There's no way.
at the
Every
table.
hand has
Seeing
Mo,
Gage's hold
money,
cards
Mo,
is
problem.
pretty fun King Deuce offsuit
money,
this
no
time,
problem.
raising first in for 15.
No, I used this twice already.
Yeah, that's twice.
Yeah, GA calling on the button with a suited
Man,
jack.
that was a sick spot. I had 10s, man.
Looks
Ace.
like fish hooks,
Sick hand.
Yeah.
not fish hooks. Duke in there with the nit bunch still. Dry guy in there with the nit bunch still. Love it, love it. I'll give my players props when they play the nit game correctly, and Dry Guy does exactly that. 3-bets the 65. Surprised he gets called from the button by Jack 7. Duke's hand not the worst to call with.
Jack
GA.
does flop best here.
Flopping best, yep.
Middle pair, backdoor clubs. Those clubs are covered by Duke if Duke sticks around. Duke out of the small blind, and Dry Guy looking to continue here.
I think I love this size. Yeah, 70 to 210. Love it. You don't have to go big. Obviously, you're going to get floats a lot of the time, and a lot of hands are going to call you, but you can always size up bigger on the turn. When you go small like this, you fold out a lot of the hands like Duke's. So you're very low risk, high reward for the bet sizing that you choose to do. Turn, 5 of clubs. Duke would have had the nut flush draw, and then that's what I'm basically saying. Like, the small bets do a lot to get worse hands out of the way, and you don't have, or sorry, close to worse hands or even better hands out of the way where they're ace highs. Unfortunately, though, GA does pick up the flush draw with this pair, so he's going to bet huge and be able to take it down.
Brighter and nicer.
Yeah, it's just
Pretty good spot for Dry Guy to check on that turn.
Kentucky Mule, baby.
Basically, he didn't turn any equity, so it's okay to check that spot. If you turn some equity like an ace, you can go big,
you'll have to tell him that I did it. Just to mess
but
with
does
him.
correctly assess the situation and slow down.
Yeah, which means he can't put the
Played
for him.
pre-flop and
12 is auto
flop
on.
pretty well. Unfortunate that his opponent just had second pair with flush draw.
We need to wake up here.
Looks like we still have 3 nit buns left. Mo, Dry Guy, and James Duke.
Mo with pocket 8s with his net button. Real shot to get rid of it.
Where is this?
As a reminder, whoever loses the net game owes 160 to the middle.
What a spot.
And 10s for Duke now on the button.
150.
It's my favorite part of poker.
Love it.
I haven't looked at my hand yet. There's
Love the
action in front
sizing.
of me. It's like Christmas.
You could
morning all
go
over
between
again.
100 to
Yeah,
150.
you never know.
And I love the
You
150.
never know what you're going to get.
Especially when
God,
you're
there's gonna be
making.
more
Yeah,
action
Tish
too.
loving this spot too, though.
Hold on, give me a second.
Got a lot of flipping hands.
He did
Tish
Never know
too.
what you're going to get.
debating if he wants to 4 bets.
So good. This is the best.
Looks
How
like
could-
he
Oh
will.
my God, I haven't looked yet. Either. This is the best feeling.
Super,
This
super
is all
sick
potential.
450.
Oh my God, what the hell?
Noah,
Okay.
It would have been so hype if you
pretty
said
good
it.
hand, but with all the action behind him, and that was in front of him, he has to fold. Mo quickly folding his 8s, realizing that Tish is not getting out of line when he doesn't have a nit button and is 4 betting. Duke in a spot now. Me personally, I'm a nit. I would fold 10s, but Duke is a legend and not a nit, so we'll see what he decides to do here.
I'm gonna give it a. I'm gonna fold. It's just me, right? No more action. No more action.
Yeah, I don't fault him for the fold. There's not much.
Whatever he praying.
The bet size was so large, 450, you'd be left with 12, 1400 behind.
I've been hit hard.
The pot would be basically 900. You have 2x pot after
Is
that.
it hour now?
And
Thank you,
the
thank you.
best flop you're hoping for is a 10x flop. Even if you
What's
see
up, everyone? It's
lower
Brian down here at
cards.
Champions Club
you're not
Texas.
happy about
It's April, and I'm here to talk to you about tournaments. Not only do I have our regular scheduled events, the Poker Go Tour is coming to town for the Texas Poker Open, April the 24th through May the 5th. One of the biggest series Texas has ever seen, with one of the biggest guarantees Texas has ever seen. $2 million guaranteed main event with a $3,300 buy-in. Now, if you don't want to buy directly into the main event, we are offering 6 satellites a week up until then to help you get into that event, starting with our Step 1 satellites with a $75 buy-in. Those satellites are guaranteeing 5 seats into a Step 2 satellite. Now, the Step 2 satellites you can buy directly into for $550, or you can win a seat, and we are guaranteeing 3 people in each of those events will be making it into the Poker Go Tour's main event. Now, all of our satellites are milestone satellites, so there's multiple ways you can win a seat. You can run your chips up to the milestone and be awarded a seat, or you can play down to the last few players and win your seat that way. Come check us out every Wednesday and Saturday for Step 2s, 4 Step 1s per week, all culminating on Satellite Sunday, April the 21st, where we are going to guarantee 20 people into a Step 2, and then we're going to guarantee another 10 people into the main event. Check us out on Poker Atlas or all of your favorite social media platforms. We're right here, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South, Houston, Texas.
It's a stream game, come on.
In my honest, humble opinion, I think anything more than 4 straddles actually makes it worse.
Chill out, bro. That is a humble opinion.
More than 4 straddles makes the game worse?
I think anything over 4 makes
Whatever
it
happened to
worse.
what?
What about 3?
Oh,
I think 3 is
I
great.
knew there wasn't
3
going to
is
be enough action.
I agree.
Just had to
More
peek.
than 4 is
Just had to peek.
it's bad because if it's every hand, but it's
There's
Until you wake up with
doing it.
things in it and it's out there, it's like so cool.
Where the 100 has gone around in this game,
4
or
is
more.
good like once an hour.
Or more, yeah, or like very, very rarely. But there's like multiple times in this game where it's straddled all the way around the button, and people just fold shit like 9s pre-flop or king queen pre-flop just because it's so much money.
Oh, that damn Brazil god, I played with
I've
that.
seen it. I've seen it on the stream.
9.
Oh, that Brazil god guy was doing that.
We got some action in this one.
He would pay everybody.
HV raising with ace queen offsuit, 35. Dry guy 3-betting the
I mean,
115.
I'm okay with it because one time, last hand of the night.
Gauge was 7-5 suited, 4-betting to 260. I love it. I mean, I don't really love it, but I love that he's doing this with this hand providing some entertainment and action. He's playing some defense for the nit game. He's not letting these 2 knitters off easy. Unfortunately, though, HV has ace queen offsuit and will repop it. Dry guy folding. Gauge also folding. HV showing and getting rid of his nib one.
Yeah, I was ripping that.
I think I should have just flatted. I think he probably would squeeze though.
Maybe.
But like honestly, if you 4-bet there, I think I flat. If you call a 4-bet, I call.
Nah, if he, I was ripping.
No,
if he
if
folds,
I just flat there and he raises, do you?
I rip. If anybody reopens the action.
That's a good hand.
I wasn't putting a 10th of my stack
Oh,
in there.
that's what you
Get more action.
I could have 9
you know,
suited. You know?
not gonna run.
Yeah, only so much you can do.
25.
Every single time, this guy.
Sure. I couldn't call it off. I didn't have a good enough hand to call it off.
What'd you have?
Pocket 3s.
Well, we were flipping. I had
Yeah.
7-5. Suited though.
Well, I figured I'm at a bare minimum flipping against any hand. Any 2 cards.
Duke raising it to 25, given that he's a nib button. I think he's trying to get rid of it. Patrick mixing it up on the button, 7-5 offsuit. Noah, however, popping it up to 125 with ace king suited. Gauge, unfortunately, on the straddle. 4-betting ace jack suited to 275. Falls back to Noah. Noah ripping it. And Gauge folding.
Nah, Lee, how do I just keep on waking up with a big hand for 3-bet?
Happier now?
No. No, I'm not.
Noah keeps it hard to read. Like he'll tell you.
I'm just getting off the camera and take my.
He's having the time of his
I
fucking life,
think
dude.
no, I think no.
No, I'm not happy. Alright, I guess I have to play poker now. I can't
No, it's
keep on
not
giving
there.
action. I'm down on 1500.
You're in the business, dude. You can't quit.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually have to play poker now.
Like, I know, like, it's just.
Everyone's like,
Okay, I thought you said
rip,
quit poker.
rip,
Sorry.
rip, pre-flop, rip.
You're just like.
Such a bad move.
Excuse me, James Duke. You cannot win the nit game if you're not at the table.
That is in the muck.
I really hope James Duke doesn't lose the nit game because he's not at the table.
Once you fall in love with the game, you can't.
Dry guy getting a bunch of free hands to look at. Wow, here's a nit button.
Trying certain things.
No, I think that's true.
You can
dude.
quit firing 5 bullets, but you can't quit the game.
If you
I
really,
agree
yeah.
with that. I agree with that.
But I honestly, I'll also tell people that friends that ask me about poker, I'm like,
Mo just calling.
your best bet is
Pocket
like,
nines.
find a home game of friends, learn a little
Dry
bit
guy
online, but,
making
like,
it. I
if you
think it
don't
was
fall in love with
$12.
the game, you should never try to play for big money.
Tish money.
Because it's
Sorry, dry guy
it
making
takes
it
so long to get
$40.
good at, and you have to have the love of the game. Just go. I'm saying
Tish
purely
money
money
calling
alone
with pocket fours.
could be a very tough existence for somebody to go that path.
Gauge calling.
You gotta have a little
Mystery
bit of a love
hand.
for the game.
It's probably true.
8-7 offsuit. And then Mo now
Well, yeah, that,
back
the
raising.
thing is, like, yeah, the only
Three
motivator
betting.
can't be money.
I mean,
Because
to 175.
Some people like throw that money into. I mean, they'll call anything.
well, there's a difference between
This
there's a
is
difference between
the
loving
thing I
poker
was
and
talking
loving
about, where if you're never
those are
sure of how to size your
Sure.
bets, just do 3x the last bet plus the dead money in between. And then you can pick a sizing somewhere close to there. So 3 times 40, 120. Plus
no, you're good.
a
We'll
40
tell you
here or
the next
there,
hand is.
160.
These nits are taking
So
their time.
Mo
3
making
betting, 4
175.
betting.
Tish looking to set mine calling. Gage looking to put a bad beat on someone with some type of wrap or 2 pair. Also calling.
Wanted that.
Mo also with the nit bun as well. Was able to get the other nit out of the hand. Flop, queen 10 deuce, no set for anyone. No pair for Gage. Mo with the best hand still. Checks to him. Elects to check. It's not the best flop for Mo given that there's 2 overs. Queen should ease his worries a bit on the turn. Less likely, obviously, for someone to have a queen. He could obviously be losing to some 10x, but he can quickly find out by betting if someone has a 10x or not, which he does elect to do so. 400 into 569. You put a lot of 10x's in a really bad spot, and then the only hands that should be calling you are queen x's. And he would have to think that Tish was the only one he was worried about. If Gage had a queen, he would most likely bet the turn
I guess it's better
to try to get value from his queen. He doesn't want it to check through if he has a queen.
I definitely know what you have.
So, great opportunity for Mo to bet there. Only has to worry about Tish in that spot.
All these young guys over here.
Could put maximum pressure.
Idiots.
As the body ages,
All bet bluff, buddy.
but they don't have the wisdom.
All
you
bet
have.
bluff.
Well, that's what I said.
Duke back at the table to fight his nit game and ball out.
If you guys were at the beach club, maybe
No,
it'd be a
I
reason
thought
to
you
be
said
a little bit intimidated. But at the poker table, you got the edge.
That's a
Well,
slam dunk 4 bet right there.
Slam dunk.
We're
Might as well dunk
Yeah,
low in the
absolutely.
trash can.
Put him in the blender.
Put him in the fucking
Field call.
blender.
Two call, what call? Shut the hell up.
Who won that one?
He ain't
You won
calling.
that?
Mo won.
I was
Sick,
telling
Mo,
you,
I love it.
was
Mo money, mo problems.
Damn. Let me see what happened.
No money, baby.
Just so you guys got crazy. All right. One of these other guys is not gonna let us see it for 6, though. You know
Sorry.
this. Here comes. 80. 85.
My bad. My bad.
7 calls 6.
All right.
8 raises to 40. 9 folds.
I just didn't have a hand to beat times. What? I know I
You
did.
should have bluffed in that flop.
Think about it. Had one more guy to deal with.
3 raises to 210. Four folds. 7 folds. Eight goes all in.
Shit.
Call.
Damn. You got queens, huh? You flooded queens? The blades again. Yep,
Super, super sick.
got the blades again.
Escalated quickly. HV 4 betting ace queen offsuit. Doesn't have his nit bun, but dry guy waking up with the goods this time. With the nit bun. Always a gross spot.
2 outs. Maybe back to our hearts, I don't know. Heart slide for the aces.
Ooh, spicy card.
HV with 20%.
You have that beat?
Need a heart or a queen.
What beat? You didn't show
shit, bro.
Unfortunately, though,
Oh, okay.
no good.
Oh, wow. That was a spicy card.
HV. Always aces. Just running into it.
Hated that heart.
Unfortunately, dry guy had the nit bun, so
Queens was there. I thought, yeah. I was like, he's okay.
Looking at the cumulative winnings, Mo on top, 2K winner, HV at the bottom on the other end of it. Everyone else, a little bit profitable. Gage, Noah, and HV. Stuck with the rest of them in the green after a night of a lot of them being in the red, but still 2 hours to play, so we'll see where it goes from here.
160 in the middle.
How many times you guys had him? You had him twice. You got him twice.
I had him twice.
Big pot both times.
I had
you have
kings
kings,
already 4
kings.
times.
4 times?
Yeah.
4 times.
Holy
And nobody called.
And
On
aces.
2 of them, nobody called.
And aces.
So you opened to 250.
Hey, I mean, hey, whenever y'all raise it, I mean, y'all call.
And aces. And
I
aces.
mean,
Don't make it 250.
Don't forget
Anyone
the-
want a big one? Kind of.
But y'all
4
don't have
kings
nothing.
and you had aces too.
And aces too.
Yeah. So
I
sick.
folded queens when you did that.
Smart guy, huh?
Really?
No, you didn't.
No, he didn't.
No, you didn't.
I
In this game,
I'll be
if
honest,
you
though,
Joe,
queen
this
should be
is a
the worst
Christmas
hand
hand right here because we got the. This is a
Queens
good
would be
time
the
not to
worst
look.
hand I can do.
Man, I could have just pretended that's all.
I don't think I've ever played, but I've seen it done.
2 times.
Oh, this is.
3 times with aces.
7 of hearts.
Oh, I'm here with you.
That's good enough, right?
7 of hearts.
7 of hearts. 7 of hearts, Mo.
Duke losing the Nick game, so splashing the pot, 160. Dry guy just calling.
Couldn't limp anything.
Patrick
scary, right?
limping,
Check,
Tish
check,
Money
check.
limping,
Check.
Noah limping. Gage popping up to 105. This is the thing, when you have decent hands like ace 9 suited, ace 10 suited, they're trying to get to the flop and see that the flop for free money for the 160, but you just can't do that. You have to be the aggressor. If you want the dead money in the middle,
I've been nicking with you guys all the
play
time.
for it.
Like, I hardly ever win splash.
And I love it.
There it is.
Tish taking advantage of the situation after Gage making a 105.
Trying to get
Dry guy flatting ace 9. Tish recognizing a lot of dead money in the middle. Almost 360 dead. Makes it 425. I love it. The A-deuce of Gage gets out of the way. Now, dry guy.
Yeah, but if you just flat and see the turning river, you're getting it all in anyways.
That hand's going on.
Flop and turn, I mean, right?
Electing.
Flop and turn, getting it all
Do
in
I want to
match
play this
every
hand
time.
post-flop? Do I want to just flat here?
Check.
The problem is you can't really represent a strong hand after limping 3, flatting 105. At some point, you have to be the raiser and does elect to fold.
Wish you could show a bluff there.
With 2 opportunities
Never flatting
to
there. I'm either ripping.
raise,
You know, I'm not.
I had AD.
you have to take one of them. You can't just flat, and then
If I
elect to
had
raise there.
suited ace with another Broadway. I don't think.
Even my
maybe.
bluff speaks that.
I don't know. I could have seen folding ace 10 or ace jack there, just not to feel like why fuck with it.
Yeah, no, that's. I just have. Let's go.
Would have been
play
cool if you
poker
showed a bluff like ace.
You might hit 2 pair.
Five would've been good.
Fuck, if you flop dead, right?
Exactly.
Dead
I
the 2
was-
10s.
Nice pot
Yeah,
for
I know
Tish
you
to have
would.
taken down there. Little $360 dead money pot.
I just want to see a flop for 105.
We all did. We all did.
Patrick raising up to 15 bucks. Gage in there with the ace 8 offsuit in the cutoff.
You guys played. You didn't see the flop. Never mind.
HV calling on the button with 9-7
What do
offsuit.
you have something cool? King Kong, dude. $555.
I didn't have
Yeah.
I want to say pocket jacks.
Yeah.
Gage
probably
flopping
so.
the
A
best
hand
of
that
it,
you really
top
wasn't so
pair,
comfortable
top
playing
kicker.
for, even though he's in
HV some weird backdoors, straight draws.
I was comfortable with any result that was gonna happen.
Patrick with
You
a
wanted that.
ace high backdoor spade draw, but Gage betting his top $50. Patrick floating after HV gets out of the way.
I wanted to find any reason to go
Turn
for the splash
brings the
pot.
king of clubs. Not changing much except for Patrick could have floated a lot of king X's, but he doesn't look like he's that interested after Gage's bet of 75. Does, however, like to call. Wondering if his ace high is good. River, 3 of spades.
Anyone want that?
This would be a great card
500.
for Patrick to bluff with. He can represent kings, spades. Likes to just check. And Gage takes down a pretty sizable pot
You go really, really big.
with the pair of eights.
Oh, sure. Hot damn, my stacks are that short.
That's a fun card to have.
That's the card to bet too, but
Yeah.
nice hand, nice hand. I don't think it was full.
I just find it too easy.
I felt like I would bet 200 and
like
snap
he
it off.
would-
I honestly,
I'll play with.
if he bets,
a
I
ton
might
of
raise.
reds.
Oh, yeah,
but
me too.
I mean, then so at some
Yeah,
point it gets a little ridiculous. So then.
And then you gotta start getting
Only
green.
way I can win is if I raise him out.
But like I don't know, I just feel a lot more
No, no, no.
comfortable.
I have
like that.
4Ks.
It's a mental thing.
No.
You have more. You have 48
know
of
what my
this.
denominations are. I got that mountain chips.
No, I have 4Ks.
Thank you.
It's okay.
Right. I wouldn't have that one there. I realized.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah, $100.
50.
HV bumping things up. 50 to go out of the cutoff. Suited queen. And
Oh, pretty big pot I played today.
just calls behind. Ace queen out of the small blind, just flatting that.
Aces, all three.
Suited king for Duke.
Aces.
And
There's a way she goes.
no shock. Once one calls, all call. 5 players to the flop. 2 diamonds for nobody.
Just 5 way.
Yeah.
Board pairs on the turn here. Deuces still in the lead, but barely. Queen gets there at the end. Best kicker for GA, obviously. HV likely to just call here.
So stupid.
Knows he's behind, but has to pay it. And just that type of night for HV so far.
Should I just fold right there? 75. 75 bucks. How much? 5 with 25. Sorry.
Good fold. Very exploitative fold.
We just know. I just know.
3,500? Yeah.
It's so stupid.
Can I grab 3,000 black and then 500 green? Thank you.
3,500 going. Okay, straddle. Sorry, didn't realize it was on me. Haven't looked.
So straddle's on, and we have Tish away from the table. Would have been nice to see how he played that King Jack suited. Gage dealt 2 cards, and so he raises to 20. Black 8's in the cutoff for Mo.
I didn't know that. Good to know. Save me some energy. You'll never believe what you had, Tish. I'll tell you later.
Aces.
How'd you know?
The hand's going on, bro.
Oh, my bad. Fuck, my bad.
Well, there goes my outs.
You always is aces.
Surprised to see GA just call with that ace king.
Joe was gonna screw you.
Assume he's just looking to connect, which he does not.
Another feeling,
Ace
dude.
still in the lead.
Played it bad or got sucked out?
Gage blocking that set mining.
Neither of those things feel great. Neither of those things
The
feel
run
great.
good in ways that you don't expect.
Exactly. You missed a hand that. Exactly. Something
Both
like that would
Gage
happen.
and Mo
That's
turn
what I see.
gut shot outs.
I see that as great beauty as well. I love it when that
7 to chop it up between the two of them.
All day.
See if GA elects to float here. He does put in the call. So all 3 players going to see this river.
The Spice Boys.
And one of Gage's gut shots hits him.
Alright, James, how are you feeling about our final drink?
I'm ready for another round. I'm gonna have one of those things y'all are having.
Thank you.
Yeah, so we
Can I buy a round for you?
No, we need 3 of them. I'll buy
Something good?
you next
Got
time.
shit.
Okay. My next time is on me.
I got a tap.
Even
Okay.
See,
Next time is on me then. Next time is on me. Yeah, I'm gonna have another one.
okay, we're gonna have 3 of them. Anybody else want to join? Okay, so 4 of them.
Sure, whatever y'all want to do.
All right, then, we are gonna need some service here.
So Gage drags that one in. And then my core, to answer the question, you can just barely see it once we refelted. We used to have a very light gray table felt, but this darker green kind of blends in on these small boxes in front of each player. It's actually RFID chips in each and every card. Those RFID cards, each deck gets registered before each stream, and that's how we know the whole cards of each player. Same thing, the flop box, the community runout, dealer is placing all 5 cards in that box to let us know exactly what the cards are. If for whatever reason there's card read errors, then we're manually inputting what we can see. But if you ever see a mystery hand, it's going to stay a mystery hand.
And we need 4.
In front of me.
4. Oh, that's right. Gage.
Gage with jacks, HV, big slick, it's offsuit, and both of them facing a 3-bet to 225, suited king queen. These king queens, suited or not, love to be 3-bet and 4-bet. Gage just calling, and HV facing a decision,
Keep it close to the bed.
stuck but deep, covering both of these players in one of the best hands he's seen here tonight. Flicks in a yellow chip.
But it's 2 chips, all right? No?
Oh no, unfortunately for him, the intent is there, but Joe holding the rules as he should, it's going to be just a call. Works out for him. Both players out flopping him. Top set versus second nut flush draw. Board's connected, but really no change for any of the whole cards that we see, and checks around again. Such a weird hand here. 700 out there in the middle. Jack's got to be feeling good at this point. He's out of position though. He knows that HV wanted to 4-bet. He's got to get some chips in there. Goes big. Looks like it's going to be 1,200.
That makes me sick.
He's definitely trying to polarize. The only problem is Mo has a hand where Mo would rather have king queen of different suits. He'd rather have Gage have this type of hand if Mo was trying to bluff catch.
Yeah, he's blocking that missed flush draw.
Right.
So while he does have showdown value, it's tough for this sizing.
I think I really would have loved Gage to just be more aggressive like he has been all night. He's been super aggressive with very marginal hands, 8 deuce offsuit, 7-5 suited, hands like that. So for him to have flatted the 200 pre into 2 other people was a bit unorthodox of his playstyle.
Yeah, and this would work out better for him if he was targeting some 2-pair holding, but that would really just be queen jack at this point, as played.
Yeah, he's
Mo
putting,
was the 3-better,
right.
So he knows that he's likely targeting a queen. It's blocking, obviously, all the jacks. So it's ace queen, king queen, some sort of queen X that's suited, that
Yeah.
rivered some showdown value.
And I think a lot of kings or aces would have continued flop turn river, so It's hard for Mo to have those types of hands, so it has to, like you said, be king, queen, ace, queen. Mo correctly folding though.
Nice man.
He'll see that one and know that he made the correct fold.
Such a weird hand from the start.
HV saying very weird hand. Very, very weird hand, like you said.
Stand up, this guy's
I would have raised, yeah.
Might as well look at this hand.
always wait me out. Wait me out.
Keep him honest, Joe.
Oldest trick in the book, HV was like, I was trying to raise. You fold ace queen there? I thought I couldn't do.
Something like that.
12 from seat 7.
40.
8 raises to 40.
That's such a weird hand.
9 folds.
So weird.
I had ace king, I was going to fold that.
Yeah, I was gonna call.
And then you see that flop.
Yeah,
Take it down against your ace king.
maybe.
Maybe.
I don't have ace king.
Damn, that was unfortunate.
But you had ace queen. And then I see that flop. Man, I don't know. Such a fucking weird hand. It's weird from the start.
No, I don't know.
What is it, 135?
Bid 2 pair?
Yes, sir.
Gonna go heads up to the flop now.
I got queen jack suited.
Ace wheel in position up against king queen suited. Backdoor hearts for HV. Bottom pair. And backdoor spades for dry guy. He does have it. The dry guy.
Yeah, that one's gonna be a little hard to beat.
Hard to beat.
Quad kings is hard to beat.
With an ace.
Quad aces are straight, or
Just for fun, with an ace. The best quad kings.
In case
Not any
they
quad
wanted to make it harder.
Not any quad kings, the best quad kings.
What a turn card for HV. Open-ended with flush draw to go with it. Goes check, check.
Quad kings, like quad kings with a deuce.
Free card to get there for HV. Check mark delivered. 528 out there. He checks it once more, and dry guy, nothing to stab with.
What a turn card.
Small pots matter too, especially when stuck.
Jacks?
Yeah, I think HV really wanted dry got a barrel there,
You went all
which
in
is
on it, figured it out.
basically a good check
No,
with
no, no,
what
no,
what dry guy had, but
Oh, okay.
I think
He's
if
gonna
you
flat, and then he's gonna flat bet.
unfortunately
and
no
then he's gonna jam.
no bait taken.
I think I just.
I don't jam that. Yeah.
That's what he was saying.
No, I'm fine.
The hand is
That was the claim.
So weird.
I gotta thank Pug Life Butters again. I'm sure you did already.
Yeah.
That super chat
Well, after we play
earlier.
for 8 hours, we can all go study up in the room.
Yes.
Yes,
A little session.
I agree with Pug Life. Andrew does need some mixed game coaching. Not in Badoogie, but everything else that's non-Badoogie. He needs some mixed game coaching.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at deuce to 7.
Dude, Dr. Dude.
That's probably my weakest
I
game.
need a better name. I'm
Yeah,
thinking big
pretty good with your analysis here in booth, though. Appreciate you joining me these last couple of Fridays. Think it's a nice blend of some play-by-play and analysis.
Is it? Everybody take the
Eddie had some really good analysis. I think it was Wednesday.
Yeah,
I know he was in booth yesterday, but I was really liking the commentary analysis from Eddie on Wednesday.
So 55 or 50?
and we try to do our best to blend things out and had that conversation a little bit with Matt Mont in chat as well. Completely agree, see your point as well. We never want to talk over players, but sometimes there's also not a lot of table talk, and it is good to get some breakdown. Top two gonna get the check mark on this hand. Eight's no good. Out flopped, and best hand for Mo stayed it the whole way through.
Looking to get value from some 10x hero call, but fortunately, if you're around, you want to watch the stream at Champions while it's going on in Champions, come swing by. 1-2's out there going as well. I think the tournament just finished.
No, the ones play, bro.
Yeah, Andrew is no stranger to the 1-3 or 5-5 streets.
The ones play.
He's played here on stream quite a few times, including recent content creator stream, so it's nice to have the analysis and perspective of somebody that plays quite a bit at these stakes and this deep and with some of this player pool.
Cage, is this the second stake you've ate today?
Open-ended now
Or are you
for
still
Tish
doing
money.
that one again?
Same one.
Another heart comes off. He does have a key dry heart,
Well, I thought,
Strong.
yeah, it would be strong.
but the best hand currently
Almost a
knows
steak.
ace
Almost
10.
every
If he's on the
meal-
second steak, he'll be napping in the last hour.
Almost every meal here, I eat half of it. You know,
Well, I haven't had time to eat it.
Love the bet from Tish. One of those low risk,
Fun problem.
high reward bets. You fold out a lot of ace
Get a little,
10s.
you know, pound a little iron in between hands.
You fold out weaker
fold this
pocket
one,
pairs.
do a little
You have
steak.
ace high, so with some
I had a
equity,
pizza,
of course.
Flatbread pizza tonight.
And there it is.
Sets this up perfectly.
Really good.
Because now you can polarize and go
Oh, here?
bigger.
$8 flatbread, like pepperoni and.
Or you can also go small.
Ooh.
All the
Yeah.
bet sizings are basically correct in this spot.
Then even if he missed,
On the late night
like we saw earlier,
keep on there,
if
flatbread.
really any heart comes out river, he could represent that and try to take it down in position. But
Which, I mean, at least there's something. And it's
second
good,
nuts here for Tish.
But, yeah.
Yeah, 2/3 pot
You're not gonna call it too.
But yeah, something like a little.
correctly assesses that Noah has some type of one pair holding. Wants to get a crying call, hero call from that type of hand.
My menu going next week, and then for sure. Next week, the poker go tour.
Yeah, he knows that he would have felt some pressure from the nut straight.
First bullet.
Would have
Yeah.
been turned, would have been betting flop, open-ended. And
For sure
as
would have
played,
led.
he's super cozy right now.
Yeah, for sure would have led river. King queen type hand never wants the opponent to check back the river, so they want to barrel and try to get calls from worse straights, obviously. So Tish sitting very comfortably with his queen high straight, trying to get called by a marginal pair, which is exactly what Noah has in this spot.
I told you.
The Patrick SpongeBob zoom in into the beautiful face of Tish money.
But when you expire right there, it's like no bluff.
Yeah.
Noah does make the correct fold. However, I think Noah was putting him on, or seeing if he could have missed hearts there as his bluffs. But I think that's the only type of missed hand that he could call up with the 10 with, and then a lot of bluff type hands still get there on the river with like queen X with one heart or with two hearts or whatever it might be. So correct fold, nice hand. Tish money.
The Savage calling.
But no, we actually played him.
You have 25.
Trying to build it.
Yeah.
We had, they gave away 4-6 and that, they only gave away 3 milestones in the last thing we played down. I was
So
one.
maybe it was a good river for me because like, I get the view, but I don't think I was ahead.
Because, well, yeah, I couldn't.
Him and me, please.
I was going to make it 1,000, but
Yeah, I think.
fortunately, I saved $700.
I actually didn't.
Thank you, Paula.
So sick that I wake up with ace king.
Suited ace wheel for dry guy.
Order of,
Just calling GA's raise to 25.
And Tish is the one really pushing.
that's probably good.
I put 1,000 and you don't have 2,000.
Gage has never seen 2 cards.
Call it a day.
Not worth a quarter to go.
Fuck, man.
Ace 8
You should have jammed it in and then we
Cheers,
double
guys.
up.
I know we
does
can't.
not outflop
Cheers.
the nut flush of dry guy.
4 double up.
For Kentucky.
I was
Or
dominated
Kentucky.
by you.
Huh?
GA,
You got me dominated.
a strong heart
I'm
and
sorry,
gut shot to go
keep
with it.
leaving you out. You were in the first
Good.
But no, it's for him and it's okay.
Does check around to the nut flush. He bets it.
King, dude.
Sometimes.
I'm just thinking, as you know.
You never put me on ace king. Ace is all day right there. It's like when I try to fold.
Gage gets out of the way, but
So weird. Such a freaking weird hand.
dry guy does have a customer in GA.
You check twice, I know you.
Board pairs.
But you cannot bluff when he's in there too. Maybe against.
Dry guy's not going to be worried about that, at least not yet.
No, but the thing is like.
Yeah.
He's
You bet
behind
river
you.
then still, right?
Does slightly overbet. 204 in the middle.
The overbet does look bluffy, which is a good thing. The problem is with it, you only get called by better a lot of the time.
King, queen, and diamond.
Yeah.
Luckily though, GA with just the one heart flop to get there. Sorry, and the gutter ball.
Yeah, so dry guy does get value in that turn bet, but don't see GA calling with queen high or putting in a move.
I mean, you
Dry guy could
Three card, why not?
bet I might check raise and then you like call and then
Whiff
switch
at
and
this.
try it again.
Fucked up.
And get a fold out of
The whole
GA.
hand is stupid.
It's tough to figure out what sizing to go with here,
I think both y'all had
just
nothing.
because
You had a monster.
bluffs aren't obvious, or like
Of course
bluffs
he has
non-made
some
hands,
awesome
like
X
GA's
power
hands
river
aren't
and
going to
two
call off.
people. You think he's bluffing with that?
And then if you go small, you might induce a raise, and you would hate that
Never do
on a
that with
paired
10.
board.
But the action.
Does like to go for 350 into 650, which is pretty good. You're going to be targeting a lot of 9Xs, worse flushes. Fortunately, though, he doesn't get any more money. But
could easily have
he was
jack
very
with
lucky to get that call on the
He's
turn.
at turn. He has to bet turn. Like, there's no way y'all check
Yeah,
around twice.
don't you did.
Does show it.
The river is bad for you. I could have ace queen and call with your tens. You're never gonna bet
That's
2x
why I bet
pot
2x.
with tens.
That's why I bet 2x, because you can fold ace queen. I can get ace queen to fold.
I think ace queen.
He knew that you knew that he knew that he would never do
Is
that.
this my card?
Yeah.
And so he did that. And when you saw that, you were like, he would never do it, but also Mo could have jacks. I'm out.
Thank you.
What?
Whatever, guys.
The big brain.
No 250.
Wow, if you see bet, we get all in. If you have king queen of diamonds, exactly. I check raise, you still call.
Yeah.
I shove river. I think you hero it off. Wouldn't make fair. 7, 12, 25. Much smaller stack.
Oh my god.
I know.
Ooh.
I got a
Need fold.
Pretty action hand here. GA with the snowman pops it to 25 and gets 3 callers. Ace 5 suited, ace deuce offsuit, engage. Any 2 cards is in there on the button.
I hope Gage listens back and realizes we're just having fun with it.
Yeah.
I always really respect people
Yeah.
that VPIP high, give action to the table, and honestly do really well with it too. Because Patrick's another person that plays exactly like that.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate Gage hasn't really been able to capitalize on the spots where he's had it, but he's been able to mix it up in a lot of spots that some of these other guys haven't been, which I really respect and I like. Specifically this spot. Unfortunate though, it's a paired board with king, so GA makes the crying call and is correct with pocket eights. Yeah, if Gage listens back to this, not criticizing his play, I actually really respect it. The way he's mixing up a lot of spots.
Yeah, you know,
It should allow him to get paid a lot more. I just wish that it's unfortunate for him that he hasn't been able to show off a lot of bluffs for the most part, because he'd be getting a lot of credit for when he actually has it, right? So
And
just unfortunate.
he has shown a 7 deuce that got through. He's rivered showdown value with 9 deuce.
Right, but
deuce
for
river, but
how many hands he's played, I really wish he could show them more, because then I think the table would give him more of a maniac image, and he'd be able to play not tighter afterwards, but he'd be able to play a lot more hands in a tighter fashion and just get paid on them.
Yeah.
But I don't think the table perceives him as much of a maniac as we can see in the booth. Like this spot, he'd be printing if we have a king high flop. Unfortunately though, the other players wake up with big hands as well.
Oh, you called. Oh,
But
okay.
fortunately, they're all flatting the 3-bet from the king 6 offsuit, so we get to go 4 ways to flop. Not much for anyone except Patrick, top pair.
And Patrick was the initial raiser, so pretty sick to raise to 50 pre-flop and somehow make top pair with your kicker.
Yeah, love the sizing. You flop top pair, probably have the best hand. You don't have to go big. You get 1 fold from an ace jack, but you get a float from an ace jack and a float from king queen. You would be really hoping for a king at this point. Turn. Inconsequential for the hands, but does change the board dynamic a decent amount. Shouldn't be too many 3s, obviously, in people's ranges, except maybe Gage.
Yeah.
This would be a spot for Gage to fire at it. You have king high. Does elect to do so. 160. Duke, however, is the one making the call with ace high.
And that's making it really tough for Patrick to overcall with the best hand.
It'll be interesting to see if Patrick puts in a check raise here. A lot of pros will tell you don't bet to see where you're at, but this would be one of those spots where it'd be pretty sick if he raises and is able to get these worst hands out. He'll quickly find out, obviously, if he raised and gets called that he wasn't good, but that wouldn't have been the case. Duke making top pair on the river. Very comfortable now if he didn't think his ace high was good, which I'm pretty sure he thought his ace high was good.
$500.
500.
Draw's way good.
You think?
You think?
Thank you.
James.
Does he remember to show it? He does.
Embarrassing. He rivered it. And that's what I was saying, where Gage is making these really strong plays, and it's just unfortunately not working out for him.
So a look at the leaderboard now. Mo and Duke out in front. HV stuck 2.2. Gage stuck nearly 1,000. Noah and GA also stuck, but not as much as Gage and HV. Tish, nearly 800. Sorry, just over 800. And Patrick and Dry Guy, north of the red line.
I guess it was just the other half.
Yeah. I really like, because that was the first hand of the day game, I believe, and I really like the way Patrick played it. Really like the way Gage played it, so that was definitely the way to play those specific hands in the NIT game. Aggression is always the best option if you're going to try to play hands to get rid of your NIT bun. In this spot, Dry Guy opening 15, Tish money, 3-betting 50, Gage just flatting. I'm wondering if the unfortune of the hands, misfortune that's happening to Gage is affecting him and making him play a bit differently from how he was beginning. But he does flop open-ended in this spot. Dry Guy with a pair, Tish money with the gutter ball. Tish continuing $50, Gage calling, Dry Guy calling. A lot of interesting turns that can happen. That not being one of them. Deuce of hearts, relatively a brick. We'll see if Tish continues. I don't think he will into 2 other players after being called. If he does continue, I think he'll try to go bigger. He has all the king X's. 200 into 300. Not as big as I thought he would go, but still 2/3. A very sizable bet. Gage with open-ended. Not sure he's going to go anywhere. You have a lot of implied odds if you hit, assuming your opponent does have ace-king or king-queen, hands like that. You have a lot of value from calling and getting there on the river. Dry Guy now in a spot with second pair. You don't love it. He does elect to fold.
I'd like to play you guys for like 14 hours straight.
One reason
Lock the door.
River is a 9 of spades. Gage with the best hand. Third pair. Does have showdown value, so we'll see if he elects to turn his hand into a bluff, if check to him, or if he takes showdown value. Tish with ace high. This is a great spot to balance. You have the queen of spades and polarize, which does exactly that.
That's cool. It's just like
Now Gage in a tough spot.
They don't want
He's
somebody
played
coming fresh after
pretty
they've
well
been running for like 2
all
days.
night.
They don't want somebody coming in fresh.
We'll see if he can make the call here. Definitely thinking about it.
So
Not
just,
folding
like,
just
after
yet.
hours, it's a big game. I've never
It
played
does have.
550 into 700.
It's like say no more people.
It makes people feel.
Thought he was putting those calling chips into hand, but they're on top of the stack now.
I don't know if it's 8 or 10 or 12 hours, but there's a.
I like that.
There's a limit. at
It
which
really
they
is a
don't
bad
have
river
more
because
so
a
they
lot
just
of the
keep going
bluffs
until
that
game breaks.
Tish had get there. So what value hands can Tish be betting here?
I've had my fair share of 24
Ace
plus.
king with maybe the ace or king of spades.
Yeah.
Does it go this big with ace king?
Too much for
The game.
Does
It was-
king jack
it was-
bet this
I mean,
big?
The action at that table was insane.
Do these hands
I mean, there
even
was
bet
probably,
this big
in a 1-3 game
with
there was
a
probably
9 of spades
50K on
river?
the table.
Yeah, it's big.
Does have the queen of spades, so can make something like queen 10 of spades.
I know I don't. I'm just hearing your side of it.
Gage unfortunately does not have a spade to be blocking hands that Tish could have value with.
It's going on pushing 20 correct K on this table, huh?
King, queen of spades, ace, king of spades.
When you start looking around. Oh, yeah.
The only hands that should really be doing this are king X of spades. A lot of the hands like ace, king, king, jack want to go smaller and try to get to some form of showdown. Gage really thinking about it.
I love these streams.
I think we've been giving him his flowers up until this point to where he might feel that energy and make the call.
I love watching.
Unfortunately, I think his microphone is off as well. That, or he's really just muttering to himself.
Me tanking.
But yeah, I have not seen him in the blender like this before.
Here with ace high.
I've seen him play 5, 10, 20 in a really tough lineup here. I know he's played at the lodge quite a bit and has some ownership in the industry as well.
He has calling chips cut out, I believe, 5 blacks, 2 greens.
Yep. Shuffling those and deciding if he wants to put them at risk.
The other factor that you have to consider is the nit game. It always adds a percentage, an element to making these hero calls and for these players to make bluffs.
Oil the machine up a little bit. Get you going.
Yeah, I'm trying to get that caffeine flowing in here.
So interesting when we see players that play 7 deuce, 8-5, 9-5, 7-5, whatever it might be, really think about these spots and analyze. Makes the call. Good call, Gage. Good call.
Yeah, and now he might be getting too much credit in the both right and wrong way.
Right. Yep.
Earlier we were talking about building that maniac image, but now they're just like, damn, how's he make that call?
Yeah, and I believe with that hand, he's probably unstuck and also got rid of the nit button, so he won't be paying the 160 nit tax. So super sick hand, great call. Great discipline and analysis to tank, think about the spot.
And like you mentioned, it really came down to what he asked about at the end there. Asking Tish, hey, do you still have the nit button? Tish did not say a word. Gage quickly looked around the table, realized that that nit button did in fact belong to Tish, and then quickly put in the call.
If I'm in a hand, I would.
Yeah,
So you're just gonna fuck up. Once it got to 8 minutes, I was calling fucking myself. I usually don't take that long. I was just like, I just didn't.
Tournament, yeah, there's some strange circumstance.
Back to the nit game for these other players. HV opening with the ace queen offsuit, $30.
I got what I got, dude. I got aces.
Dry guy calling with king 5 suited.
Come on, we used to feet. You know, you got to tap.
Patrick getting in there with jack 8
There's
offsuit.
no way I win this hand. All right, I should
Not
just.
here.
Possible. It's possible. I mean.
So you can't be dead pre-flop.
What, in this game? No,
Gage also playing defense for after generating the nit button. Love it. 10-8. Suited, flops the flush draw. HV, however, top, 2 pair, aces up, ace queen. Gotta love it. Patrick with just a pair gets out of the way. Gage gonna keep playing defense. Gutter ball to the 9.
It's actually double gutted here.
Yeah, 10.
And a king also
or
giving
9.
him the Broadway.
3 outs, unit.
Pretty sick. 30% still on the turn with 10 high against ace queen 2 pair. HV electing 135. Half pot. Sorry, 160.
That's the thing I had to finally get us playing hold.
Gage does make the call. Can HV fade? He's been running so bad. Cannot. 6 of clubs on the river. This would be a great spot for Gage to lead out. Does check, however.
You got 4 outs.
HV electing, can he get more value, or is this just a spot where you take showdown?
In my
Has the queen of
fraternity, we
clubs,
played-
but that
we
doesn't
played,
really mean
low
much
stakes,
if you don't actually have the
$10
flush.
buy-in, stuff like that.
Oh, yeah.
So we had this one
Three,
kid
three, three.
in the
350
fraternity
calls.
that would chase
HV just hating it.
everything.
Yeah,
Grimace
one chip
face.
call by Gage and
His
quickly
name was
draws
Gooch,
it back.
so we call it Gooch special.
Knows he's likely good.
Every time a runner
Gage
came
definitely
out,
in the green
people
now
would just open
after
fold.
that.
Because they knew
HV sadly and
they knew he
unfortunately
had it. Any type of runner,
digging a deeper
runner
hole. Unfortunately, he's just running bad on these hands.
Fun game, though. That's what makes it so fun.
Oh, of course.
Play so many different.
HV thinking about if he could play that hand any differently, pondering, but his sizing on the turn was good. He's getting called by the 10-8 clubs regardless.
He don't even have a knit button, does he?
$25 on HV with ace-7 suited, bumping it to 75. Looks like a double straddle, or triple straddle, rather. 6, 12, 25.
Well,
6, 12, 25, 75. I just want to put 75 in there because it's fun.
Patrick calling with the queen-10 suited. Rest of the players getting out of the way. Gage not electing to play defense with queen-4 offsuit this time. Heads up. 10, deuce, 4. Patrick outflopping HV when HV had the better hand pre-flop. Unfortunate run for HV tonight. Patrick checks and HV does elect to c-bet $80. Patrick's not going anywhere, top pair. Does elect to raise in this spot. I don't hate it. You have the nit bun. You want to deny equity from ace king,
I'd be pissed.
ace queen, ace jack.
With frogs, I was the frog guy. If ever he came with blue hair, I'd be pissed.
You'll find out very quickly if you're beat. HV floating here, ace-7 suited. Diamond on the turn would be detrimental. 7 would also do
Actually promised me.
probably the trick because now HV has some showdown. Might think his 7 can get there and be good on the river. Deuce of hearts.
Yeah.
Not changing much.
And that raise, check raise by Patrick, actually saving him some on the turn as well. Gets a check back, but
Yeah.
in a weird way costing him.
Right.
Gets him a free card when he needs it, but didn't need it that time.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, man.
That was a very interesting run out because
Can't take me anywhere.
I think if it's different, the Patrick still checks a lot of turns rivers just because he got checked or
Called
bet
on the
raise
checker.
called, called on his raise. So he's probably putting HV on a pretty strong pair or over pair. Unfortunately, though, HV just has showdown when he turns a 7, and he just gladly takes his showdown.
Well, kind of, it's closer.
I think if it goes brick on the turn and it checks to HV definitely barrels with ace high.
Well,
All of us love SpongeBob.
I wasn't really talking about, I was talking about the frog thing, but the pink stuff too. Seems like everybody's doing that too. You're just a trendsetter, kid. Oh, it's true.
Oh.
Mr. Table.
Check raise, I still
True.
fold that.
Happy to always start a trend.
Once again, Gage playing defense with the 7-5 offsuit after GA open with ace-9 offsuit.
Sick defense.
Flops the absolute nuts. Checks
It's just hard not to have my phone.
to let his opponent catch up, and GA does so. Top pair, top kicker.
I'm living
Bets 50, GA raises. We have a lot of action very quickly.
I'm fine.
I gotta consciously stand up to go check it. You know,
Gauge's
every now and then
straight
I
gets
do
better.
want to, but
It's no longer the nut straight.
it's like I'm not
Raises
just
with a
sitting here
purple
in
chip.
between hands
Yeah, I'm
scrolling.
kind of glad.
I think a lot of people
$550.
get very loose with using their phones in hand.
It'll be
You ever
interesting to
seen some guy
see
fucking, like,
if GA
check raise you and
elects to
then text
continue,
his friend
because
in the middle of the hand? It's
Gage
like,
doesn't have the nit bun.
Man, I don't know.
Is Gage getting out of line
The
here?
guy, like, check raise you.
Most
and then
likely
text
not.
the wizard open on his phone.
GA does fold. And Gage will not show that one.
I know that in tournaments sometimes.
In
They
tournaments,
just open
I've
the
seen
GTO
people have
wizard.
charts.
See that, yeah.
These are
I
spots where I
out
wish
there, that's-
Gage
I
had a
play
nit bun, because then
WSOP tournament.
we would have
I
seen
didn't
maybe
play
a different
and the guy
decision
kept pulling a little
for
piece of
GA to
paper out of it
come to.
and looking at his charts or whatever.
I was thinking about, you know how like quarterbacks have those wrist
It was
things,
like, what?
the
Yeah.
wristbands with all the plays.
Too
You
late,
have a
man.
wristband with just like
No, I need a wristband that says "Don't bluff your entire stack." Before I try to do anything.
You got like 60 to.
Don't
You got
call off
80 big blinds plus chart, 60 to 80, 40 to 60, 20 to 40.
I just write on the back of my hand whenever I go to peel my cards. I just write 20% VTIP, under 20% VTIP. Tournament play.
Dude, you are in the wrong stream to be under 20%.
No, he's talking about tournaments.
Oh, tournament. Oh my God, yeah.
You can just learn how to fold. You'll like.
Ace 4 against Ace 4.
Especially in Texas.
1 flush draw for GA, 2 for Patrick.
Like trying to play 1-3 or something like that in cash game in Vegas is like watching grass grow. Those fuckers.
Yeah.
Oh, it is. It's like,
I've never done it, but I've heard.
It's horrible.
Gage getting rewarded for his dark check. Top pair.
Yeah, I couldn't do the whole Vegas thing before COVID.
Other 2 players catching up very quickly on the turn, though.
Yeah.
Are you 21 now? Yeah.
No, I'm 24. I mean, but when COVID started, 20. I born in 2000, so 2020, I was still 20.
Hard for Gage to be good against a bet and a call with an ace on the turn.
I think so. Yeah.
I just assumed.
Yeah.
I just assumed.
That's a call.
That was
Chop it up.
like a genuine reaction.
Summer of 2021, so I just turned 21 back in January. And I didn't
Everybody loves a chop pot.
Played at Texas Guardhouse mostly.
That's not
great.
Good value.
So I made the hike. It was like a 45-minute drive. Oh man, how many times I made that drive? How much gas I burned? Definitely not profitable. But it was a lot of fun. Oh man, I've slept in the parking lot before in my car. Take a little nap.
Thank you, Joe.
I've slept in many a casino parking garages when I was younger in my car.
It's safer than driving.
Well, we
Could have bet it.
It was 4 ways.
Yeah, I was 24 once.
Very excited for the PGT
Oh, I know, man.
coming to Champions in Houston, Texas.
I wish I was.
$2 million
I
main
wish
event,
this sort of thing was a-
plenty of side events,
But I mean,
You were a shark back then?
well, I mean, I just.
$3,300 buy-in for the main event. Those side events,
Oh yeah, my dad.
$5,300 or 10.3. Kicking things off though with a $400 buy-in deep stack event. So come on down to Champions, 6440 West Sam Houston Parkway South.
We're trying to talk here.
Room is going to be filled with amazing players, people chasing that PGT leaderboard. And then we have 3 days of a Poker Go Cash Festival kicking off this Sunday over on the Poker Go YouTube channel.
Tell me about it.
Yeah, I did, bro. I'm fucking working on, like, just to get ahead of next week.
7 Deuce getting there on this flop.
What you got going on? If you can talk.
I'm running a workshop next week at a client's office.
Different modes?
I've got a point of view that I'm going to another client's CFO.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that's a good flop for 7 dudes.
Wow.
Deuce 5. How do you got? They give you all the money.
I've got a proposal due on...
But yeah, we mentioned some of the names coming into town earlier. If you weren't here for that, I'll do some name dropping again. Phil Hellmuth, of course. Phil typically comes in every 3 months or so here, plays on those cash streams. He'll be joined by some pretty large names. We'll put a disclaimer out there. Sometimes those names do change, crazy schedules and whatnot, but expecting to have Lucky Chewy, Victoria Liveshits, Both of them have been here before. Both of them co-founders of Octopi Poker, one of our stream sponsors. You can see there on the felt.
Water. So cooling towers, boilers, strippers.
Also expecting at least one half of the Foxens.
So I'm in the
Maria Ho, Arden Cho,
absolutely
Josh Aryeh.
main office.
Plenty of big names coming right here to Champions.
One major.
And once again, we're going to be taking a quick pause over the next 2 weeks on our channel. And those streams will be on PokerGo YouTube channel. Back to the action here, though. Kings for Duke has a... Sorry, he doesn't have a knit button.
Yeah.
Little graphics issue there. But Dry Guy definitely has a net button and has Ace-Jack suited. 8's another pocket pair, seeing this flop. And Jack-10. Jack-10 completely missing. Ace magnets, though, proving to be true. Dry Guy outflops the Kings. Can't be scared of monsters under the bed. Duke leads out. Gets called in 2 spots, doesn't like it. He wouldn't mind this turn card if he had the King of Clubs instead of the King of Spades. Checks around. Patrick, the only one with a club.
75.
And pointless river. Given the action on the turn, Duke decides to lead out. Yeah, definitely expecting a raise from Dry Guy. Can't always rely on this third player to just call behind if you just call as well. In the hand you want to be raising with, trying to get some additional value. Has to show it in order to get rid of the knit button.
I gotta make up some hands. I keep forgetting.
Well, the thing is, I'm never calling you with less than a.
Yeah.
Because if he had said you want to
That's what I was kind of thinking. Was like whenever you're still betting on river.
I'm putting 2 pound pin and 47. The only hand I'm calling.
I should be 3 betting.
Have to be flush over flush now.
But you gotta find where you're running good. Yeah,
So what do you call me 3?
I should have. But we were in the middle of. I forgot what it was. I had Ace-Jack suited. I absolutely should be 3 betting.
Only flush, right?
So you made me some money there because I ain't calling a 4 bet.
I think like on the turn.
Especially when you don't
I
have.
was thinking of over betting the turn, but I want to keep your weakness.
I mean, I would end up luck boxing, but as Rampage would say. Flash. But no, Accenture, great company. Do you focus in any particular industry?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm not industry focused. I'm functional focused.
Okay.
So I do like finance.
Lock it up.
Strategy, finance transformation, M&A. But I've worked across a lot of industries, but I mostly work.
Funny move by Mo there.
Wait.
Getting the frog in the mix too.
Is that a rip? Okay.
Yeah, just put it in.
Put it in? Oh my god, excellent. Oh, he's playing for the frog.
Wait,
Are we playing for frogs?
they didn't match the frog though.
Yeah.
Frog.
Or you gotta put
Noah
another
3 betting with King 7 suited. Gage electing to just flat. I like the flat just because he's been mixing it up with a lot of his other hands, so it's better to do it with some of your stronger hands if you're going to do it with those weaker marginal hands. Does get rewarded with 2 queens on the flop, given that he has ace queen. Mo gets out of the way with his pocket 6s. Noah continuing, c-betting. Gage calling, of course, with trip queens. Turns kind of insignificant to Gage. Noah recognizing that he probably doesn't have anything else to continue for, so he just checks it. Gage betting 225, taking it down.
Frog donation.
Oh, glasses are on. I'm scared. Next thing we know, we got a hoodie up.
But the thing is, you can still see it. You can still see this eyes through the sunglasses, so they're just there for style.
They're stylish.
No, they're there so he stares through the sunglasses at you, so you know he's looking, but he's still got the glasses on.
Shoot, I brought him. I might as well pull him. I kind of forgot about him. I'm like, I have him. I might as well bring him out.
All right, where is it at? Let's raise it up.
Binding, that's binding.
HV now mixing it up. Gage opening an ace-10 offsuit. HV 3-betting with 4-3 offsuit on the button. Mo, however, 4-betting queen-jack suited to 150. GA. This is one of those spots where I would really like GA to go with one of the bigger sizings, given that he has pocket nines. If you're going to go big a lot of the time, you want to mix up these hands with those bigger hands. And you can credibly represent, you know, your kings, aces.
No, that's my
Does it like just flat though?
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you.
Mo kind of adjusting himself to look at GA's stack size and question himself. What hands is GA flatting a 4-bet here? Flop 8-7-6, great flop for GA. Doesn't have his nit button, whereas Mo does. Mo electing to continue. Mo thinking that he has all the overpairs as 4-bets. However, once he gets called in this spot on the flop, unless he turns equity, I think he's going to shut down.
No.
It's almost
3 of diamonds is a brick. 9 still in the lead. If Mo decides to bet here, which he doesn't, I would assume he would have gone on the bigger size, but Rivers, top pair with the jack. I think Mo can actually go for value here and target a pocket pair.
Thank you very much, Jim.
I don't think if GA flopped a set, he would have checked the turn in position. Mo correctly assessing the situation. With his nit button, goes 600 and 700. Love the sizing. You have the nit button. You're going to get hero called a lot of the time.
Party it up.
Looks like he's about to get the call.
I always do 1942 for my.
Oh yeah, get some Julio 42.
So I always did for my big game.
Pass that damn bottle around.
We killed it in like.
Does get the call and is good.
Bullshit.
That's a 1K pot going to Mo's way. Also, 1K profit, sorry, going to Mo's way. And the nit button gotten rid of.
Add you all the way to the river at 9. And then I had to.
Mo, did you bet?
Yeah, I bet. See, now you sad that when you don't get the jack, you would have bet like that. The jack, you check, you bet like that.
It's kind of like the same thing.
But I don't get any more value. You bet that I just jammed.
And then he folded.
Thank you, Paula.
You still bet.
You still get my value bet, yeah.
I'll have hot. If anything else, I'll have hot dogs.
So if I'm checking flop and turn, I should check river.
I might be bluffing that. He might be bluffing that.
Yeah, I might bluff. You guys
I
check.
love you have
Check
top
3
pair.
times.
Push the tape
You have
out,
top
didn't
pair in the
Yeah, if I
river.
don't have top pair,
Of course
Put
you're
you
gonna
on
bluff.
an ace
I
queen.
have ace king something.
Seat 7 calls, 15, 8 calls. 9 folds. 1 roll.
I put you on ace queen. Mo.
15 to go.
Ace queen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I knew you didn't have nothing.
I could have
like,
ace
I mean, I know you didn't have nothing on the flop. And then I had a 9.
How come
so I
I'm
had to
always the
open
one
ended.
going against
Oh,
the
yeah.
Yeah, so I had to open it.
Oh,
And
that's
I
so
felt
good.
good.
They get a
When I
little
saw,
crazy with
then
those.
I
need your help. I
They
need
need
your
a little
help.
crazy. They get a little crazy.
Yeah.
that's why it took
When
a
I
while.
saw that plate of mozzarella sticks walk past me,
3 ways
said,
to
"This
flop.
last
HV
call,"
with
I said,
bottom
I'll
pair
grab some.
on a
I'll
monotone
grab some.
flop.
That smells good.
Gage and Noah, however, flopping.
I think you would've
Second
done
pair.
the same thing.
Gage getting out of the way. Gage having a lot of 7-5s
Yeah, I
today.
would.
Those mozzarella
Not
sticks
sure
are
if that's a
nicking.
thing, but turn bringing the 6 of diamonds.
Maybe I should have got me a little snack over the close to the kitchen.
Still a very wet board. River 4 hearts.
Yeah, everything here is good.
Noah checks and HV gets bailed out by the 4 on the river.
This kind of
and is
two-pair.
good.
I was calling the river. You had, there was value, man.
Nah,
I was gonna call.
not
I was
that
just gonna
board.
call.
No, not that board.
I was gonna call. I'm telling you.
straight.
I'm telling you. I was gonna call.
How been running
He's kind
today?
of a calling station, by the way.
Yeah.
What I'm seeing running all day today? Oh no. No, thank you.
Still 2 players in the net game. Tish Money and Noah.
Wasn't folding.
Bang, bang, bang.
Sleeper straddle, 6 to go.
Just gonna lock it up, Tish.
Get real.
I'm locking it up too.
Yeah, I'm done straddling. Nobody else is straddling.
I'm locking up this loss.
Probably giving away like
I'll do a round.
$150.
I'm still gonna bluff if I had to.
No, I want to do a round of doubles, like a round of doubles.
Doubles are a little.
6 folds.
One round of doubles.
6 and seat 7.
We've been straddling like everybody's been kind of.
We just honestly, I'd rather a single straddle to 15
That's why the rock is so good.
than a double straddle. I don't know. I'm not a fan of a double
I
straddle.
don't like changing the way like who gets the action.
I'd rather
Because
like
then,
a
like,
single
whoever's
straddle.
winning the most
You know,
hands
the
will-
double straddle just like change. Like it,
Only
I don't know.
And if you win the most hands,
Pre-flop is huge.
and if you win the most hands, don't you deserve a
Tish.
little something?
Raising, understanding that
No? Oh, okay.
he's basically
I don't know. Maybe I'm
not going against Noah with the nit button in this one.
I just think.
However, Gage with all the
you know,
whites
pre-flop
elects to
positions.
call and play some defense.
Oh, well, yeah. Oh,
GA as well on the button,
I'll keep
calling
it one
with
time.
Queen 9 offsuit.
Here we go.
Makes more work for you at the end.
He was down for everybody. They get
Yeah, now you're making everything.
$320 straddle. So he was like,
My bad.
$10, $20, or whatever. And 300, and he's putting everybody's straddles
Flop
in.
is
So-
queen high,
but he
paired
just has
board,
some sort of strategy.
GA with the best of it.
He's gonna slam it or something with all
Yeah.
the money out there.
Yeah,
Everybody
check
knows
money.
it.
First action
If you're
Yeah,
more
but-
risk
But
adverse.
when you're doing your
Small
own money
bet
out there, no hardly
into
makes
a
sense.
$100
I can
pot.
see
I
how
like
that
it.
plus would be. But
Find out very
It
quickly that
depends on
you're
your play
not good.
style for sure. If you're willing to,
Turn
if
eight of
you're willing
diamonds.
to put it in
Not
pre-flop,
Not changing anyone's hands.
you have to be willing to flip.
Tish probably at the spot.
Well, that's
You
it.
should
You
check
ever go-
or go big.
Because if
Given
you're
that he
gonna
has
put
no
all that
equity.
out there just to fold, you're gonna lose every time. You lose 100.
He does elect to
Well,
bet
when you fold.
Well, look,
90, I believe.
oh,
or 110.
So if you put it in,
110.
at least it's 50. Like if you're gonna do all
GA
that
does
pre-flop
call.
and then when
River
someone
is a
jams
jack of
on you, you're
spades.
gonna fold. You might as well knock it out. You know. But if you're gonna call, then you
Tish
know,
just checks
And
and
if
GA
they
checks
know
back
you're
with a
gonna
showdown.
call him, they, you know,
then
Yeah,
they'll
surprised
get looser.
for
and if you got
Tish
eight-
to have bet that turn.
your opponent's got aces and
I assume that
end up having to
a lot of
play
hands
5, 6,
GA
or
has
something.
You still, yeah.
are just calling, and that's why
There
Tish
will
could bet
still be,
one
you know,
more street,
30% of the time or something.
not have to go too big, and
Suck
maybe
out.
get the fold, but does not work in that
if
spot.
you're doing, like,
Nice
if
hand,
that's
GA.
your- if that's your strat, that's your strat.
I guess.
I don't know.
People
That's a
figure
straddle,
all
huh?
kinds of shit.
Oh, shit.
I'm sure there's some
That's
sort
a
of math behind it. What you would need to make that
How do you know
profit.
he
I don't know. Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave it out there.
Oh, okay.
Whether he puts
What
it,
hands you have to be calling off?
just gonna leave it out there.
What hands you have to think that you're not up against?
Well,
Yeah, it's so much action.
I mean, I got starting. I mean, I know where I'm gonna start with on any kind of situation pre-flop.
Say heads
but
up?
After that, it gets pretty complicated, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I
As
think
so
you.
far as to
I think
which
you
flop
should-
hands
those
are gonna
types
get
of
the
players.
better and all that kind of thing.
I think those types of players pick people. They just like target specific people
Target
who
the
they think
dummies.
has
like,
not
GA
the
electing
dummies, but the
call
people that
with
they know
the Dan
what they
Fouts
have
7-4
free
offsuit.
off of their play.
$12.
So you can kinda know.
Double straddle is on.
And you're like,
James Duke folding 7-6.
did you order something from
Try guy
Pop?
mixing
You
it
sent
up
back
with
more
Queen
than
10
$50.
offsuit in the small
I got
blind.
some
Tish
on
Money making the call as well. Noah should be a raise here, and it is in fact a raise. On the larger side to $100.
That's okay. I like hot dog. Get me food.
I like it. Your heads up in the net game. Your last to act, squeezing. Last position. Dry guy, however, playing some defense, understanding that Noah and Tish Money are the last two in the net game. Likes to call the Queen 10 offsuit.
Good luck, all in.
Thank you.
Tish getting out of the way, letting Dry Guy do the defense for him. Dry Guy flopping top pair. It's a pretty good kicker. Checks to Noah. Noah can't credibly think that Dry Guy hit this flop. limp calling the huge $100 raise pre-flop. Unfortunately, though, dry guy does have top pair. Noah continue for 100. We'll see if dry guy elects to just flat here or raise. Last time in this situation, he raised
It's alright, SpongeBob.
about 3x, I think it was. Looks like he's doing so
SpongeBob is
again.
running God mode today.
Yeah.
350, it looks like.
I'm in the dog mode today.
I don't think Noah will get squirrely here and just get out of line, but if there was a hand to get out of line with and just go bonkers, it would be 6-3 offsuit. Basically, elects to call, wondering if he's going to make some moves on future streets. Does turn equity to a gutter ball to the 5. Now the problem when you check raise and get called here is because Noah's a pre-flop aggressor, made it 100. Noah has a lot of jacks plus. Unfortunately though, dry guy doesn't care.
It wasn't part of the plan.
That was pretty much max pressure.
And rips.
No, it's like 800.
Fortunately for dry guy, Noah has 6 high. And a lot of spots that go bet call,
Can't do anything.
there should be a lot of jacks plus.
I was just gonna do it. All right, nice hand, man.
Yeah.
6 high, no good.
Show a 6.
6 high, no good.
If you did that, I had to fold. So I thought to myself,
Right, I was gonna wait for you to check the turn. I was gonna bet.
Gauge 70% of hands being played. Probably actually more, since some of the time he is stepping away from the table. But Mo, the big winner, up 2.5 now. Duke 1.1, Gage not too far behind, 975, Dry Guy 630, and 315 for Patrick. HV struggling to get things going and just a lot of run bad. Keeping them down there at the bottom.
How many drink you in already?
30% VPIP from
Ace high, snap it.
as the lowest
Oh my
VPIP is
God.
kind of crazy.
Ace high one
It's a very active table, playing a lot of hands.
oh, I mean, I'm ahead of it.
Which we are loving.
Yeah. Out of
control.
7 folds.
Yeah.
It's a good hat.
Oh my God, I got really lucky.
It's good swag, dude.
Jokers of what?
Yeah, no, I was definitely ahead.
You let me off the hook. You let me off.
You really
the
have 6 high?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not calling with a 10 after you made it 100 pre-flop, you know? You jacks, queens.
I was gonna just give it to you.
Ace deuce.
I was just gonna give it to you.
I think I'll go with the
I mean, I would have appreciated
I was
it.
just gonna give it to you, man.
But then I thought to myself, you had your nip button still, so I was like,
Yeah, there we go.
Wow, you were gonna fold a 10.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like you would have outplayed me, so I just had to get it in.
Fold a 10. Oh my God. Sick.
Be for $1,500 if you jam.
There it is. 6 folds.
Fold a 10. Oh my God.
How much you starting with? 1,800?
I mean, best case scenario is ace king, ace queen. That jams there, or complete air.
Maybe.
I don't know. I am a fish though.
That's sick.
Yeah, queen 10 off.
What do we call that after? No, the green one, right? 150?
I like the glass.
And the Nick game is still on between Noah and Tish Money.
Realized I had to complete the look.
Tish, however, the only one in this one, 3-betting with queen 10 suited to 150, getting called by Duke with the 5s, HV with the ace 9, and Tish Money flopping 2 pair. Not the best flop, but you can't hate getting 2 pair in this spot. You really hope that someone has a king.
What flats my 3-bet? I check and jams into me. I mean,
I
it's
wasn't
either.
I wasn't gonna jam. I was gonna go
Oh.
small again.
Oh, if
500.
you
I
500,
go like
I'd call.
500.
500,
Then I was
I'd
gonna
call.
jam. Then I was gonna jam river.
Depending on the river, would have been.
Then I was gonna jam river.
If it was a blank river, I have to call. After calling
Oh,
turn.
Okay. Well, that's how I get paid.
HV calling with his gutter ball and backdoor hearts. No hearts, so only the jack is his clean out. Tish figuring out what sizing to go for. Doesn't have to go too big. Does, however, elect to go to 500. Shows it, and Noah, unfortunately, the loser of the game.
Flop the boat draw, dude.
Very nice.
Nice button on the
Which is not indicative of how he played when he had the knit game button. He was mixing it up and trying to get rid of it as often as possible. Unfortunately, did not work out again this time.
Alright, if it's a time to do it, this is the time.
Time to do it, this is the time.
Oh,
Yeah,
damn,
this
dude, you're
is
like
time.
decked out now.
I got some cheese sticks here.
Yeah.
Some cheese sticks.
Oh,
Fucking balling the cheese.
Lucky, I definitely want to hit one of those before the flop.
Easy when you just flopped it, huh?
It's easy when you flop two
12
big.
HP? 15.
Yes.
Yeah, 15, 15.
Very easy when you flop two big.
Almost 4 baggy. That was a good
Got
hand.
live
I'm good
6
for that.
and seat 7. a
What
live
do you have?
15 and seat 8.
Ace 9 suited.
Not bad.
It's not bad at all. That's a 4-bet bluff right there. But I feel like you have to.
Either
make
option
one.
is good.
550.
I don't know.
9 calls 15.
What? You limit aces again? I'm kind of scared this
You gotta balance some of it.
Get planned with that.
75.
C2 raise.
Now that's a real race.
Okay, earlier you said every time.
Knit game is not on, but
Well,
dead money in the
yeah,
middle,
finally.
and James Duke
You have to-
makes a 75 with Jack 9 offsuit. Dry guy calling 8-7 offsuit. Patrick calling King 5 suited. Tish money calling Queen Jack offsuit. If they actually go multi-way to a flop, I'll be very surprised because HV now looking down at Ace Queen offsuit.
400.
HV has been stuck most of the night, and now this could look like a tilt raise or a steal squeeze.
400.
Here you go.
Should take it down in theory, but we'll see what happens.
I'm gonna give it up. Man, that's a big old.
1 fold, 2 fold.
That's $75 for his insurance, just in case it made it to the flop.
$700. Yeah. I thought maybe, yeah, I wasted that much. I would.
Wow!
fold.
Finally, I fucking win with this hand.
What?
Finally takes down with Ace Queen.
Right there.
I was ready.
Takes down a
I was
nice
ready
little
to put it in, bro.
$300 dead money.
Again.
Plus
Put it
the
in.
160,
For
so
the freaking first time today.
$480 going towards HV.
Put it in. Scariest thing in poker.
Actually, I kind of want to call.
What you said?
I kind of want to play. That kind of hand, bro. That's the best hand I pick up.
Yeah, I had king 5 suited. You don't want to be calling.
I want to do it.
There's no way you're.
Yeah, I
playing
want to
king
do it.
fives. I would
Anybody
call.
jam right there, I'm snap calling.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
I was ready to lock it up, but I guess
I was just like, I really.
it's a good.
Lock it up and announced.
I mean, $15 straddle. That's freaking great spot to squeeze.
So you're rewarded when you ever straddle, right? Yeah, you straddle. Ace.
Hell no, last time I shot, I ran 2 aces.
I think I see re-straddle.
Yeah, I re-straddle.
Not the hand I shot and he limped in, and then he got aces. I got aces.
Hey, you got to admit though, with the action that's been going, it was in my position that I think it was.
No, you played a gray. It sucks. I have a gray hand too.
Oh yeah.
3 raises. 25.
Everything's perfect.
5 calls 45. 6 calls. 7 calls 45.
125.
8 raises.
Love it. On the straddle. You just showed Ace Queen offsuit because you have it again. Ace 8 suited from HV 3 betting to the 125.
No, I got no one.
Again, dead money in the middle. Dry guy opening $25 with Ace 3 suited. Tish money calling the button. Gauge calling. Queen 10 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah, take that one, Tish.
Joker is a.
Now dry guy electing
I look like a
2.
dipshit in forwards hat, so.
Looks like a 4 bet.
Yeah, that
I
maybe
love
that
this
was my
spot
problem.
too. You don't want to flat with hands like this. You want to be the aggressor. You want to 4 bet. You just have really bad reverse implied odds when an ace flops. You don't know where you're at. You'd rather just be the aggressor. Don't make yourself wonder if you're good. Make other people wonder if they're good. Pushes it forward.
Okay. Damn, bro.
4-bet. Tish money getting out of the way, Engage getting out of the way as we get the count from Leo. Another great dealer that we've added on to Champions. He's been here for the past few months, came from a different club, and we're more than happy to have him. He's been a great dealer in addition to the team. 4-bet to $425 from Dry Guy with the Ace-3 suited. HV electing to make the call. This is kind of the only problem is when you do get called, now you have to think about what hands they have and do they have a better Ace-X or are they just a better pocket pair? 5-4-4, obviously really scary for
He's from Minnesota.
Ace-3 when you think they might have a better pocket pair. Ace-3 with the gutter ball to the wheel. HV, Ace-8, suited turns, diamonds on the turn. It's a great turn. Dry Guy now electing to delay C-bet.
And poker, those are the things that I do.
Pot's huge, $900. Dry Guy electing to go 275. I don't hate the sizing. I think this sizing would have been a lot better to do on the flop. If they have a pocket pair, then so be it, but you put a lot of pressure onto hands like HV's. You want to be, if you're 4-betting pre, you should be credibly repping a wide range of pocket pairs and these ace rags, ace king, ace queen hands. So a small bet like this on the flop would have been very optimal. But as played, bets a turn and HV makes a call.
Oh, 275. My bad.
With nut diamonds and the best hand right now. River showdown. Checks. Now Dry Guy. Will he go for it? 1,450 in the pot. HV was already shown a bluff against Dry Guy with 10-4 when Dry Guy had absolutely nothing. If Dry Guy elects to go for it again, will HV be able to make the call? Will he think about to that spot where he got bluffed in the Nick game? If Dry Guy goes small here again, I think HV's going to find the call. HV's just stuck piles. A small bet won't work, but does check.
With an 8.
$750 going HV's way with Ace.
I like
8.
that. That was a good hand. That was a good hand.
Pretty sick one.
HV 1.0 right there.
HV 1.0.
So deep.
So deep. Love it.
Wow, Button Frog.
Nice hand.
Button Frog is live.
Button Frog, baby. I feel like that's HV's excuse to play any hand. I'm so deep.
Frog exchange.
Ace suited. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Ooh, lose a diamond on a river would be action.
I was thinking that exact thing.
Ready to call it off on the freaking river too.
Even if it deuce hit.
Exactly. HV just says on the river too, he was ready to call off for that pair of eights, depending on the bet size.
But it has to be dependent on how much you bet.
Yeah, I really like how Dry Guy played the pre-flop, the 4-bet, a lot better than just flatting there. It's either a 4-bet or fold. Unfortunately, he runs into HV, who he had previous hand history with tonight. HV doesn't believe him, makes a call. He gets a free card to see the turn. More equity. HV's never folding.
Or the wheel, or like the
And then nine showdown on the river.
That's your bingo card.
That is my bingo card, but.
Yeah, ace. I mean, yeah.
No, I'm not chopped. It's a 9 out there?
449.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dry Guy now with the straight to the queen. No heart, however. He's going to bet pot and just take it down.
And we are getting that 30-minute warning as John, our floor guy for the night, comes in and invites the table
26 minutes. Yeah.
to continue to play post-stream. I'm sure some of them might be doing so already.
That's me. Alright?
Yeah.
I thought it was a small blind, no?
I was the straddle, yeah.
We've got 30 minutes left, but they've already wrapped up playing. Probably probably going to finish things up right around hand 100.
Oh, I've seen him win and I've seen him lose. Never seen him quit.
See 2 folds. See 3 calls.
Dry guy trying to play the heat right now.
See 4 raises to 26.
Getting in there with straight blockers, 10-5.
I wanted to bank one time.
65 raises. 85. 67 fold. 8 folds. 9 folds. 1 fold.
How what? Is
that 85?
Isn't broken?
No.
See 3 calls.
I love to see it. Some nonsense hands up against a real hand.
I could tell.
This is amazing. Ace 10 in position up against 10-5 and Queen 10 suited.
Ace 10 somehow still holding that lead with ace high.
Yeah, you'd almost expect this to become like 8-5-5 or
Leo, I'm
8
adding
deuce
2.
deuce on the flop somehow here, but
Thank you.
ace high still good.
Tish money with the backwards hat betting 125.
Backdoor space go along with it, but I think the continuation could just get the job done here. Backdoor diamonds for Patrick, and they get out of the way.
In Vegas, they don't really bring out 1K chips.
Backwards hat, Tish money.
Not too often, no.
You won't see this.
You
shit
don't
at
play
Vegas
too many
1-3.
1-3 games out, or 1-2 or 1-3 games out there with $20,000 on the table. 22,000.
Feels kind of like 5K.
James Duke said it best. You will not find another 1-3
Yeah.
like the 1-3 in Texas,
sometimes
specifically
Yeah,
at Champions Club, Texas.
Now look, it's 1-3.
I swung out to the room earlier and took a quick peek at the 1-3, feeding for
Strata,
some
watch
action,
us get
and
to 225
Do you
pre-flop.
think that like
there's a few 2K, 3K stacks out there in the 1-3 right now in Hold'em.
infinitely deep? I don't think, or are those
Our 1-2 is capped
Vegas?
to $200 as your max buy-in when you first sit down at the 1-2, but there's a few stacks out there right now that are $600, $700 stacks, which means you can make some decent money playing 1-2 here as well. 1-2 for anyone that doesn't want to play bigger like this, because these 1-3 games do get big sometimes.
Too much information.
Maybe not as big as this one, but there are days where the 1-3 can be 1K, 2K effective. And 1-2 might just be the way to go. Back to the action though. Patrick with ace-5 offsuit. Flop king 5-5. HV pre-flop aggressor on the button with 9-7 offsuit.
Yeah.
Continues to bet $35 out to Patrick. Checks to him. Easy call with trick 5s. You're just hoping that your opponent catches up. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Patrick checks once again, continuing to trap his opponent.
How about what?
HV though, not falling for it. About solvers. Maybe Noah, because Noah had that 30%
Oh, I've never
call
used
out
it.
earlier in the
I've
night.
never even seen something like
Went
that.
beep boop beep bop. Calculated
I mean,
his
it's a
stats,
guy,
got it
yeah.
incorrectly,
And got there.
and got there with that 30% equity. But we have some beep boop beep bop GTO hands. 8-5 suited, calling under the gun. Queen 10 suited, popping it up to $20. Wow, surprising Tish money folding the ace deuce suited. Getting the GA, just calling with ace queen offsuit and small blind, and Duke as well getting in the mix. Can't forget HV with the 9-7 offsuit. Once again, that's back-to-back 9-7 offsuits.
5 players to the flop now.
Texas GTO, 5 players to the flop.
And top for GA.
HV was second pair.
Patrick, top pair, but not the best kicker. No backdoor hearts for him.
Dry guy with the gutter ball, so if the 6 does get there, hopefully not the 6 of spades, there is value to be had. Does elect to call after GA's lead out. Patrick call, HV also call. Definitely implied odds calling with second pair. You have to think your 9 or 7 are also good if you hit it. Unfortunately though, king on the turn might kill some action, but GA electing to check. Dry guy electing to check. Patrick electing to check. HV also checking. Rivers a 10 of clubs and Patrick Rivers GA's top pair with his dangly kicker. Though they all checked through and 2 pair is good.
I think I wrote you Queen Jack.
Would have liked Patrick to go for a bit of value there. I know it's hard to get value from worse hands. You really have to target a King X, but it's just a spot where you can definitely get a crying call from worse queen. So Patrick, our third commentator, also reading the situation correctly. He knew he rivered GA, but it's one of those spots where you do have to go for a tiny bit of value. Maybe it's about the end of the night where he wants to be friendly or lock it up. So
You might have a better queen, but yeah, it felt like
Aces?
neither of us
Actually, the
like
flop
king,
top
but
pair
I
and
was
turn the flush row.
Yeah.
So sick.
At the same time, I haven't seen anyone bet that river. I'm like, you got ace queen, you got ace jack, you got queen jack, you got jack nine.
I'll put somebody on the king.
It's always a chance HV bets if I check there.
Ah, too late. I know Noah would have tanked for you. Shit, dude. Next time, next time.
1 fold, 2 fold.
20.
You get kind of real.
3 fold.
Lost like a 5K pot. And,
$20?
When I like,
Where is
it?
this? Where is this?
Here.
A lamp?
Here?
Yeah. I was playing everything's Vegas, yeah. And I was like away from the table and you in your hand, but I was like right, cause I was right there, and I had ace king, and like somebody like slick brick opened 60 and I think he called. I just made like 400, and they both called.
That's funny.
And then
That's funny.
6 tricks, 8 tricks, 1 trick.
So Richard did on the flop too, and he had like open his check flush draw. Running with it, 3 checks.
That is funny.
So funny. They get that.
Wild guy.
Wild guy, but I mean that's. So then he like stacks me like 5K. And he's like, yeah. And he goes, that's right. Ship it to daddy.
Ship it to daddy.
4 bet 60, 6 and 8 fold.
That's a big game now.
I think I rivered again.
The 5-10 stream plays very big. Very big for.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
3 fold.
Well, I was just trying to come down for it.
That is a high stakes game right there. For
Yeah, I was trying to come down for a long time, and then Eddie's like, well, I got 5-10 today, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do it.
2 pair.
Wait.
he's got it.
Spicy for both of us.
Right?
A little bit higher, I would have folded. I was like,
No, I definitely
60's fair.
It's
like, yeah, 60's fair. All right.
this is fair.
I was like, right, you do
Gotta
that,
see
like,
it through.
2 hands, and you kind of give away money. Like, down one day.
That's-
My bet
it's a big-
60 with pocket
It's gonna get
8s or
expensive.
pocket 9s
Yeah.
or something too.
Or you each have
It
12.
can get really.
Pocket 10s, if I got some
Usually
middle
what I
size
thought,
pair
like,
that zeros the whole board. I don't
You
know.
got a
Might
live
wait then
12
to.
from seat 6.
May not. I might, but I
But,
might.
like-
That's the thing about this game, there's no limit.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
I
can
think
do
that
it,
was
you
a
don't have to
bigger
do it every
game
time,
too.
sometimes you don't.
It was like
We love the freedom.
Caleb.
Imagine.
Renegades out
The
here.
freedom, I like it.
Yeah.
Free to
Yeah,
bet however
definitely
much
gonna
you
be a
got.
big
It was trick pong.
Oh,
Thanks very much.
shoot, no
Trick pong,
disrespect.
they
12,
did,
7 folds.
like yeah, half the guys.
8 raises to 4.
HV with suited ace 6
2 folds.
popping up to 40. I believe the 12 is on 1, 3, 6, 12.
$40.
Patrick folding the 9-7 offsuit. Tish money with the hand. Just folding the Queen Jack offsuit.
Wow.
Locking it up for the
Feel
night.
that shit.
Pass the buttons out.
Wow.
And he says to pass the buttons up.
I couldn't believe
They're about to get the 5-hand warning. And yeah, thank you to Michael in chat answering my Cora's question.
Probably like
And then the correction from Mod God Bobby Filet.
Unsuited. 6 deuce.
Didn't the HV 1 point hand?
Andrew and I back here talking about some hands and some analysis even when not on the mic. But yeah,
Including this one?
hand 92 going the way of Patrick there.
my chance.
That is your chance, dude. Don't run
Yeah.
into aces this time.
I know. Well,
Live 6,
what a night, bro.
7 folds.
Lock it up.
Locking it up. Lock it up and out.
Unless I have ace 7.
Yeah.
I mean ace queen.
Ace queen?
Ace 8 suited.
That's your threshold?
2 folds.
Yep. I'm ready to put it in with ace queen again. I don't even know how many times I have that hand today.
I haven't had it once. Oh wait, no, I did. I had it once, and I felt great.
4
Yes,
calls,
I have it
35.
once.
Seat
I had
5.
ace jack a couple
150.
times.
C6 raises to 150.
Wow, sick one stack.
Okay, I didn't see your yellow. I'm sorry.
Throw a yellow and say 150. It look nicer.
Fuck yeah. We got 3 yellow chips, bro. 3 yellow chips.
He has black chips though. That means no confidence. Mo, can you break this for me? I might need it.
Might need it?
I might need it.
Sick angle right there.
You know,
I got 1K behind, by the way.
It doesn't hurt to be ready.
Why you need
Just
red?
give me black chips.
You need.
Come on, man. What are you trying to do to
Thought
me?
you want a big.
Who's it on?
Big stacks.
I check.
I want people to war about it. I just want to get rid of my chips.
This stream is gonna have to extend past 11 if that happens.
Bink.
That's the big
Check.
Ace high.
Me too.
C3 check.
Wow.
Damn.
Damn.
Good turn card. Flush draw. That's a card to bluff right there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and then I run into
King Queen.
yeah. Not the hand I want to start blasting off into.
Locking it up.
Clearly.
I was hoping for cooler cards than that.
Thank you.
What?
Cooler cards than that. All those jacks and kings were not the cards I had.
What's a cool card in your eyes?
I can't tell you that.
What's the coolest card?
Looks like as we
don't talk about that on
end up the
stream.
night, we have a lot of 1, 3, 6, 12
Who's
on.
diamond?
No strategy on stream.
No, it depends on the night.
Mo, you were really about to give me red?
Yeah.
Stingy motherfucker.
I was ready.
I couldn't believe you reached for a green stack. I was like expecting him to just like give me 10 stacks and it was really easy. I saw the green.
breaking
I really want to get rid of them.
I can't believe it.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
No, I'm not gonna lie. It would have tilted me too. If you
I have red.
It would have tilted me too.
G looking like as we round up the night, he wants to mix it up a bit more, try to get some hands in before the night's over. Calls with 4-3
me out
offsuit.
literally every denomination.
Patrick now with a hand on the button, Queen Jack suited,
Look like a big stack.
popping it up. Just
Need
kidding,
help?
calling on the button,
His
$12.
intentions were good.
Yeah.
That's what matters.
Gage also with the 4-3
I
offsuit.
make it 75.
His calls. HV makes it 75 with King 4 suited. He's not locking it
Do you
up
think he looks like a guy
for these
with
final
very
hands of the
low
night.
stack?
Oh my God, bro.
King 4 has worked
Running
out a
back.
couple times tonight, but only for Noah. See if HV can do anything with it.
Home stretch.
Patrick defending on the button with Queen Jack suited. The only other reasonable hand. 9-7-6 flop. Rainbow. HV checks. Patrick checks back. 6 of diamonds. I think it's just a good flop for Patrick's range, but when he checks a flop, I think HV should be taking a stab at it.
Check.
7 river. HV has showdown with King High now, and it's going to be good.
Oh my God.
Oh, that's my hand.
There, Noah says
I
it.
win a hand.
Says that's his hand of the night.
Yep.
Turn diamond, good card to bluff on. Locking it up.
Yeah.
Locking it up.
He really is locking it up, dude.
Locking it
Yeah,
up.
super
Gut shot,
surprised because
diamonds over.
the flop checks line definitely hits Patrick's limp calling range a lot more,
Locking
where
it up.
Patrick should just have a lot of small pocket pairs. But when you turn diamonds there and then it goes check on the flop, you should be barreling at it, putting pressure on small pocket pairs, and then also you have equity. So, but yeah, it's
Who's on the other
just
pedal
funny
now, huh, HV?
for Noah to call him out, locking it up.
You see this
Locking up a loss, sadly enough, though, for HV. He's been getting cooler all night. Playing well, just running into super cooler
I
spots.
don't want no action. I just want to check it down.
Yeah, that's not HV, that's scared V.
Damn, Brandon, that's... Okay, never mind. I was going to say something, but... No, that's the same spot he hit with aces.
Dry guy with the Queen 8 clubs. Patrick with the worst clubs. Raising it up though. 3 deuce of clubs popping up to 21. I like it.
You played it as optimal.
Mix up the stream before it ends.
hand do you guys talking about?
Gage flatting with pocket fours.
You don't even know what I
Gage
had.
has been relatively quiet as the night has
I also wanted to check
kind
it
of
down. I was happy to.
closed off. HV calling back to dry guy. Limp 3 betting with the queen 8 suited. 115. Back raises like this are usually so strong. We haven't seen anyone do it today, and we definitely have not seen dry guy do it. Definitely a very strong move. Looks like it might work. HV, however, locking it up.
Lock it up.
Locking it up. Good move, dry guy.
Got him.
Shows it.
Dominated club.
If anybody asks, I will do what is necessary.
Patrick saying he had dominated clubs. Patrick had deuce 3 of clubs for those that just saw that.
I'll do it.
So they were dominated.
And they were in fact dominated both of those clubs.
Nah, see, that's the thing. Is like when I start opening at 20, it'll get back to me and it's 225, and it's
The
like,
back raise is so strong. I
it's like,
remember
come on, man.
playing with an acquaintance. You guys might know him, Lexo Poker.
Yeah,
He said if anyone
limp,
ever
the
back
little
raises
limp
like
is
limp
sometimes
3 bets,
sometimes
he just always
raise.
folds to them and just gives
Give
them
me
the
the
credit because
protection.
it's usually
Keep 'em
aces or
honest.
kings,
Keep 'em
especially
honest,
from the
but, like,
older
Yeah, older
crowd.
demo.
Yeah, older crowd. But in this spot, obviously, it wasn't that. But yeah, there's been so many times,
We add
especially in
another
tournaments, where someone will limp 3 bet
Yeah, well,
and they just
I
have
agree
aces
with
or
that.
kings. And
Yeah, I kind of want to be on a
I'll
button.
say
Didn't
nice
you guys
hand.
say I'm on a button and now he's 7.
Calls 40. 4, 5, and 6 fold.
Oh my God, this is.
GA now mixing it up. Ace deuce offsuit raising to $40
You gotta show discipline.
on a 136.
It means you gotta fold like
And
5
dry guy
times.
calling with 7-6 suited. It would have been really cool for GA to mix these spots up earlier on the stream where he's making these really big sizings. He just needs to be able to balance it a bit more with hands like this, ace deuce offsuit, because he gets so much credibility when he's making these big raises.
I'm
Stuck. There's no. I'm stuck.
Dry guy with too much equity. Yeah, open-ended to fold here. He likely knows that GA's connected with that ace.
Been up since
I don't care. I don't care.
But it's spots like this that you dream of, thinking, all right, if I get there, I'm getting stacks.
I don't want to play there.
Oh, wait a chance.
Gets
Right
there
away.
immediately.
Turn 10 of hearts. The
Does
question
have the
is,
low end of it.
can GA get away?
Hey, can you ask me if we can add 5 more hands?
Yeah, and that's where I think a lot of these other players are picking up that GA's not afraid to play big pots, put in big calls, but GA definitely prefers to be the aggressor.
Queen of
when-
clubs is going to kill action,
Yeah.
but hands like ace jack get there.
Fat, fat.
Not much else. I think dry guy's going to have to bet and target something like ace king.
Houston OG.
Nice sizing.
25. Yeah.
Where for some reason he did get floated, or there's some ace jack or anything weird that actually beats him here. He can get off of it, but
There's a lot of trunk.
go for value at the same time, and looks like he's going to get that exact thing. Value on the river here.
Feels like GA is about to make a tilt crying call. He's been getting rivered a lot. He can't think that it's happening again, and he wants to call. He just feels like it's a jack here, but he wants to pay it off and figure out. The only problem is that there's a lot more hands than just a jack X that beats him. That would be betting too.
One more after this.
One more.
2 more. I thought it was 3. Oh. 1 more after this one? They said the button's gonna be an 8.
No way, yeah, top tier. We can call a long time ago.
Maybe.
Gets paid in the end.
Maybe he just rips turn.
Maybe it's just freaking ace king.
5 in a row. Maybe he just rips turn.
2 pair with a snap on top.
Thank
you.
very much.
So is this the last hand?
2 more. James.
No, I think this is the
Well,
last
you
one.
lied.
This is the last one. This is the last one.
No, one more, one
Oh,
more.
I thought you
Clear
said
me up.
last
Said-
hand on seat 8.
And then he
Production gave me a correction.
he printed a retraction.
Cut us off 10 minutes.
Leo
or-
printed a retraction.
They slow roll the
Okay,
hell
so
out of me.
this is the last hand?
This last
This
hand.
is last
Fuck you over.
Didn't want to know.
I already run batter, cannot make another hand for me.
That does suck. You hate to see it.
They're trying to slow roll me, bro.
6.
I've lost so much money in the last hand so many times.
Yeah, I should. Can I still straddle?
Yeah, of course.
King one time on the last hand. Dice lost him.
Oh,
It's
no.
got to be at least 12.
So last hand of the night here. Appreciate everybody sticking around, showing their support,
I haven't looked.
not only for the stream, but for some of your favorite players out there as well. Don't forget, hit that like and subscribe button if you haven't done so already. And another reminder, we will be a little dark here on
No,
Champions
man, like,
Poker Live
it's
for the next
If you want
2
me
weeks
to
or so.
flat this,
But tune in to Poker Go. You're going to
Wow.
see this felt.
What a
You're going to
great
see
left hand.
some of these dealers,
Lofting
and
it
you're going
up.
to see some top name players.
What a great idea that straddle was.
could have worked out, James, in some universe.
Could have. but
I think GA made the call last hand. He was asking if this was going to be last hand and makes the call. I think he wanted to mix up no matter what hand he got
I need you to pay me.
to call off here. So he does, in fact, call $75 after Noah pops it up to 75 with ace-9 offsuit. Dry guy, not afraid to get in the mix with queen 10 offsuit. Patrick with a pretty, very pretty hand given these other hands.
Yeah.
Ace X suited.
I shut, I shut because I have 1,000 behind. I shut
316 already in the pot. Queen high. Dry guy with top pair. GA with second pair.
I don't know, do you run it twice or one?
Everyone else, not much going on.
Unless it's like very gigantic. Like a more than 6
Dry guy going 110 into the 316. I like this bet. You don't have to go too big. You have top pair. You're going to fold out a lot of ace X, king X's, or whatever it might be. You might get called by worse hands, exactly like this one. GA says he calls one time with the pair. Yeah, this bet's just really good, and it's unfortunate it's the same two people that went against each other last hand. So GA might just think that Dry Guy is definitely just, you know, trying to run with it and steal another one against him. GA checking this spot on the 9 turn. Dry Guy trying to get the rest of GA's money. 125.
Yeah. Sounds good.
GA considering, does Dry Guy have spades here?
I'm only gonna do one.
Is Mo sweating?
I was here for it.
Mo, are you sweating?
We'll see.
We're see.
Mo's not sweating, I'm not sweating.
You want Mozak.
So you just want to sweat with me?
Just following his lead. No, I just trust your
Calls
judgment, bro.
125.
If we shouldn't sweat, we shouldn't sweat.
And the stack to pot
Not running
ratio is
good.
just so bad in this spot because no matter what the river is, GA, if he checks or jams, Dry Guy should be jamming and getting the rest in.
Did you make all sorts of aces and kings and shit?
GA electing to jam
I had 2
here.
aces today.
Dry Guy has to call
I
here.
had 2 aces.
That's sick.
The pot's just too big. You should never be folding.
Good aces twice?
280 into 780.
Had aces, bro.
Last hand of the night.
These guys over here collectively had aces and kings.
No, that's the only premium
I'll be
I
very
had.
surprised if GA is able to get this one
That's the only
through.
premium
The
hand.
pot's just way too big. It's.
Sorry guys, they're playing.
I know it's the last hand of the night, but you just got a side call here. If they have it, they have it.
For a while, you know. Oh, yeah.
And then he's like, I like taking a break. I don't like getting aces too much.
And freaking ace queen.
It doesn't make any sense.
That's properly fucking lot. Now I know why they call it
How much is it?
freaking ace queen. Fucking lot.
Roughly, is that all white behind?
Yeah.
285?
Now I know why they call it freaking ace queen.
It's a weird one just because, yes, the king comes in and you're beat by any king X, but the only thing that should be check calling you every street that gets there is literally a king X of spades. You have the queen of spades, which is pretty important. So it literally has to be like king 10, king 9 of spades.
That's how we treat with
King. Literally any king X of spades. But those are the only hands that should be check calling, and then jamming. But the pot's just way too big to ever fold here.
What's it gonna
You bet every street trying to get the rest of his money in. It really doesn't matter what river comes out. You just have to call off just because the sizings that you chose.
That's okay. That's affordable.
He brought it home and he put it on his mantle of poker trophies.
That's what he's saying. Spade draw that hits the king, but if they got it, they got it.
Affordable.
Oh, you're appealing. You're using pathos now. Appealing.
I mean, that's the product you're growing up with, right?
Bobby
I haven't
Flay
grown up
took
with
the
it.
original frog.
But
We all know
haven't
that.
done
Bobby
Quote it
Flay
on your
stole
black.
the original frog.
All of a sudden, your pathos doesn't work too well anymore.
I'm not a good businessman.
Good salesman, though. Good salesman.
I'm not a good salesman, bro.
Stay to poker.
They're making you really hold those racks a while.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. Hey,
Y'all can
we
rise.
got 10 more minutes. Until, you know, we can
Clock.
think all night.
Yeah, shit.
Wow, there it is.
Just kidding.
No, but you said you were
That
gonna
was
do
a
it.
joke. He can take his time. His last name.
Can we do the sweat with this?
Yeah, that's why I'm taking it. If there was more action, I probably would have made it.
We're doing this is high card.
Yeah, but eventually I'm going
I do need a piss real bad though.
We're throwing these in for the sweat.
Sure.
What? Why am I forgetting the pre-flop? Someone put in 75. So
Is everybody going to do a sweat or not?
Yeah, we're gonna do a sweat. At least 2 of us are doing a sweat. 3 of us are doing a sweat. We got 5 of us if Mo does it. Because Patrick's coming along.
Well, I'm gonna take 105.
I will say, I think it's a spot
You said if Mo
that you
sweats,
shouldn't
sweat.
really be tanking just because this 1-3 plays so big, 280. I'm not saying that $280 is nothing, right? $280 is a lot of money, but relative to the pot size, $280 is nothing.
if you got a good queen, you could probably just jam.
Yeah.
Oh. This spade draw with the king. 8-9.
Whatever the rule is, you know. What I mean, what I put two chips.
Oh, but I can see it.
Yellow chip.
Like a whole, like I brought like
Yeah. I hate that.
I would be happy to have it.
Yeah, for sure.
Just,
You like what color? You want the one? The tan
good or
or
what?
black? I'm black in the
either one. I have a.
$285 and see it now, or wait an hour and see it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna show you.
I want
I got
to do it right now, but just in a second, I'll take it.
What games are going on the floor?
Really?
You guys want to hang out a little after?
Maybe.
The last hand in.
You want to hang out for a little
I
bit?
have the queen of spades.
Well, maybe.
So it just doesn't mean that you had the pair and the flush draw.
John, what games are going on the floor?
I don't want to play anyway. Yeah.
I would not.
Perfect. Is there a seat open?
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Perfect.
I make enough.
Is there any limit to the amount of fun we can have?
I'm
No limit.
I'm in no mood.
Is there an Omaha game going?
I just want to chill.
There you go.
Is there, what else? I cut you off. What else? I cut you off.
Bro.
What hands do we
Joe's off
have? Flush draw. You have heavy bluff.
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh my.
Is Dylan still out there? Dylan,
Give you the respect.
Dylan's right there.
What?
No, there's another Dylan.
That Dylan or the other?
No,
his boy.
Young
there
Dylan.
with the
Young
king.
Dylan.
Young playing 5.
And he makes the fold. It's just,
He called.
Shows it immediately too.
yeah. I'll give GA props for that
Ready
one,
for
for
it?
ripping it. It had a feeling that GA was going to rip any river just because he had a pair and he just didn't care at that point, but
Sweat.
still 6-6.
$100 sweat.
Crazy for that to get through. For GA.
Sweat. $100.
Sounds like they're going to do a sweat, and we're going to take a look at some final numbers here. Keep in mind, everybody buying in for 1,000 except for Patrick. Patrick buying in for a really nice number of $969, finishing the night with 2,340 in his stack, and Gage leading the way where it matters VPIP wise. 66% for him. Really active table. Mo down there at the bottom, 28%, which is still really good VPIP. And PFR, Gage, Noah, HV, Tish Money leading the way here. Raising more often than not when entering the pot. and what actually matters. Who's up, who's down. HV down nearly 2.5, nearly 1.5 for GA, 1.2 for Noah. Everybody else either a small profit or Mo, the big winner, 2.5 for him, nearly 1,000 for Gage and Duke. It was an interesting one here tonight. Do appreciate Andrew Voden of Voden Blogs joining me in booth here tonight. Enjoy the weekend, everybody, and tune in this Sunday to Poker Go. We've got some high stakes cash coming your way from right here, Champions Club in Houston, Texas.
Play your hand, play your hand. No buck, counting the stacks, stacking the bags. And no buck,